suffer no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night no be cheap. It's once again everybody dey play out. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chop am. National airport, na me get am. National stadium, na me build am. President, na my sister brother. We dey Mugu, I be the master. Oyibo man, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money disappear. For one time in Lobeti, we dey Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, na me get am. The contract, na you I go give am. But you must pay me some more money, make I bring am. We dey Mugu, I be the master. When Oyibo play wayo, dem go say na new style. When countryman do Igbo, dem no dey shout. All I kill I die. Whatever Oyibo ban is greedy. I say dem greedy. I don see dem tire. That's why when they run enter my terrapo, I go show them fire. National airport, na me get am. National stadium, na me build am. President, na my sister brother. You be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, na me get am. The contract, na you I go give am. But you must pay me some more money, make I bring am. You be the Mugu, I be the master. Na me be the master, oh. I hear you.
And there it is right there. Ote ni won o won mo kankan. Ote. That means to say just like I've often told you, the Yoruba language is spoken in double entendres. So there's always a layered meaning to everything said in Yoruba language. It's just because the civilization of that space, the Yorubas are so civilized that they speak in nuance. And I think that's probably, and I think it's been documented as well by linguists, global experts, etc., that the Yoruba language is probably the richest in depth in terms of languages globally. The only thing close to it, but a clear distant close, is probably the French language. The Yoruba language is spoken in nuance because the culture and the race, the Yoruba race, they are so civilized that the one thing that, any civilized people seeks first not to cause offense. And that is how the Yoruba language has crafted itself over the several centuries of its evolution. So it is spoken in nuance. I'm only saying all of that to really the clip that I just last played you. Ote ni won o won mọ nǹkankan. They are dull of mind and they don't understand anything. That's the literal translation. But the politeness is embedded in the nuance of his original language. But when you translate it into English, then it translates as they are dull of wit, they are dullards, and they don't really understand anything. And that is what that drum beat was speaking to Tinubu as it dances away in acknowledgement of the idiom being expressed. So, in acknowledgement of that idiom, so now you have an understanding of it. Let me play it to you again and let's see if it resonates differently. So there it is right there. Òtè ni wọ́n o wọ́n mọ nǹkan kan. Ọ̀nà wo lẹ ó gbé gbà báwo lẹ ó ṣe ṣe. Listen again because I'll give you just the trajectory, the thrust of that statement. Òtè ni wọ́n o wọ́n mọ nǹkan kan. That's the first stanza. No, that's the at least within the reference. So òtè ni wọ́n o wọ́n mọ nǹkan kan. Ọ̀nà wo lẹ ó gbé gbà báwo lẹ ó ṣe ṣe. They are dullards and they don't know anything. In what direction are they going to take it and how are they going to do it? So that is speaking to capacitation. So you have some sort of person, let's say for instance, you have a 3-year-old child. So that's not a retardation, that's just an age restriction and a developmental restriction as well. So you have a 3-year-old child that is leading you into the kitchen, telling you that he or she wants to cook you a pot of soup. So, which direction is he or she going to take it, and how is he or she going to do it? That's a loose enough analogy that gives you that. Òtè ni wọ́n o wọ́n mọ nǹkan kan. Ọ̀nà wo ni wọ́n gbé gbà báwo náà ṣe ṣe. So that's just the thing, the richness of the depth of the expansiveness of the Yoruba language, probably the preeminent language in the world, as has been globally acknowledged by all linguists around the world. So all that, good day to you, good to be in your company of that. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button, just as I invite you to do so. Click on the like button. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Come join me via the link that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat to us to stream. So I'm talking at speed really because I want to snapshot this session. I'll be capping it in roughly an hour and a half unless somebody comes in to take it over. But I really wanted to respond now to this narrative. Reno Omokri allegedly apparently been exposed by an American, and the Arise TV space completely tickled pink with joy. They are just incandescent with is that the word? They can't contain their euphoria that they feel that some American has exposed Reno Omokri. So let's join the Arise TV crew now as they dance in delight.
Joining us for What's Trend is the Empress
of Umukwata, but we have two people here that went away. But Oji, thank you for taking care of me.
I did. There was one day I came in one day. Yes. Good morning, Ayo. I miss you so much. I feel like I've seen you. Like I saw you the other. I saw you on the private jet. No, I saw you on the private. Even you. Good morning. Where were you, Ayo?
I thought no, you went on the private jet too.
Well, all right.
Chicken and jollof rice. So I'm being old.
Yes. You know you deserve it.
Thank you.
You know, Queen Ayo.
Thank you very much.
Well, all right. Okay. Well, all right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're eating chicken.
Can we start?
So when I told you that they were dancing with joy, you could see that I'm not mistaken there. All this euphoria that you're hearing is in delight that they feel that at last they may well have captured Reno Omokri. So that's what all of that euphoric, that just screeching like wild animals in euphoria, that's what all that is about. They feel that they have captured Reno Omokri. That's what they're celebrating.
I'm being old.
Yes. You know you deserve it.
Thank you.
You know, Queen Ayo.
Thank you very much.
Well, all right. Okay. Well, all right.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're eating chicken.
Can we start the show? I saw him. He ate chicken. Both of you. You flew first class private jet. If there's anything like that. Well, all right. Well, good morning to you, viewers. Let's begin what's trending, focusing on the ongoing political reactions to the recent wave of gubernatorial defections from the People's Democratic Party to the All Progressives Congress, while Peter Obi, the Labour Party presidential candidate in the 2023 elections, has weighed in, specifically addressing defections from the Southeast region. Speaking to journalists in Abuja on Wednesday, Peter Obi firmly stated that the defection of governors does not translate to political control over the Southeast. The former Anambra State governor stressed that Nigeria operates a democracy, not a military regime, where states can be captured, emphasizing that political power ultimately rests with the people, not governors or senators. Let's take a look.
He must have taken his decision based on his own political view.
You know, there's only one space that is still actually keeping this Peter Obi alive and relevant, and it's this platform right here, not my platform, of course, Arise TV. That's the only space that still keeps Peter Obi in the cycle, because Channels TV has long abandoned him. They know he's just what's he called? Social media person, social media man, as Yemsen Wike described him. They know he's just a social media man that is just trafficking, is just trying to traction on social media for clout, you know. So that's just everybody recognizes that. But Arise TV takes him on as a special project, as the bulwark to use to attack the government in situation. So I'm not quite sure what Nduka Obiagbone's agenda is. Maybe it's I'm not sure. Is he an Igbo man? The name sounds Igbo, but his direction actually leans towards the east, and is using his platform as a weapon to use this tool, this unintelligent man on the screen is using him as a bulwark to attack the government. So the only space that actually still keeps Peter Obi relevant within the Nigerian consciousness is the Arise TV. Remove the attention that Arise TV gives him, remove the clout and publicity that Arise TV gives him, and we will fade into oblivion within a week.
Views and calculations and everything. But as for, we're not in a military time when you capture people. You're a leader. You tend to do the right things for them to follow you. So I don't think.
You know, it's always, I didn't even want to do Obi actually. I wanted to do Reno Omokri, but anytime it turns up, there's so much that irritates. It talks about you're a leader, you're a leader, you're a leader. So, if Peter Obi is speaking on leadership, how has he demonstrated that? He runs away from confrontation. He's not able to manage a tiny little party like the Labour Party. He couldn't even manage Anambra State successfully. He was in constant conflict with powers bigger than him because he couldn't handle big personalities. And he keeps on saying, "You're a leader, you're a leader, you're a leader." In all of his trajectory, as a public facing sort of a person, when has Peter Obi ever demonstrated anything that is akin to leadership? For him to be then going around telling people this is what leadership should look like. Why don't you demonstrate by example by seizing hold of that Labour Party and straightening it up? You know, you failed as an Anambra State governor, you are failing as a leader of a tiny little political party, and yet you'll be saying these are the requisites of a leader. Anyway.
But as for, we're not in a military time where you capture people. You're a leader. You tend to do the right things for them to follow you. So I don't think anybody's capturing anywhere. The government needs to do more if they want the people to support them. I've always been consistent on Nnamdi Kanu's flight. There was no need for the arrest in the first place. And now that he has gone to
all right, so listen to that. It says that's the Peter Obi right there telling us there was no need for the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu in the first place. So I'm going to scroll it back just 30 seconds for you to hear it again.
I don't think anybody's capturing anywhere. The government needs to do more if they want the people to support them. I've always been consistent on Nnamdi Kanu's flight. There was no need.
And by the way, when he said flight, I think he meant to say plight. But then, of course, you know that Obi, he has very little education, so you can't really expect him to speak the English language properly.
Capture people. You're a leader. You tend to do the right things for them to follow you. So I don't think anybody's capturing anywhere. The government needs to do more if they want the people to support them. I've always been consistent on Nnamdi Kanu's flight. There was no need for the arrest in the first place.
So there it is right there. There was no need for the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu in the first place. That is what Peter Obi said. And Peter Obi, of course, is been accused and he demonstrably is a clannish sort of a leader. Is just egotic in the entirety of his presentation. Anything and every time he comes out is only really to defend the Igbo interest, as he also double dutches that he wants to be the Nigerian president as well. So if he becomes the Nigerian president, then the Igbo then will become a master race over the Nigerian people, because even out of any situation of power, he still presents his people as a master race. So it tells us then that there is no need for the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu in the first place. Let's hear him say it just one more time.
To do the right things for them to follow you. So I don't think anybody's capturing anywhere. The government needs to do more if they want the people to support them. I've always been consistent on Nnamdi Kanu's flight. There was no need for the arrest in the first place.
So you heard him right there. There was no need for the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu in the first place.
And I want Lagos Airport to be on flames. And I want Lagos Airport to be on flames. This perimeter fence. Go and burn down Lagos. Anybody, if you have double barrel, if you have pistol, anything you have, give it to them, let them go and kill them, penetrate the airport and set Motam Mohammed Airport on fire. Set it ablaze right now. Then the world will listen. You are dealing with animals. Fulani Janjaweed, they are animals. They do not reason. They do not reason. You don't
capture anywhere. The government needs to do more if they want the people to support them. I've always been consistent on Nnamdi Kanu's flight. There was no need for the arrest in the first place. And now that he has gone, because he's been to court, the rules should be followed. Not just for Nnamdi Kanu, for all agitators across the nation.
All right. Peter Obi has remained consistent also with the Nnamdi Kanu matter, because that's the last thing he said there. But you were there in Enugu State, and he specifically mentioned Peter Amba, saying that Peter Amba is his friend, and he might have defected for whatever reason he did. I'd like for you to share with us your experience specifically in Enugu with that media chat, and also the fact that Peter Obi is saying it is not governors nor senators, it is the people that will determine who will lead us. Your thoughts?
Right. Well, there's so much to take away, but let's begin with Peter Mba's defection and the media chat. And, he maintains that this has got nothing to do with being bullied or threatened by the ruling party, but it's got to do with failures within the PDP itself to honor the role and the position of the Southeast. And of course, we know the history around that and that role of National Secretary and Ude Okoye and all that transpired. The ultimatum had been issued, and I guess they just had to make good on that threat that they had made, that the Southeast was not feeling honored and respected within the PDP. And now what's also important to note is, of course, the fact that if there's so much contention around the role of the National Secretary, OG, what's the gap?
So, sorry, I'm just going to let this roll through till we get to the Reno Omokri space, which is really the space we want to address.
Guarantee that whoever is installed as national secretary after the convention is going to be somebody who's going to allow all of these candidates, all of these people, to be able to sign off on their nominations and their candidacy. It all hangs in the balance. So it seems like it was a strategic move to escape, any type of, shall I call it, controversy or potential sabotage that might happen within the PDP. The other question is, well, why APC? Why not APGA, for example? Those are some of the questions that remained a little bit unanswered in the media chat, because he seemed to prefer to focus on governance. And I don't blame him for doing that.
Okay, so let's answer that question. I think actually Ben Murray Bruce, he actually answered that question when he was addressing his own defection to the APC. So the Zimbabwean woman, she's asking why did Peter Umba defect to the APC if he wanted to leave the PDP, because the PDP is a sinking ship? Why did he defect to the APC as opposed to defecting to APGA or something like that? So I think Ben Murray Bruce actually answered that. I'm just trying to now bring up where Ben Murray Bruce actually answered that. So let me just see. I had it. Hold on. I may well just have to, because I don't want to hold this space for too long. But when Ben Murray Bruce, when he defected to the when Murray Bruce defected to the, I think I actually saw it on Linda Ikeji, that the defection of Ben Murray Bruce. So I think this is important, because that Zimbabwean woman, she's asking that question now that necessarily needs to be answered. So we want to. Sorry, I'm just trying to pick up that space where Ben Murray Bruce defects to the APC, and he told us the reasons why. It was on I think it was on Linda Ikeji that I saw it. So let me just quickly pick it up from there. So I'm just yeah. So there are, if you are dissatisfied with your party, there's a plethora of other spaces that you can go to, but politics is always a matter of expediency, and you have to go where you feel that the expediency most serves you, and where you feel that your political instincts is best served, and that is what usually informs then just how people choose to defect. And by the way, defecting from from one party to another, is not a unique or peculiar Nigerian thing. By the way, it's something that is done globally. It's actually done in this country where I live, and I'm pretty certain it's done in whichever country where you live. So it's nothing. It's not anything outside of the extreme ordinary. It's just a mundane process that that is led by political expediency. That's just what that is. I'm just trying to because I think it's important for that question being asked by that lady there for us to take a sample of somebody that's just recently defected. But I can't seem to find that Ben Moribro. I read it out yesterday, so I'm not quite sure why it's now just so hidden away. If I don't find it in this next scroll, then we just probably aha. Um, so here it is. Let me just quickly give you this. So now that lady was asking, why when Peter Mba decided to defect, why didn't he defect to APGA or any other party? Why did he go to the APC? So that question has been answered by Ben Mori Bruce here. Ben Mori Bruce defects from PDP to APC, says it's not about politics. Our former senator and media mogul Ben Mori Bruce has announced his defection to the All Progressive Congress APC. In a statement released today, October the 15th, Maury Bruce hinged his decision to defect to APC on President Tinubu's economic policies and reform-driven leadership. He stressed that his decision was not for political gains, but a desire for national progress. So that then somewhat answers that question. Why why Chris Mba or Mba, the governor of or is it whatever Mba he is, why Mba, the governor of Enugu State, chose to defect to the APC as opposed to any other party? Anybody that is a patriotic Nigerian would really want to jump on the train of anything that progresses that country. And in the history of that country, this is the first time that we are actually seeing that country making visible progress. And anybody that wishes that country well jumps on that train. So that is why he chose ABGA. And that's why he chose APC instead of ABGA or any other party.
You know, there's so much contention around the role of the National Secretary, Oji. What's the guarantee that whoever is installed as National Secretary after the convention is going to be somebody who's going to allow all of these candidates, all of these people to be able to sign off on their nominations and their candidacy? It all hangs in the balance. So it seems like it was a strategic move to escape, any type of, shall I call it, controversy or potential sabotage that might happen within the PDP. The other question is, well, why APC? Why not APGA, for example? Those are some of the questions that remained a little bit unanswered in the media chat because he seemed to prefer to focus on governance. And I don't blame him for doing that because to the point being made by Peter Obi, if we look at the last election, the Southeast was obedient. There was no Labour Party governor, but the Southeast was largely obedient. So I think it goes to show you that in 2027, is there a guarantee?
All right. So the Zimbabwean woman tells us that if we look at the last cycle of elections, the Southeast was obedient. And we all know why and how the Southeast was 95% obedient in that last cycle of elections. This is exactly the reason why the Southeast was obedient in the last election. So that's exactly how and why the Southeast was 100% obedient in the last cycle of elections. Geriatric women were rolled out and being forcibly thumb printed. So that's what happened there.
That the Southeast will vote for Tinubu. I don't know. That hangs in the balance because the Southeast have shown us in 2023 that they vote for who they want and who they choose to, no matter who their governor is.
No, that's not what we saw in that clip. They were being forcibly thumb printed against what may well be their will.
is no matter what the structures in their states say. So I think that it is valid. Peter Obi, somebody who benefited from what he's talking about. So I think he's the right person who can actually speak on this because he was a beneficiary of it. And now I think the attention should turn to our electoral reforms so that people's votes can truly count.
People's votes must count at this time around. Let's now turn our attention to a controversial development. As a former mayor of Blanco, Texas, Mike Arnold has accused former presidential aide Reno Omokri of being a pathological, habitual, calculating, self-serving liar, alleging.
You can see the glee and well, you can't see, but you can hear the glee and delight in her voice as she rolls out all these invectives, a pathological, categorical, unequivocal liar, and all of this grammar that she has rehearsed, all thrown at Reno Omokri.
Electoral reforms so that people's votes can truly count.
People's votes must count at this time around. Let's now turn our attention to a controversial development. As a former mayor of Blanco, Texas, Mike Arnold has accused former presidential aide Reno Omokri of being a pathological, habitual, calculating, self-serving liar.
Just look at the joy in her face as she rolls out the invectives.
Alleging that he was deceived and manipulated by Omokri during their personal and professional encounters. The allegations have sparked significant attention on social media platforms. Well, Arnold made the allegation in a lengthy post on X, recounting his experience with Omokri in Kenya, Texas, and Nigeria. The accusations include claims about fabricated luxury car ownership, unfulfilled promises of high-level meetings, and misrepresentation of Arnold's identity during media appearances. Among the specific allegations, Arnold claimed Omokri promised meetings with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu, and the Sultan of Sokoto during a recent trip to Nigeria, but none materialized. He also alleged on live television Omokri falsely called him the current mayor of Blanco, Texas, and claimed he's a personal.
Was he present when Reno Omokri falsely called him the current mayor of whichever city? And if he was present when Reno Omokri falsely called him that, what moves did he make to correct that immediately and instantaneously?
A friend of Ted Cruz, both of which Arnold denies. Most seriously, Arnold accused Omokri of downplaying violence against Christians in Nigeria. Let's take a look.
I am going to quote, not a journalist, but an authority apparently. How to identify a hypocrite. Their voice is so loud, condemning injustice against Muslims in USA, yet very silent in condemning genocide of Christians in Nigeria. And that person that said that a couple years ago was Reno Omokri, and he's multiple quotes, tweets like that. He made this a very big issue about Christian genocide in Nigeria not that long ago. And according to all the observers and all the organizations and watchdogs, they say it has not improved, that the death toll is higher. So I don't know what's dramatically changed, that he was adamantly.
Right, let me add subtitles for the benefit of our Southeastern audience who might not understand American English.
Repeatedly calling it a Christian genocide in Nigeria. The only thing I know that's changed is the administration and his employer. So,
wow, this story has gone viral. I mean, Reno Omokri went on to say that, he doesn't have an employer, but I'll take some reactions on X. This is from Mayor of Crypto, who wrote, "You never had any problems with Reno till he spoke the truth that there is no genocide against Christians in Nigeria. This is the problem with over religious folks. You are tearing another man down."
You would never, you're not going to get any prizes, by the way, no prize from me for guessing where this mayor of Crypto comes from. You can hear the heavy accentuation of that Southeastern Igbotic voice just under this comment, trying to pretend like he understands English.
Just because he disagrees with you? Well, Murphy wrote, I took my time to read your message, that is to Arnold, from top to bottom. And honestly, you are spot on. Reno has proven time and again to be the perfect example of a two-faced individual. 1 minute he's preaching morals, the next he's defending the indefensible. He talks from every side of his mouth, bending his narrative to whatever benefits him at the moment. You simply can't take him seriously. He stands for nothing unless it feeds his ego or political bias. Well, Reno Omokri was on our nightly news program Newsnight, where he described Arnold as the current mayor of Blanco, Texas, and dismissed claims of a Christian genocide in Nigeria as ludicrous, while acknowledging that killings are occurring across both Christian and Muslim communities. Let's take a look before we come back to discuss.
I was able.
And by the way, let me send the link in the comment section again. The session is going to last for an additional 1 hour, I suspect. So if anybody has any thoughts on this particular storyline, come in. At least I'd give it half an hour and come in so that we can get the fullness of just what's being said. So that's the link in the comment section right there. If you want to come in, come in.
To get Mayor Mike Arnold, a Republican elected mayor from the state of Texas, who is personally friends with Senator Ted Cruz and Gregory Abbott, and also an associate with President Trump. And I invited him over to Nigeria for fact-finding. Not just him, I invited also a filmmaker. I wanted them to see for themselves. So I invited these two gentlemen here. And before they came, they briefed Senator Ted Cruz and Congressman Chip Roy, and they're here. This whole idea of a Christian genocide in Nigeria is ludicrous. Yes, there are killings of.
All right. So let me pause it here. So now the people Reno Omokri is speaking about is this guy in the cap here to your right, and the other one in the flat cap there. What's it called again? I can't remember. So is this guy to your right and this guy to your left at the bottom of the screen? So that's who Reno Omokri is referencing, and is describing them and why they are in Nigeria. So this is a senior man that is a long man and boy in politics, and his CV is now being described by the person who invited him to Nigeria. So Reno Omokri didn't say anything about this guy behind his back. By the way, he's on the screen as Reno Omokri describes who he is.
And also an associate with President Trump. And I invited him over to Nigeria for fact-finding. Not just him, I invited also a filmmaker. I wanted them to see for themselves. So I invited these two gentlemen here. And before they came, they briefed Senator Ted Cruz and Congressman Chip Roy, and they're here. This whole idea of a Christian genocide in Nigeria is ludicrous. Yes, there are killings of Christians in Nigeria, and anybody who denies that will be, frankly, a dishonest person. But then there are also killings going on in the Muslim arena. I mean, I hate to say this, but only recently we had killings at a mosque in Katsina. We had killings at another mosque in Zamfara. And if you have these terrorists go to a state like Benue and they hit people there, obviously, most of the...
Actually, if we look at the quantum of people that have been killed by these bandits, these are jihadists, if we look at the quantum of people that have been killed by these jihadists, it is abundantly more Muslim northerners than anyone else.
Victims will be Christians. Why? Because Benue is a Christian-dominated state. If they hit in Zamfara, most of the victims will be Muslims. So there's no Christian genocide, and to prove it, I've invited this gentleman for fact-finding.
Right. All right. I mean, Reno Omokri there is also stressing the claims of the federal government, saying that, there is no Christian genocide in Nigeria. These terrorists attack Muslims, and mosques have been burnt as well as churches. Muslims have been killed. And he also had, the imam there as well. But your thoughts on all of the conversations so far, especially on social media, and from the current mayor of I know he's not. Of course, I'm making a joke. I'm from the current mayor of Blanco, as Reno Omokri has alleged. This guy has come to say, listen, this man is talking with two sides of his mouth. He even posted videos, pictures, and a picture of Reno Omokri saying that, I think he visited him sometime in Texas, and then he posted his Rolls Royce or something like that. Your thoughts?
That was his.
Ruby on fire.
That was his friend's vintage car that he claimed he posted.
You know, I want you to start noticing something about this Arise TV. Whenever you know, Audio Okwe is a pretty girl, and Rufai Oseni is just a short. You know, Rufai Oseni is about 5'2". Very much is probably as unattractive as a man can get. So if a pretty girl is egging you on, then you feel more, because people want to do favors for pretty girls more than anything else. So when she's when she goes Rufy on fire, she's inviting him to attack whichever conversational space that they're having at that moment. So just always look out for that. Whenever she says Rufy on fire, she's actually inviting the little gimp to attack that conversational space so that he will be in her favor. You know, so that's just it, so that she will look upon him favorably. And somebody like Rufai Oseni, a short little stump, very unattractive, okay, you know, just you know it. you know the landscape now. When a pretty girl eggs you on, you want to be in her favor, and you go that extra mile. And the more unattractive you are, the further you go to try and curry the favor of a pretty girl. So whenever she says Rufai on fire, she's inviting him to launch an attack, and duly the little gimp always obliges.
No, he's not. Of course, I'm making a joke. I'm from the current mayor of Blanco, as Reno Omokri has alleged. This guy has come to say, listen, this man is talking with two sides of his mouth. He even posted videos, pictures, and a picture of Reno Omokri saying that,
I wonder if Oji has a boyfriend. If anybody knows, let me know. How old is she actually? How old? Because is Oji or okay? You know, because the one thing about this this Southeastern, she's 43. You know, she's 43. The one thing about this these Southeastern ladies, they always manage to they always manage to look timeless. Another good example is Bianca Ojukwu. Bianca Ojukwu, how old is Bianca Ojukwu? She's 57. So all these Southeastern ladies, they always manage to, especially the ones gifted in the way that Oji and Bianca are gifted in terms of their physiological makeup. They always if she goes into a room, this Oji Okwe, every single man from the age of 18 to 80, they will have some sort of physical reaction to her, and ditto Bianca Ojukwu as well. And so Rufai on fire, set to attack.
I think he visited him sometime in Texas, and then he posted his Rolls Royce or something like that. Your thoughts?
That was his.
Ruby on fire.
That was his friend's vintage car that he claimed he posted.
Car. We had that picture.
Every water, he prepares a table before me. Yeah. Okay, moving on. See, as regards this conversation of genocide, I've always been of the view, and this is my view, that across religious lines, across Nigerians generally, people are being killed. All right? And the fact that people are being killed is even a sad indictment on Nigeria as a country. So rather than us trying to go and lobby, we should be crying in shame that Nigerians are being slaughtered. Christians, Muslims, in Christian communities, yes, there's been heavy killings. You remember what happened in the community in Jos around last Christmas? Yeah. Heavy killings. Second point, you called somebody for a fact-finding mission. The person gave a report of a fact-finding mission. Why are we disagreeing? A day before, in the television, you said that these people were brought in for a fact-finding mission. They have given their report. Why are we disagreeing? If Mayor Blanco said, based on his fact-finding, he's written a report that he saw Christian genocide over the years, that's the report of the committee that you set up for fact-finding mission. I don't know when we started doing fact-finding mission in Nigeria for something that's happening in America, or is it because we want to go and send the likes of Mayor Blanco that they say is friend to Ted Cruz? I'm not sure it's that close to Ted Cruz. I'm not sure it's that close to associate of Trump. So why are we disagreeing with the fact-finding mission? Is it that's the part I don't even understand here? And you see these attempts to play politics with the blood of human beings.
All right, you know that they don't necessarily go with it's sensationalist. Let me put it that way. It's sensationalist politics that they play on the Rise TV. So let's pad the backdrop with some facts. So the person now accusing and alleging against Reno Omokri, it was on the same screen when Reno Omokri was making all of these commentaries about him. So he had the ample opportunity at that moment in time to make the correction or to pause him and redirect. So he was there. Reno Omokri never spoke behind his back. So that's one. And then the second thing is, you can describe, it's quite mischievous, this game being played right here by the Americans. I'm not quite sure what the inflection of this particular narrative is. If you want to say that the Christians are being genocide, if you look at the numbers, there is no real strong argument against that. But if you also look at the numbers of the Muslims being pied, you can equally make the same argument that the Muslims are being genocided. So it's a case of indiscriminate savaging by these bandits that are looking to propel an agenda and make a bit of money on the way. So it's not necessarily a religious genociding, it's more a spontaneous and a sporadic, not a spontaneous, but a sporadic attack against a particular landscape for reasons of money, religion, ideology, and dominance and natural resources. So it's a potpourri, it's a mix of all sorts that leads to the savaging that we're going on in Nigeria, that we're seeing going on in Nigeria at the moment. So if you want to reduce it to its lowest irreducibility and give it the coloration of a religious slant, then that is being disingenuous with the facts, and that misdirects then the collective effort that is needed to tackle this thing. Because if we turn it into a religious something, then the effort to tackle it universally, it gets diluted by the obfuscation that has been introduced into that landscape.
Yes. Let's be careful. Human blood, and that's why I was quick to speak yesterday about the pardon. Human blood is not what we can play propaganda with. Please, when we are doing propaganda, when lives are involved, please, let's just move away from propaganda about human blood. Because the blood will ask questions. And we should be very careful. So I don't see anything Mayor Arnold has done by exposing the report of his fact-finding mission. You brought him in to do fact-finding. He said he has evidence. He has released all the evidence. And this has even complicated Nigerian government matter. So if these people were brought in by those close to the government, this is an own goal. Just like one of my friends will say, "Oh, take back penalty, Lord, throwing again." Own goal.
All right.
So please, with due respect,
Yes.
what we should now do is to focus on the killings that is going on.
This is the point.
So what exactly did this American character establish? So what exactly did he establish? It wasn't there sufficient enough time to establish if the Christians are being especially targeted or not. So he didn't establish that. The main thrust of what this American did, his conference, was essentially a character assassination against Reno Omokri. And we all know the reasons why. When Reno brought them to Nigeria, he brought them on the promise that he was going to introduce them to Nuhu Ribadu, and subsequently they will get to meet President Obasanjo, President Tinubu as well. What did I even say, Obasanjo? So he promised them that he was going to introduce them to Nuhu Ribadu, and they were subsequently going to get an audience with President Tinubu as well. So all of that, then it gives them that leverage, that access into the Nigerian government, which is currency to contractors in their own country. So they were looking to strike deals for their own enrichment. That's essentially what the arrangement was. But Reno, either through reneging or not being capacitated, or the people not being willing, he wasn't able to fulfill that space of introducing them to Nuhu Ribadu and getting them access to Tinubu as well. So he wasn't able to do those two things, and the dollar deals, the money deals that these people were anticipating, that fell apart, and it is the lash back on that we're seeing playing out now. So because the guy was not there sufficient enough to establish what is going on with Christian or not, there was nothing like that. It was there barely. It was there for under 3-4 days. The American guy. So I'm not sure if that was enough for him to have seen or anything of substance. So it was essentially a character assassination against Reno Omokri. And of course, Reno Omokri, one of the arch enemies of the Arise TV space. And that is why they are now breakdancing on national TV.
And how we can bring resolution. And people should stop all of this propaganda. If they want to go and meet with their American authorities and plead their own case, they should go ahead and do it. But all of this shenanigans on our national TV, see, for the second part, a lot of people want me to talk about as regards they lie to me, they don't lie to me.
Okay, the argument between both of them.
When Mayor Arnold and Reno Omokri were enjoying themselves,
yes,
and visiting each other's homes and hosting each other,
going to Kenya and all this.
I was not there.
Yes.
When they were inviting each other for birthday, I was not there. Their matter, it doesn't concern me. Right. It's because things are not good amongst them. That's why we are hearing the truth. Yeah. When it's not that when the mayor came into Nigeria and they invited him, he called me to tell me that I'm here. That's their personal matter.
All right.
The matter that concerns me,
yes,
it's a national matter. Don't do propaganda on the bloods of people. Let's say it the way it is.
Yes, but Reno Omokri has said that he doesn't have an employer.
So which way is it? Is the question. Is it this little gimp here? Is it his assertion that there is a genociding of Christians in Nigeria? So is that his assertion? If that is not his assertion, then it's very much consistent with the narrative that Reno Omokri is putting forward.
Employer as well. All right, a quick comment because I wanted
a quick comment because let me go where Rufai doesn't want to go to.
Okay.
And I say that because it's important we call out things like this. Mm-hmm. What Mike Arnold has done by revealing some of the lies that have been told by Reno Omokri, according to him, over the years with pictures, is that he has also revealed to the fact that he's not a man of integrity. Okay. Mm-hmm. And also when that happens is that it discredits the person, especially what you stand for and what you say. I say this because Reno Omokri is known to be very vocal about matters in Nigeria, about personalities in Nigeria. He has been accused, silently in different quarters as being, oh, okay, you play for this side. Many people, when it comes to politics, can change the direction of their view. But when you come with concrete, it doesn't speak very well of the integrity of a man who, in many cases, wants to speak up for issues that are pertinent to Nigerians. And I think it's important to highlight that fact. When your words or your actions have been discredited in such a bold and public manner, it means that in the future, people cannot take your words seriously. Mm-hmm. It means that when you speak up, and that's why we talk about people who are supporting this administration and government and saying many things, it means that the next time he posts an X that goes viral, you take it with a pinch of salt. Mm-hmm. It means that sometimes when because your antecedents can qualify what or how we believe what you say in the future. And this is it's hurting because he's also been a big advocate of discrediting the words of the US saying that Nigeria Christian genocide is happening. So what does it mean? It means we want to take a closer look actually and think, if you've been lying about a lot of things in the past, why should we take you seriously and why should we believe what you're saying now? And I think he owes an apology to many of his followers that he deceived in the cause of misrepresenting himself with Mr. Mike Arnold. This is what happens when you're not playing with just Nigerians. If you're doing international propaganda, you have to be very careful because when it's time, they will bring receipts and they'll discredit everything that you have done that is not correct.
Fire on fire. Well, all right. We're now turning to concerns raised by a member of the public regarding the quality of materials being used for a federal road construction project on the Ore-Akure Road. The individual has called for immediate attention to what he described.
All right. I'm sure that's quite interesting enough, but the focus really meant to be on the Reno Omokri narrative. I'm delighted to let you know that we've got Hassan joining us. Always a delight when Hassan is here. Midwest people here as well. Anybody else that wants to hop on. We're only going to be another 50 minutes thereabout, but those 50 minutes spent in the company of Hassan and Midwest. So Midwest, sorry, Hassan, rather, you came in first. What are you making then of this controversy around Reno Omokri, Hassan?
Hello, one man. Can you hear me?
Salam alaikum. Yes, very, very clearly. Carry on.
Okay. Well, I did not initially hear about what was happening. I just jumped up and then I heard the whole story as you narrated it. Well, and I was quite surprised, and I was not thinking that it would come from this angle. But the moment I saw those rednecks, those cousin pumping, peanut eating, and all those, chicken smelling Americans that have the gall to follow this man to Nigeria, and then you expect him to parrot your propaganda. Oh my God. I was going to go and get some antihistamines because I've been feeling yucky. The way these Arise Studio people, just hey, God, what have we done as Africans to have other Africans in this era where there is so much information for you to understand what is propaganda, what are the patterns of, the people who have been in power, and what narratives have been, forced down on people right down in their United States of America. And then they have the guts, the cojones to come to Nigeria, and even for these guys to even platform them on Arise. Well, for one thing, for me, Reno's respect. I respect Reno now a lot more than I even had before I saw this, because if the narration is true and that he did say he was going to give them audience by denying what they said, and since he was the one that brought them, it is very, very important to set the record straight, and he did just that. And I challenge them and those who are supporting them that what they're saying is true. To first consider, one man, let me ask you this. Do you think it would matter if, say, for example, herdsmen come and then to your farm and then see that you are Ijo or Ibira or Nupe or Kanuri or whatever, as long as they find you armed and vulnerable, unarmed and vulnerable, do you think they care?
Look, the thing is, Hassan, I detest the bandits, but there is no narrative to suggest that they're especially targeting any religion. If you look at the number count of the victims of these people, it is predominantly people of near enough their own ethnic stock and certainly their religion. They've killed they've pied far more northern Muslims than they have anybody else. So if you're actually wanting to use that genocide word, you want to actually say that they're genociding northern Muslims, because that is the abundance of the people that they have pied.
Because there is so much, layer after layer of, common ground factors, that brings Nigerians together, and then there are other layers, that put Nigerians in different stratas. Say, for example, now over tribe. You see, the tribes, region, and religion. The first error these Americans made, and I challenge any white man worshipping Nigerian here or any mumu who thinks that these people, just because of the accident of birth and region, somehow are superior than any of us. I challenge that person to tell those white men who came to Nigeria that to equally say something about the genocide happening in the Middle East and to say it unequivocally. You see, the hypocrisy behind this, what do they call them, Protestants in the United States and Zionist-loving Christians, and their hypocrisy to deny other people, by bringing other people their right to live, by bringing distractions such as this, and for them to find a place to do this in Nigeria, for the white man to even think that he is going to be comfortable doing this in Nigeria at this moment in time is something that I take very, very, very badly, and it's just been,
Hassan, what do you think the agenda is for the Americans to open up this narrative of around Nigeria? What do you think they are aiming at? Because I think it was actually some TV personality that opened up that space. Is it Ben Moore or something like that? Something more that opened up that space, and then it's taken on very much within the American political space. But what do you think their agenda is to be promoting and propelling this particular narrative?
Well, the reality is that the world has seen that America itself, is colonized. America itself is dominated by a foreign entity, and APAC is actually ruling America. The events of the last 2 years and the catastrophe that has befallen the people of Gaza has shown who really is in control in America. And look at the split in the American MAGA, people like Tucker Carlson, Candy Owens, Nick Fuentes, Charlie Kirk was just about, before they fight him. Look at how that their Congresswoman, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who was as right as MAGA can be, is being now detested, but not by the people, but by people in power. Like that whole country, America, for you to even take them as some standard of moral, of morality, of behavior, I think in this age and time that we are in, and claim that you are educated, then something is wrong with you. Something is wrong with you. You don't have your head, your morals put together. Well, let me just say this. The first mistake these white people, or let me just say that the first mistake in the propaganda was not to even align it properly. You say they claim that it is Boko Haram that is killing Christians. Meanwhile, that is wrong, because like Boko Haram is in the northeast and primarily Borno. I don't think the Boko Haram that is in Yobe and Adamawa are that plenty enough that they could even cause havoc, say in Taraba or Bauchi, because they have so much been dealt with right now. So what you have, like people who go up to the middle belt, that is Borno, and that is Plateau, some parts of Benue, and some parts of those middle belt areas. Those Fulanis that get there are actually herdsmen, and those herdsmen do not really care whether you are Muslim or a Christian, or you actually laid a good foundation. So what these people who want to control the narrative want to do now is to divert. They are seeing that they are losing control of people in the American right. Like the majority of American people right now, as of yesterday or yesterday before yesterday's polling, are a majority supporting and sympathizing with Palestinians over the Israelis. It has never happened since the establishment of the establishment of the Israeli state. It has never happened. So now they are under so much pressure. I have seen that they want to primary Marjorie Taylor Greene. They want to primary. There is another guy too. What's his name? Two of them actually voted for the Epstein files in the United States House of Assembly the day before yesterday or something like that. I think they want to primary him. So they are losing the narrative. They want Christian sympathy, and they want the world to be black and white. So for the Zionists, it's important in their means of mass control to inject hatred. And it has been apparent for the past 7 decades that their means for controlling the United States will be for them to, say that to ignite conflict between the Muslims and Christians. And they have made America lose trillions of dollars, lost lives and limbs, defending an entity that is fundamentally un-American and does not carry American interests. Now that the Americans are waking up, they are looking like, oh, where do we find a fertile ground where if we go and
do you see somewhat of an sorry, Hassan, let me ask you this question and then bring it home in about a minute so that we can get other voices. We have somewhat time constraints, but do you think there's an element of Israeli under puppet mastering of this narrative? Because if they push that narrative of this thing, then that takes away from what is going on in Gaza, and then it focuses then the Christian right wing of America towards an African narrative, or it dilutes whatever it is that they're doing in Gaza. Do you see the puppet master hands of the Israelis in this particular narrative? But use a minute to round that up, and then we move it around.
Okay. That has been the exclusive area of expertise of the Mossad. To muddy the waters, to control things behind like MK Ultra and things like that, mass psychosis to induce it. And where do you come? Who is number one population in Africa? Nigeria. Where is it that it is very, very heterogeneous as a society? Nigeria. And has a substantial social media and where you can get and plant, people who would parrot your propaganda. If Arise were doing their job, I would have challenged him to just ask those Christian Zionists right there in their chest on their platform whether they support Israeli genocide on children and women and defenseless people in Gaza. Just that question would have, put their real face. But for them to come to Nigeria and expect that they will do this, no. I hate that. So now they want to create, when this starts in Nigeria, and then they get ample ground by, Nigerians actually saying yes, especially somebody in authority. They are now, it gives them, that legal validation. That validation gives them that validation now to bring it forth and, pump it into the American public's head for them to actually soak it hook, line, and sinker. To take it into like hook, line, and sinker, and that did not happen. Well, let me just round this up by saying that for me, Reno Omokri's behavior and the way he conducted himself, has shown me that he's actually a statesman, somebody who is not driven by emotions, and his nuanced approach to the world is something that has made him a target for these people from that block of Nigeria, because they see things in black and white. He wants to take a more nuanced, educated, and historical approach to things, and that usually does not fit into their the way they see things, and it's unfortunate. And any other Nigerian who sees that this is in his interest, okay, let him support it. When they finish with all of us, they will get back to where you are. Because these people only take people for a ride. They don't even believe that they are human like you. They think you are second class and that all humans should worship them. These are the demonic powers behind people who are trying to plan this. Let me just leave it here 1 month.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So just there are about 5. I'm not going to name them all of them, but there are about 5 voices, maybe even a few of them on this screen as we speak now, that I delight in hearing from at the most on this platform. So I'm going to name Hassan as one of them. I don't often agree. 80% of what Hassan has to say, I never really agree, but I always delight in the way he's able to craft language. Another wordsmith, Babati. So we're going to do 5 minutes just to get all the voices in. If any of the hosts is listening, if you want to come in and take over in about 20-25 minutes thereabout, that'd be great. Otherwise, we might have to. But BT, we're talking about Reno Omokri, who is in the eye of the storm. Your take in the controversy around your guy from the creek.
Good morning. One man, good morning, our host, fellow panelists, and everybody listening across the world. Good morning from somewhere in America, not Boston, but somewhere in America. One man, I have to say, kudos to you for yesterday. I came off for like 30 seconds. I could not join the program, but I was listening about that. And the Oyo man came out, the Oyo came out from you. So proud of you for that, for standing up for yourself and for your platform. I've always criticized you about not doing enough of that. And it was good to see you do that for once on the show. And hopefully you maintain your stance and your position in regards to what transpired yesterday. To the topic at hand, it's quite unfortunate, and you're gonna have Nigerians like you and I, one man, that are going to support this narrative of genocide. People are being killed. We can use the word genocide, but the religious aspect being joined into it is what that is concerning to me. Because, like you rightly said, you still need the Muslims to help you fight this insurgency, because they're killing them as well. So people trying to introduce, if I mean, I listen to people in the American media. I've watched some videotapes from the Christian Broadcasting Network, because this appears to be some kind of widespread memo across circulating around the American media. So clearly this is targeted and this is done on purpose. And I'm noticing that they've been mentioning the religious element or component of this insurgency, but most of them, I would say about 99.9% of the reports so far from the American perspective, the media fail to report the ethnic component of this conflict, which shows clearly that there's a hidden agenda to this. They don't even mention, they have no clue about the religious dynamics of the North, the ethnic dynamics of the North. And one senator even, I think it was a House of Rep member, even referenced Tinubu being a Muslim as it was inferred that him being a Muslim is indirectly supporting the killings of Christians. And nobody challenged to say, wait a minute, he's from the southern part of Nigeria. His wife is a pastor. And there's no link between Tinubu and the killings of Christians in the North. But the way they are phrasing this in the American media, I mean the far right media, the ones that are religious leaning, is that the rise in the killings of Christians in Nigeria is because we have a Muslim president and a Muslim vice president. That's the way it's been phrased in the American media. So they're not going to say directly that they believe Tinubu is responsible, but it's been suggesting that they're putting it out there, because the average American is not well informed enough to understand that him being from the South kind of screws the equation here. They don't see it that way. So they're painting this narrative of the Muslims are dominating the Aso Rock, Aso Villa, they're dominating the military, and they're using that to kill Christians up north. They don't bring down so if you ask the average American about down south in Nigeria, they believe everybody down south is a Christian and everybody up north is a Muslim. And those that have chosen to stay within the Muslim space up north have been murdered. So that's the part I think that we need to do a better job at clarifying. And the quest to control Nigeria's natural resources. I mean, natural. What's it called? Earth materials comes from China, right? And because of
rare earth materials.
Rare earth material. Thank you for that correction. Comes from China, and because of the trade wars between America and China, China is now putting tariffs on that. Now America has to look elsewhere for the same thing, and it just happens to be in Nigeria and other African countries. I would not talk about the influence of the Israel like Hassan brought in, but maybe to create some kind of distraction. I won't go that far, but I think that is part of a more
you are in America. I will excuse you. I understand. No problem, brother. I understand how they're all over your neck. I understand, though. I'm not saying anything. Just go ahead. Don't even.
I'm saying it's multi-layered. For example, if you look at what happened with America losing the trade war when it comes to soybeans to China, that's a disaster that America will never recover from. That is $20 billion wiped out because China is not going out to. Oh no, Hassan,
Argentina bail out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So $12.5 billion subsidizing American farmers. You are pretty much buying it from their hand, but there's no market to sell it to. So fuck around and find out is what's going on. So so what they did in China was they went to Brazil, they went to Argentina. So Trump giving our friend in Argentina that money, 20 billion, was not to bail him out. It was a buyback for that soybean disaster trade war. And due to the cut of USAID in Africa, the China Middle Belt Initiative is now coming in, taking America's place and expanding their farming network in Africa. So they pretty much cut America off from that soybean farming. And guess where they chose? They chose Nigeria. So beyond the politics, beyond the religious component of this, beyond the earth materials, there's also the agricultural component to this work brewing up here. And my worry is that Nigeria might be the battleground between the East and the West. So there's more to this, is my point. I'm trying to make it. There's more to this. So because I look at it from the stock market perspective. I follow the markets and I follow the money. And like you follow the cultural component of it. Prince is going to speak shortly. It's probably dwell more into the religious aspect of the conversation, but there is more complex than just saying that it's a religious war. That's the way they're trying to paint it for us to look at. So, but my worry is that I don't want Nigeria at all levels, economic level, cultural level, religious level. I don't want us to be the battleground between China and America. And my worry is that we are not paying attention, and people are now bringing in their own sentiments. Some people that want Biafra, one man, you'll be shocked. Some people that want Biafra, they think that if America invades Nigeria, that will help their own cause. That is where their own support is coming from. I kid you not. They're like, oh, if they come in and we can finally get what we want, they are willing to sacrifice the country for their own selfish cause. And also, people that refer to themselves as Zionists, as I won't call them extremists, on this platform are going to come in and tell you is to save Christians. But that's more for a religious perspective to it. And like I said, I gave you the economic perspective, which is more logical in my opinion. So when we make our positions known on this platform, on this issue, let's have a bird's eye view on it, okay? A more comprehensive look at it, and let's not be myopic and be selfish in the way we look at it. But hopefully, one man, I hope we don't become a battleground between the East and the West, whatever they have going on. So let me give my mic. Thank you, one man, for letting me speak. Thank you. Is one man still there, or I think he went to the fridge. I think. So that's all I have for you guys on that. So the next speaker can go ahead. I think it's Midwest that needs to. Midwest, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, but the next person can speak.
Okay.
While we wait for 1 minute. Just wait like 5 minutes. I will be back, or 2 minutes. Okay. But I'm listening.
Okay, Prince, I need you. Go ahead, Prince.
Okay, guess you mute himself. While we wait for 1 man. BT, yeah, hello. I heard your narrative. he kind of went about roundabout way to make Nigeria, I guess, an important market for soybeans. By the way, right now, what is the production of soybeans in Nigeria? Okay.
They opened the market. It's not there yet. It's like an alternative to what they have in Argentina and Brazil. So if the American losing their grip on places like Nigeria farmlands through those investments, they came in and to start farming. So they're going to start farming that in Nigeria, since Trump is trying to invade. If you notice now, Trump is not going to South America now, Venezuela.
Invade? No. You have your narrative.
No, I mean,
it's more.
The word is being used. No, the word is being used loosely. Come on, you know what I mean. But I mean, economically, like they have interest in South America lately now. But so.
See, China is a dirty player. I'm not sure what is surprising right now. There's nothing surprising about what is going on anyway. It's almost anticipated.
Prince.
All right, gentlemen, just to manage the time, shall we move it on to Midwest and then come to you, Prince? Just land that point and then we move it around.
Okay, one man. You want me to talk?
No, hold on.
Okay.
Oh God, we always get echo back from you. Let BT land whatever point he was making, and then you take it up. It's just really to manage the time. If we had another host here,
Midwest needed some time, so I can. BT is already done. Actually, invited Midwest. Midwest came and said in their time, so I can go and Midwest can come later.
It was
all right. Curiously, Midwest just dropped now. So
one man, because you were away for a minute.
Yes, I was. Yes.
Prince, 10 seconds. What I'm saying is that I agree with you that your guys from the East, they're also dirty players too. What I'm saying is that regardless of what games they are playing between each other, America and China, let's not be the battlefield ground for that war. So, my point. I hope you get where I'm coming from. But to me,
I get what you're saying, but it's at this point in time, there are a lot of moving parts, and Nigeria is quite inconsequential at this point in time. There's so much, narratives going back and forth. But one man understand, and I said it before in your show. What is the percentage of Christians in the North? Does anybody know that answer? Asan, is it there?
There's a significant maybe Asan is better placed to answer that, but there's a significant number of Christians in the North. But Asan, yes, even in Maiduguri.
What is the percentage? I'm just trying to get a percentage.
Let me give you a percentage. So it is between 35 to 40%. 35 to 40%.
In the entire North, there's 35 to 40% Christians.
Yes, my God. Go and look at the Middle Belt for God's sake, Prince. The Middle Belt has a lot of Christians. How do you think Peter B got all those votes?
The areas that we're talking about, what percentage of Christians are there? We talk about North Central. I understand that. Are they having terrorist attacks in the North Central? Is that a big problem?
Yes, they are. My God.
What do you think Benue State is, Plateau?
My goodness.
That's the epicenter of the attacks now. That's the epicenter.
Well, I know Plateau, Benue, that's those, but there are other parts, there are other, anyways.
That is where the narratives are easily painted, because it is a Christian-dominated state. There you can shout, and it makes it look as if it's not happening in other states, as if it's only happening to you.
Well, just like there are Holocaust deniers, there are also Christian killing deniers. There's no doubt about that. It still stands. They are killing Christians in the North. I think that's factual. The notion that Bill Maher talked about it is not the genesis of the killing of Christians in the North. They've been killing Christians for many years. It's something I've heard about for so long. I'm not sure why people are trying to deny the narrative right now.
Sorry, guys. Let's use the word "spy." Let's use the word "spy." Carry on.
Okay.
Let me just.
Hold on. Let me land my point. See, there's no reason why to deny the kind of Christians in the North.
You ought to understand this earlier, before even Muslims started killing Christians, since you want it to be just Muslim and Christians, because that is what the kind of argument that you want to have.
No, that is not. I mean, that's not a kind of argument, but nonetheless, we can't deny historical record of the tying of Christians in the North. We know that the religious fanatics in the North, okay, and by the shared practice of the religion itself, it's anti-Christian. But the shared practice of the Muslim religion is anti-Christian. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. Of religions, like what do you expect? Which cocoon are you in? Which cave are you in? It is
Hassan, hold on now. Hassan, hold on. Hassan, please. Let him finish his thought first before you chime in, because you're talking over each other now. Please now. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm saying there's no doubt of the historical record of the killing of Christians in the North. Today, we know, just like wicked people, evil people. Sorry, we know evil people. We eventually cannibalize themselves. To me, there's always been the targeting of Christian in the North, right? So the fact that along the line, in their dubious ways and whatever they do, they tie some Muslims too. And in fact, I know they deliberately attack Muslim places of community too. There's no doubt about that. But the essence of the targeting of Christians to fight them, to me, is a fact. Now, does it rise to the level of genocide? That I don't know. But I would hate people to come on this platform to try to deny that Christians, people that practice the Christian faith, are being tied. It is a fact. Now, the numbers can be disputed. When this narrative came about a week or two ago, I asked the question, okay, I heard 100,000 Christians over the decade or so have been tied in Nigeria, fine. And Adewale was making an argument, and I asked him, what do you think the number is? He doesn't have the number. But it stands. Christians have been tied in the North. The numbers, I don't know. There are more Muslims than Christians. So if you fight the same number of Christians as you do Muslims, well, the ratio is not the same, because there are larger number of Muslims in the North. So let's not pretend that a bunch of Americans come here that you want to label them as redneck or whatever, Zionist or whatever label you want to put on them. Therefore, it disqualifies them from talking about the reality that happens in the country. It is a fact. Christians have been tied.
Sorry, Prince. Those are
sorry, BT. I beg your pardon. I'm going to run an errand in about 5 minutes or so. So anybody that wants to come in now. Otherwise, I'll not be able to let you in. So I'll just leave you guys for about half an hour. If you're done, then I'll shut it down. If you're not done, then we'll carry on. But if anybody wants to come in now. Sorry, carry on, BT.
Prince. Those that came in, do you know in what capacity they come in? Are they the rep of the American government? Or are they coming for like a really, so that like if they're coming to understand
those guys were random people. I don't know what they are. They
exactly. So that's my point.
Inconsequential to American politics. Is Reno Omokri trying to overplay himself?
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you, because people are making a big deal about one guy that is a mayor of a county that is barely even.
Forget about those people. They don't count. They're irrelevant.
I'm like, in what capacity are they coming as the U.S. government to study what's going on, or are they just random guys that nobody knows about?
Well, they are random guys as much as Reno Omokri also is a random guy that's trying to be like it's fine to be doing his citizen's job or whatever, but it's kind of working or acting in the capacity of a government official the way he's going about the whole thing, right? That's Reno Omokri. Bringing some other B or C class politicians to come and bolster his point. I mean, that's really playing his game. But that's really playing his game. I don't want to get into this, the narrative of this was right or wrong, but I'm just trying to make a point that it is a fact. I kind of said some bunch of stuff earlier also, but I said, I can tell I'm quite aware and attuned to your talking points. Because you're a consumer of American media, I can tell. But your narrative is quite bent as in terms of its interpretation from the liberal point of view. You have the talking points, but your interpretation they're not correct. And if they are correct, if you think so, they are correct as far as the aisle in which you are supporting, right? Because you know, being, you know, saying APAC rules the country and this and that, you know, those are tropes. You know, there's somewhat anti-Semitic kind of talking points, and that is not entirely true. Do they have influence on American politicians? Yes, APAC does. So do other groups as well. So
Prince,
we have to be careful when we interpret this kind of a narrative.
Prince,
You don't know that. You know, I know. I can tell you read a lot. You consume the media of American
it's fine. You can
media,
do this,
but you do not have the mastery or the essence of what goes on in this political sphere. I don't think you do. You have it, your talking point, but you're not correct.
Prince, can I ask a question real quick? Can I ask a question quick? The Nigerian government, what do you think their position should be in regards to this? If you are Tinubu now, what do you think it should be doing now in regards to this global position about this killing of Nigerian Christians? What should be his own position?
Well, see, yeah, that's a good question. They should provide data, and they should have that what you call it, their spokesperson go out there and kind of bombard the media and present facts and data. Keep in mind, though, Bill Maher is just a talking head, so to speak. I like him on television. The data that he presented was not his own, you know, in-house findings. It was the data of this non-profit organizations that come to Africa that compile this data. Just like the Bill Gates Foundation and all these other big foundations, they're the one presenting the numbers. So they're just talking on the numbers. So again, I'm not supporting the numbers, but nonetheless, it's, you know, that's one thing in life. You live in America. Either someone needs to court. If you commit a crime or not, if you're a witness, you have to show up, unless you be in violation of you be violating the law. So it's incumbent upon the Nigerian Tinubu and his government to be proactive and take this issue very seriously, so they don't tag or label Nigeria as a Christian killing nation. Because I don't want that to happen. I don't want that to happen.
Prince, the Nigerian Senate. No, hold on. They said that they want to go to America. The Nigerian Senate said that they want to go to America to have a sit down with the American government to clarify any concern that they have about that. Do you think that they should go over there to explain themselves to the American government?
You know, given the kind of atmosphere and the government in Trump that we have right now, I think they should do that. You know, Trump kind of likes this kind of thing. You got to go with the flow, or go with what the you know the temperature of the atmosphere is. Okay, so that's a good way to go about it. They should approach the government. If they have the opportunity to talk to Trump, they should do that also. That's a good way. But they can't lay back and not do anything like, oh, we're not killing Christians, we're not doing this and that, therefore we should ignore the international bodies or this talking heads. No, they can't do that. They have to be proactive and to squash this narrative. Okay, and I do believe that it's not obviously it's not the government. So that's the problem also. I think they're tagging the whole thing to be like the government of Nigeria being responsible for the killing of Christians. It's not true. It's not true. We have some terrorist organizations or radicals organizations that are doing these things. So they have to make that demarcation, and they have to be, you know, persistent in the narrative and be clear about it. They have to do so.
Sorry. Hassan, do you agree that the Nigerian Senate going to Washington DC to explain themselves? Are you okay with that, or there's no need for them to do that?
The very concept of accepting that derogatory position, that the Nigerian Senate somehow need to go. The numbers are there for anybody who wants to go and do your research, go and find out, and don't go and look for neutral sources. Don't just bank on Christian Solidarity worldwide as your source of information. If your source of primary data is evangelical organization, sorry, I think you come up as biased too, because those people have an interest and a reason why they are intervening and going very loud at this time, because you have to look at why time is sensitive. And thank God that Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. I think thank God he has around him people who have the sophistry to be able to confront and put these people in their places. Like there is no need for us to explain anything. The data is out there. We have USAID.
Well, they have to explain. Nigeria is not invisible. They have to explain. Okay, that's not clear. This is not.
Please,
it's not a
can I
one-man
also
show.
come in? If I'm permitted, I will be happy.
Can you let me speak? This whole idea of painting the country as black and white, Christian and Muslim, started right from the Civil War. When those people began to see that they are going to lose the war, they started painting the war as a Muslim versus Christian genocide, blah blah blah. But that was where that thing even started in Nigeria. If you check the history, that is the origin of that. And if you see where the reparations and the hard support for this thing is coming from within Nigeria, it is from that same southeast, where they are all, they have just become Israeli, semi-Israelis, and they do not have the wherewithal in thought to even imagine themselves as black people, how they would be treated and looked upon if they go to how they even treat black Jews. That is the real some of the Ethiopian Jews that go there. It would boggle your mind how these people treat them. That aside, talking about Nigeria and how there are so much layers of and interdependencies on what is causing and what is continuing to fuel this conflict within Nigeria, and the fact that they changed what Boko Haram is usually doing for what the Fulani herdsmen are doing. It shows you that these people have nefarious activities, because it is not Boko Haram that is killing the Christians in the northeast, in the north central. It is Fulani herdsmen. Now, changing it from Boko Haram to Fulani herdsmen is trying to portray. They want to misinform the world so that Christians who have biases will begin to hate the Muslims, and that will fuel their agenda. And the more there is a fracture within Nigerian social cycles, the more they can intervene as to what Babati is saying. So there is a whole macro view of all this, which I understand, and that is why I say I want nuance to come into the conversation, because yes, Reno Omokri, of course, will be criticized because he's not going into that narrow worldview. And unfortunately,
sorry, Hassan. Hassan, just 1 second. Sorry, Hassan, 1 second. Sorry, Ola, thank you for coming in. Comparable fact comes in after whatever conversation is taken on there, and then we have Midwest, Ola, yourself as well. So coordinate the conversation amongst yourself. I'll be away for a moment. Thank you, Ola, for coming in. Sorry.
Okay, guys. One man, I have to bounce to. Good to see you again. Good night, guys. Bye later.
All right, BT.
All right. Ola, you are in control right now. I've said what I've done.
Yeah, you guys continue, please.
Well, be it Boko Haram or being Fulani herdsman.
Please, I want to come in because I want to reply.
Yeah,
Hassan.
go ahead.
He has been talking.
Please.
You see, the truth of the matter is this: our issue as a country is on top of a high table already. Either we learn from history at this junction, or we just fold our hand pretending as if nothing is happening. Look, they have made up their mind about Nigeria, and there are so many loopholes for them to exploit. We live in a country where, killing has been taking place for years. We have Boko Haram, we have Fulani bandit. Can you show me one court in Nigeria where those guys have been tried? Just show me that Nigeria will be seeing the seriousness of our government. Hamia has been fighting them. We've lost a lot of personnel. None of these guys, they can't even try them. We don't see them on public court. Sentencing them for years. So the failure of our government for many years has put the life of all innocent Nigeria at this moment at very big risk. These guys have so many loopholes to exploit. They just coming from one direction. Either we are serious to explain ourselves and buckle up to do the needful to save innocent lives. Let us be there talking and be playing politics with the nation, with the interest of the entire country. It's more than words what is going on, my brother. I need to be honest with everybody that is listening. We don't have power to stop them, except we just wake up and negotiate with them how we can survive as a people. There's too much dissatisfaction. I just asked a question. For all these years, how many have they sentenced? Now, they've granted what is called amnesty. How many Christians do they grant it to? Let us be honest. They all swear with Quran. Of recently, the same element of people, whether you call them Boko Haram, you call them this, you call them that, they harm to teeth, and they were with security personnel negotiating. Negotiating what? So that is how you're going to deal with this problem. The international community, they have been watching us for years. I keep on telling people, the way they govern us, this one, Mr. President, they create an atmosphere for outsiders to exploit, and they have made up their mind they are coming. And now with Nigerians that are listening, you see this country called Nigeria, when they want to invade Benin, this is how they were making memos in United Kingdom. The histories are there to create the certain part. Now, when they start like this, that means they are coming. Nothing can stop them. They will come in different ways. So we can't really stop them. The only way we can stop them is to look inward. How do we really govern this country? Are we happy? Just because one tribe is having power, they do a sort of nonsense. The question is so simple. Hassan has been talking. You make reference to Israel. What concerns Israel and Nigeria business? Because you are affiliated by faith to Palestinians. There are also Nigerians who will tell you what Israelis are doing is right, because they are defending themselves, and that because of faith affiliation. But let's talk only about our country. Those that Mr. Buhari set free, how many Christians are among them? These are very critical questions. And where are they? How can we trace about them? You release them to the society, you pay their ransom, and they belong to the tribe of the Mr. President then. Today, we also have a Yoruba ruling. Recently, he granted an amnesty to harden people. And you think this is a joke? You said they should not negotiate. Let them go and face the humiliation. It's better to save life. In that process, there should be backdoor negotiation immediately. Don't think, look, we have people like Igboho. They have a view that they are not satisfied. They believe their future is to live as a Yoruba. We have people like Unwandi and all this IPOB. You have different Boko Haram want to live like a true Muslim the way they believe within them. You have people mining our resources with bulldozers. No security agent can stop them. And they'll be taking our resources for years. Now, those elements are illegal people that can supply arm overnight. The government allowed them, they turn bladder, they thought it's a joke. Zamfara go belong to Zamfara. While you were taking resources from Niger Delta for years, nobody was arrested. My brother, let us be honest, a lot has been going on that is not good for the nation. But at this moment,
let me respond
if
now.
Wait, one more. You were talking, I allow you. At this moment, if the leaders of our country don't take this issue to be a serious issue,
called my name now.
One moment, I just replied to you about Palestine you went to. All Nigerians cannot call what is going on is genocide. Others can call it a defensive. You understand me? But we know
the irony in what you are saying. The irony in what you are saying is accusing me of talking from my faith to support the Palestinians.
One moment.
While you are talking as a Niger Delta
why I make a reference to, just wait a little bit, Asa. Not that I'm in support of the death of innocent children, but we are dealing with Nigeria issue, and America is focused on Nigeria issue. If you bring in Palestine, you divide the nation more. Everybody cannot see your view just the way you are saying it. So get that one clear. That's why I make a reference to it. Everybody in Nigeria cannot support.
Why is America focused on Nigeria at this point in time in history? Time matters now.
The reason, let me just answer you. Their own interest first. And that is why I said, when they light up the country, everybody will suffer for nothing. It's just their interest.
You're asking me
but something,
to support them,
something is
support what they are saying.
Get what I'm trying to tell you. Something is already in place for them to exploit. If we don't do the needful, they will exploit it, and everybody will just be crying. So I don't think they're going to fold their hands. Let leader go and talk with them. It's a dangerous moment for our nation. They have the power. And when you look at the hawkish people that is ruling the world, like Trump, like Israeli prime ministers.
Well, I
think we have anything to stop this kind of people?
Have access to what he needs to do and do it. Nigeria's foreign policy have always been consistent.
Also echoing. We are also just the way your president is my president. This is our own personal opinion. Sometimes they listen. They also learn from us just the way we learn from them when they talk. I am talking on the part of worriness about innocent people. Who are they helping in Africa? Are they help anybody in Africa? The answer is no. When they come in, they destabilize the place from one suffering to another, and yet a generation may not even go out of it. A country that is filled with all manners of minerals like Nigeria, and the government has been playing politics with all manners of wrong things for years. So who is coming in? Those that are coming in, they are not coming to save life. They are coming to exploit us more and create more suffering. So it is better that the officials of Nigeria should buckle up and start engaging these people. What is their interest? Let them explain it. If you're able to negotiate a good deal, then maybe we have peace. You will be serious to control these terrorists, give them the mineral resources to society level, and use the rest to manage your country. That is how it is. So there's no need of pretending that we can fight them. Who are you to say we will talk when the whole conversation of Tinubu since January today, they have it? Are you not using their gadget? So you will be thinking they are fools. They mean business. But if our leaders joke with it, we have also echoed my own fear. I'm worried, and I've been worried for a very long time about the way they govern the country, about the nepotism, the tribalism. I ask you, Hassan, tell me, whom are they trying in the court of law for all these years? Show me those guys. Then you wake up and set them free. You gave them money.
Let me talk now. When you call my name, you say, and if I want to talk, you keep interjecting. Are you there?
Time to talk.
Guys,
I gave you the chance, my brother.
Okay, now you did not relinquish the floor. Okay, so you said they have not ever brought anybody to trial on the case of Boko Haram. Is that what you are saying? Or is it the amnesty that you are having problem with?
I've talked to you about amnesty. Only Nigeria give amnesty to criminal, murderers, terrorists, and it's not working. So, and they are still doing it. And that's what I'm telling you. And they are about to exploit it. So they turn it to religion. Maybe if religion fail, they will come with another angle. They make business. And our government should also make business to save life. The area of just Mr. President in talking and promising people as God. This is a time to work. If they want to save life, I keep on telling you.
Yeah, okay. Listen, look at it this way. So yeah, for your, the feeling of that something bad is going to happen and that these people have made up their mind on us. Yeah, we'll see what happens. That may be true. But Nigeria is not as defenseless as you think, as you seem to suggest. That so much so that our president will go crying and ink out a deal with the Westerners. It doesn't really happen like that at a time like this where the world is changing from a unipolar to a multipolar frame of reference. Usually what is astute and best to do in foreign relations is to remain as neutral as possible up until when the coast is clear enough that you would arrange your policy for what serves your interests best. And I don't believe one time that just because you are a smaller country, say in arms and all those things, that you should carry yourself as if you are this strong person. No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is strategic moves that will not make us committed to any one party, but instead the country should be committed for the interest of the people of Nigeria. And right now it's a time where a lot of changes are being made, and the hope is that things will begin to come closer. As regards Boko Haram and whether any of them has been brought to book, please, I encourage you to use Google. It's your friend. The fact that some of Boko Haram members have been given amnesty, which I am not a supporter of, but I can understand from where that is coming from. As for the Fulani herdsmen, you see all this amnesty thing up until Adwa, actually succeeded in giving amnesty to criminals in the Niger Delta. It is not something that people in Nigeria actually entertain a lot. Like, our approach to criminality has been to destroy them and destroy them all. I can remember when Adwa was leaving for Brazil, in that 2009 when Boko Haram started, he gave the order that Boko Haram should be crushed. All of them should be crushed. They caught all of them. They caught the leader. Soldiers caught him and then hand him over to the police. The police were supposed to take him to Abuja, and then you should just put him somewhere and shot him. Now that killing of Mohammed Yusuf extrajudicially, and because some of his members escaped, actually gave them the basis to come back and start fighting us. Now, what changed to bring back to take this approach of bringing Boko Haram in is the manner in which Boko Haram captured cities and the way the war was fought. It was not a conventional war, as you know, because they are terrorists. Their warfare is asymmetric, and our military are not so much, good in that kind of warfare. So it has dragged on so much that and you came to understand that the remaining people who are, in Boko Haram, especially from Borno. Now I'm talking from the angle of Borno State, where I come from. The Boko Harams who were remaining in the bush, they are not even theologically vast. They don't understand Islamic theology, and they don't understand what do they call it? Western education. They don't understand anything. All they know is gun, bullet kill, bullet kill. So the government decided to, bring these people in, the ones who will drop their weapons and join the security architecture of some sort, to call out their remaining positions and to assist the military in finishing them off. Now, this approach has been so much misrepresented to the point that it is being seen as, giving Boko Haram some leeway to operate. So some people even saying that Boko Haram has been employed into the Nigerian army, and that is not the case. Let me just leave it at that.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
No.
Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, it is unfortunate that we are in a country whereby we are not the same, and that's reality. But before I go ahead, this comparable fact there, do you want to say anything? Man of prestige.
No. Go ahead. I'm gonna come in. I'm just driving right now. I'm going home, so I'm coming in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It is unfortunate that we have a deficiency of quality leaders up there, because we are in the political environment where we have more than 98% of those people governing us are just people that see politics as opportunity. Because things like this should not even be up to this extent. And how do I mean is this: when you're a leader, you should be ready to lay your life down for the country, because that is how great leaders succeed. But we have leaders that, okay, they see that place as an opportunity to make more money, so that they can have more girlfriends, they have more wives, concubines, all those stuff. And when you find yourself in this type of situation, this is where Nigeria is. You see, we are now in a country whereby we play some kind of a dangerous game for us just to stay in power. Now, when we look at America, is America acting in our interest? No. Because if America had wanted to act in our interest, they should have done that in the days of Jonathan. As a matter of fact, they blocked this guy from accessing weapon. You understand? They blocked the guy from accessing weapon. And whatever they wanted to do that time should have been the perfect period to support, if they were really concerned about Christian. You understand? So we cannot push it away that there are some idiots and some kind of element of destabilization that add religious order to this. Yeah, I can say something happening in the north has some kind of religious on that too. But at the same time, when we look at that thing critically, those people adding that element of religion, are they really for religion, or they are really for economic benefits? So it's a lot of factors that we need to consider there. Now, the game America is playing now, and this is for the first time if we love ourselves, this is very first time for us to unite together and make sure that we don't have these external forces that are suddenly interested in Nigeria. When you denied us weapon to even quench all this terrorism at the initial stage, when the thing has not escalated, you were there. The thing escalated to banditry. They were going everywhere. Buhari was there, that was not doing anything. You did not talk. That was even destroying the economy. You didn't talk. Suddenly, you see someone that is trying to turn the situation around. You see someone that is trying to turn the situation around. Things is becoming, is looking positive. Suddenly, you are now engaging the country in some kind of unnecessary engagement. You understand?
Oga Ola,
I don't.
please, let me just bring your mind up to something. Do you remember when you talked about Jonathan asking for weapons and then them refusing to sell it to him? And what actually happened? Yes. And what actually happened when and how Buhari got into power? Because it was to serve a certain interest. Because John Kerry actually came to Nigeria and went straight to Sokoto. These people's hands and over our leaders, have always been there at the point of choice. And, it's still probably there in how Tinubu became the president, because some of us may not know, but some of us may know that he has, substantial support, internationally. But for you to get to that place, you have to get that green light. Well, all those things for common people like me, you and me, it is important that we also see things that way, that there is a class of people who actually are the ruling elite of Nigeria, who see themselves separately as the rest of us. So in this case, Buhari and Tinubu and Yaradua, and they all belong to the same elite class. I don't know where you are from, but where I am from, I'm from the ordinary people. So we may begin to even talk of things even as in that manner. Maybe that will bring us more common ground. Thank you.
No, you see why I mentioned that. Why I mentioned that of Buhari thing is this. A lot of things are beginning to come out about Buhari. You understand? Buhari, to me, if you ask me again, if it's possible, I will ask the government to exhume the body of Buhari, take him to court, judge him, and sentence him to death by hanging for so many things that guy did in that country. I've never hidden my.
For me, I will not. I will say that for me, Buhari has always been just good news, and I have seen the benefits of him being president for this part of the country. Now, I'm not saying that he has been a blessing for every part of the country, but as far as Borno is concerned, as far as Borno State is concerned, wallahi, I am pleased with what has happened and the level that our army, has really been able to skip during his presidency. Now, if you burn it down to its core, what is Nigeria in itself, and will defend Nigeria at the core is our armed forces when push comes to shove at the end of the day. So if we don't, ensure that these people are okay, then we are just digging our own holes. So for me, that's how. And I'm not denying the fact that there are external influences too, and we must see things the way they are. Thank you. Just continue.
I know Buhari is not here to defend himself today, but there have been a lot of things that are being said against him now after his death. But even before that time, some of us, we've always suspected a lot of things happening around Buhari. For former head of state to have threatened baboon and dog, and for the rumor we heard that time that they are bringing some militias to make sure that he got that power. Not only that, the way he didn't do enough. I understand your situation about that of Borno for sure, But don't forget that under Buhari was when even governor of a state was even being attacked. You understand? I've never seen that one in my life where some people tried to, ambush the convoy of a state governor. That was how daring those criminals were. But then the question is this: there was some insecurity associated with his own people that it did not do enough. So, when the government is showing no sign of willingness to crush in all sincerity to crush, but you are trying to find a solution to accommodate terrorists. This is the situation of this kind of thing you find. But it is amusing. It is the interesting thing there was that America went to sleep that time, and suddenly they are awake now. You understand? In as much as I acknowledge that there are a lot of the Christians were being killed in this, were being pie in this, as well as a Muslim. I don't
Ayo,
want
do you
us
see
to.
the irony? The irony is that the Christians who are catching feelings, they are all pawns in this. Like, just because America is speaking on your behalf right now, does not mean that they take you as critical stakeholders. You are a pawn,
No.
being played.
No.
Just
They are
see
just
that the way
excuse.
it is.
They are excuse, because if they really care about Christian, you understand, it's not just happening today. You understand? So I think it's just an excuse for them to come in and do whatever they want to do in Nigeria. These guys, they've had eyes on Nigeria for a very long time. If I remember, there was even
For
a
a very
time that some
long
of them, there was
during
even a
Obasanjo,
time that,
yeah.
There was a time they predicted that there will be civil war in Nigeria in 2022, if I remember. That one of them like that. You understand? Now,
2015, they now changed it to 2022.
Then they try to bring African command there, that which Jonathan did very well by rejecting, because we don't want focus to be on Nigeria for just war. Why are you not bringing the major production of Microsoft to Nigeria? Why not Google? Why not some of all those kind of things?
Sorry, that would be your problem and the government to do. And I think Tinubu is maybe doing a good job about that. But to Hassan's point, your point is not cogent, Hassan. That America does not have Nigerians' interests at heart. Well, duh. What do you expect? Do they have the European Union's or the British interests at heart in the last negotiation? So every country.
I was saying
Hold on, they have their own interest.
Way.
Well, it's ironic, it's simply putting out the fact is not. I mean, you don't have to have somebody's interest. You can always go be
but why
concerned about your own interest.
Why is it now? Time and space really matters. When something is done.
In other words, you say they're not coincidences.
Why don't you want to agree that the time is an important variable? Why now?
Well, okay. If you say there are no coincidences, that is fine. But why now?
Right.
I don't know.
Then you acknowledge that there is something fishy behind it, right?
Well, I don't know, but there's so much.
All right. Then
please, let me answer Hassan. Hassan, do you know why it is now? The guys that are ruling United States today were not the guys that were ruling when Jonathan was there or Buhari was there. These guys have different view about the world, and they also have a different view about their global interests. They feel threatened.
That is true.
There are other emerging. Wait, there are other emerging power like China, and the way Africa is going is as if they are losing. Anytime the Western influence fall, either China come in or Russia is taking place. So I think they've discussed our issue, because the whole thing started with their media. This Reno Omokri one is just a little thing. And their medias are assisting it, because when I see their high-profile media, naming it as Christian genocide, I was worried. I said, these guys, they don't have our interest. But what exactly is their interest now? What can our leaders do?
Maybe I
so it is left
for us. Hold on. If you ask me right now, Nigeria is no. Hold on, Hassan.
This is not the first time that they've had us in mind, and we have survived them, and we will survive them.
You know that. Listen, you know very well the CIA and intelligence apparatus, especially in America, they have the numbers on Nigeria and many other countries. Don't make it because we're talking about Nigeria right now doesn't mean that Nigeria is just an obscure place they never talked about. Look, they collect data and information in every damn country. They know all your leaders and all the corruption things that goes in that damn country. So don't make it all the freaking NGOs in Nigeria. What do you think they're doing? You know, what do you think they're doing? I don't know how the intelligence apparatus.
They want to act on it, right? They want to act on it. They've collected the information, so they want to steer a certain narrative and then act on it. No,
now, listen, I think if you ask me, is a stretch right now, or no, is a stretch right now? I don't think Nigeria is that consequential right now. Trust me, you got nothing to offer.
That is to you, man. That is to you. We know that in Nigeria, we know that Nigeria is consequential.
To America or to whom? Well, I guess right now to America. So what do you have to offer? What is the missing link here? Why is so much enamored about your country right now?
Nigeria is not that important. Why don't you hold on to your people and let them stop coming and stop beating around the bush about our affairs as if they cared? If they had cared, it wouldn't have gotten to this. That is what Allah is saying.
It is just a topic on the menu. You see, what is going on right now to me, if you ask me, is just a topic on the menu. Listen, it's just a topic on the menu. Right now, they are bigger fish to fry. They're more concerned for Trump and his administration than Nigeria. Okay? Earlier we talked about the rare earth mineral barriers that China is putting forth against America. That's a big problem that we're dealing with. So I'm not sure what Nigeria is offering. I mean, come on, you really can make produce freaking 2 million barrels of freaking oil for what is it per day? I mean, it's ridiculous. You have nothing to offer. It's the other way around. So I'm not sure you're going to spend so much time and resources to talk about a country that's so inconsequential to the affairs of America.
Well, it's just unfortunate sometimes when I hear Nigerians, bank on their faith, on their religions more, and this is where Allah will catch us and say, you see, your whole argument now is you are just talking as a Christian rather than as a Nigerian, and you are more sympathetic with the Christianity thing more than your Nigerian identity. I would probably.
I'm sorry,
say,
me or Allah you talking about? Who are you referring to?
No, you, not Allah.
No, that is not. That is not true. Maybe we no. Listen, no. I'm more Nigerian than anything. If you hear me on the show all the time, it appears that I'm supporting. Hold on. It appears that I'm supporting Southeasterners.
Christianity thing too much, too much.
But in a logical argument, and we have a premise of an argument that I hold strongly. Why did that make me a bigot by talking about it? I don't believe that. Okay, I have Muslim friends and Muslim family members, so it's not an issue about Christian and Muslim. Okay, it is not. Let me tell you, Hassan.
But you're talking
by the way, hold on. See, I was super upset about the Chibok girls. I don't even know they're Christian or Muslim. It's totally irrelevant. But I was so incensed about the Chibok girls that we did nothing about it. Okay, I didn't even know what religion they were. So I talk on issues based on the way I understand it. I don't care. Don't label me or try to corner me. No, I'm not talking for Christians. Of course, I'm a Christian, absolutely Christian, and I don't deny that. But I'm talking about a situation that is not new to us, anyways. Unless you tell me factually it's wrong. We've also known about the killing of Christians in the north. And by the way, I think I learned something new from you, Hassan. I didn't know that. Today, you're saying that 60% of the people of the religion composition in the north are Muslim and about 40% Christians. And I know for sure in the south, I can say maybe 30% of the composition are Muslims and the rest are Christians. So in other words, you're saying that there are more Christians you're saying there are more Christians in Nigeria than there are Muslims. Is that your conclusion?
I don't understand. It's more like 50-50.
Oh, no, 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 but no, no, no. You can't. No, 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 no. Hold on. No, you can't say 50-50. No, you can't say that. You just said earlier that 60%. Hold on. You said 60% are Muslim in the north and about 40% Christian. You said that earlier.
I did not say that 60%. I said 35 to 40%. 35 to 40. That is a rough figure. So in some states,
we are saying the same thing.
Some 20.
We're saying the same thing.
But
If you say,
listen to me now.
hold on. If you say 40%, if you say about 40% are Christians, then the rest are Muslims. So that's 60-40. What's so difficult about that?
So what don't you understand that the North has 19 states? If you factor all that in, and then factor in the Abuja too, which is also the North.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not arguing with you. I just told you I just learned something new. I learned something new that hold on. I learned something new that there are 40% Christians in
if I want
the
to
north.
reply about state in the north, the state in the north is based on religion and tribalism. It has nothing to do with Nigeria. Those who created those states, do they consult Nigerians? Did we sat down that we need states? Because the power was with the Northerners. They deem it fit so they can dominate the country. And some of those things is leading to the problem we are facing now. Why the country is not moving forward? There's no.
I do not think that.
My reply to you.
No. That is
just the reason. That is just the reason we have most. We have states.
If you are going to, no. At any time, even if it was a military junta that was ruling Nigeria, there has never been a time where states are giving more to the north than to the south. It has always been trying to be as fair as possible. That is one thing that I'll always, leave it with northern rulers.
Let us be fair. Say, Asa, if we want to be fair, let every state generate their resources, finance their administration, develop their people, and contribute to the federal. That is fairness that we need in Nigeria. Go back to region. But when you balkanize, hold on a moment, because the Northerners are the one that created to this problem from the beginning. I have to be honest with you here. Now, there was a time they discovered.
If you want to be honest, you are going to say people who ruined the First Republic. They are the ones that are.
Wait, let's just talk about the recent one. Let's talk about the recent one. When they discovered gold in Zamfara, they brought most of these bad guys today that are, doing all this sort of evil. Some of the leaders came out that the gold belonged to Zamfara, and nothing happened. But for years, the resources that have been sustaining the country is from the south. But nobody said it belonged to south.
Zamfara. Go and look at Zamfara people and see whether they are enjoying it or not.
But the leaders we are talking.
That's not the point. That is not the point.
No. I had made a point earlier when I was starting to talk with Ola. I even interjected him, and I have to give him his floor back, his mic back. It's better if we look at it that we have an elite class who operate at a higher level, irregardless of the Nigerian system or law that is operating at that ground. And look at the people in Zamfara and tell me whether they are enjoying. They have nothing but blood and suffering and kidnapping and to show for the gold. So
people in the south side neither, majority of the people in the south side where the oil is, they're not enjoying neither. So that's not the argument. The argument is what Midwest said. I think that's the cogent point. That the leaders came out and tried to make it known to the rest of the country that the gold belonged to them. It's not about the people enjoying the resources.
Who are the leaders? Who said that where? Because I believe that whoever said it is inconsequential. And here we are talking about it as if the Sultan said it, as if people in official parlance said it. Who said it that you have to elevate it to this level and then bring it out? And who said it where? Which of the northern leaders said that the gold belonged to Zamfara? The gold in the Zamfara that is being dealt in the underground channels, in back doors. It is the Federal Ministry of Mines, the state, the Zamfara state government, some Chinese actors, some European actors, and government of UAE, and all that they are benefiting from that gold. And every other resources that you see in Nigeria, it is not the indigenous people. So while I'm trying to commiserate with the people in the South, with the course, every resource that we have found has brought to them, I also have to look at the people in Zamfara too, and shed a tear for them too, because they are suffering the same thing that you suffered. But instead of you to look at it that way, you are trying to put your blame on the North again. Why? Doesn't make any sense.
See, Sam, the truth of the matter, look at what I want to tell you.
Just because you say the truth does not make it the truth. Oh.
Yeah, but for me, the truth is that when leaders don't want to be honest about issue, they want to take advantage all the time. Either because they have the military power, they have the dominance, they keep on pushing, they don't consider the feelings of the people. What lies ahead lies in the future. And now we are in the future, and we want to start reaping the Buchanization of Nigeria without consulting people. And again, when you Buchanize, you did not say state, come out with your resources. And the greatest resources is the people themselves. Invest in them. Let's see their potential.
What is your view on what is about to do?
I don't wait. Anything creating more state? Hello? What's your question? I don't understand you.
Yes.
Look, the state they want to create is also going to have more problem, because they actually trying to use the dominance of ethnic dominance within the Senate, within the rep, to push for laws. And laws of interest, of selfish interest. Maybe my people, my tribal people. And at the end, we remain where we are. You understand me? And that is just the fact. At the moment, he campaigned throughout his life that he's going to return Nigeria to region or grant autonomy to the existing state. Let them mind what they have, so we can move on.
There is no winning with you. Your mind is already made.
Okay,
so
my mind.
That is what you have to say.
My mind. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Hello.
I said your mind. Is already made.
No, what I want to say is this: it's not like my mind is already made.
You sound like that.
Okay, everybody cannot have the same view. This is my own view, and I think you also have your own view. Since they have been creating state, what development have they had to our country? They bring in confusion, they bring in division, even every family one state. But we are not developing. And now, my greatest worry, I've been saying it in this platform, that when the international community want to exploit all these problems, we will not be able to handle them. Just look at China. They need resources. America need resources. With all their own interests, big tabled, they are just eyeing our country. You see, what happened between Palestinians and this Israeli recently, the way the whole thing was going, they have already discussed what is Africa.
Hold on, Midwest. You see one thing exactly. You know our problem now is this: we don't even have one voice, and that's where the problem starting. You know, one thing is this: if whether China or America, if they still want to come to our country to make us irrelevant, to useless us, they are still going to use our people. That's why I said we lack leadership. How did you think China grow and got to the place they are? They were like us sometimes too, when they were doing very well, and the Western country infiltrated them and they brought them down. It was only when at a particular point in time they closed the gate to everyone, and they resurface again, they reemerge and see where they are today. You know, one critical thing is this: when I said we lack quality leadership, just leadership that just want to enjoy, that don't know the benefit of helping the country. They don't want to. Like I said, okay, look at what Jerry Rawlings did in Ghana. That's an example of a leader. You did everything. You knew that, okay, people will go after you. Look at what Ibado did when it was EFCC. Did he allow the man to last? You understand? Look at what this man did. This man, a woman of blessed memory, Dora Akoyele. See what he did. Those are the examples of leaders that really want to do something for the country. But you know the type of leaders we have today. They are the leaders that already have their hands in the cookie jar. You know, interesting thing is this: when all these leaders, when they stole our resources, they normally carried everything to the Western countries. They are not seeing them as that. You understand? At that point, they are no problem. Because after all, you need to create crisis to make market available for their product and for them to grow the economy. China only became problem when they didn't notice how China overtook everybody. Emergence of China, what happened? Crashed the economy of Europe. Emergence of Dangote, for the Dangote refinery, for example, now is already creating crisis in Europe. And don't forget that Bua is coming, and there'll be a lot of those things coming. And this guy must just get something to engage us. But unfortunately, we don't have leaders that can look at this thing that is a world of competition. You have to create problem. You have to create problem for some other people for you to survive. Without slave trade and colonization, United Kingdom will not be where they are today. Probably America will not even be where they are.
No, we have to cut our code according to our size. I mean, Nigeria's not the same level as United Kingdom of America or China to be creating problem with doing all those things. So just like Midwest was saying, we have to play the game smartly in the way that benefits us. Okay, we don't have that level of power or resources to do it.
No, what I'm saying now is this. Look at this narrative of religious. You understand? If America really want to help the country, don't put religious there. You can give Nigerian government ultimatum to solve the insecurity. Otherwise, you leaders will start taking over your assets. They have allies for United Arab Emirates. They are allies of Saudi Arabia. What stops them if they are really interested in helping us? You understand? If they are really, I'm saying they are not really interested in helping. If they are really interested in helping us, the first thing you need to do is this: go after the assets or the political leaders anywhere they are here in the world, and you see what will happen. Okay, look at under Buhari when they had the Showore to ransom. Just a senator just roared in America. What happened? Malami quickly ordered the release of Showore. That's an example of where they want to help. If you want to help, you know what to do. All these guys, okay, you want to help the country, and so Dino Melaye keep posting in his houses, his car that he has in America every day. You understand? If you want to help, they know what to do. All this campaign about religious something, yeah, I know that it appeals to us just because they are saying what we want to hear. But the problem, one thing is to say what we want to hear. Another person is the underneath intention of what they are saying. This we are already as well. We have to be very careful. Yeah, are Christian being pied? Yes, they are being pied. But is America interested in fighting for Christian in Nigeria? No. Where America went to intervene, the place never remained the same. They've always been in crisis. Is that what we want for the country? You understand? Hold on. I will take this one from America. Okay, they can come to Nigeria. Okay, Nigeria, because you are no longer compatible, let us take your matter to United Nations and let us divide you so that maybe you are even going to, okay, we have this geopolitical region today. Okay, let us divide Nigeria according to this geopolitical region. If you are interested, you are really interested in helping us, you can do a lot of things. You know, when you introduce religious war has this kind of longevity that this thing can live with us for the next century, and it's a very dangerous game. It's a dangerous game. You understand? Let's take this in as insecurity. It does not matter now whether it is Christian or the Muslim. If you have a criminal occupying where they are not, okay, let's assume that some group of people call themselves Muslim in quotes. Let's assume they displace a community that belongs to Christian. I will now realize that, okay, these people are foreign elements calling themselves or some kind of X-Men from somewhere. The first thing you want to do is this: allow Nigerian government to deal with them brutally without putting their life at risk of taking them to ICJ tomorrow and be saying, oh, this guy, they committed crime against humanity. So there are a lot of things here that America can do. Okay, Nigerians, we are going to back you. Go after these terrorists. Don't give amnesty. Anywhere you see them, buy all of them. No problem. We are going to stand for you. We are not going to charge anybody for genocide. There are several ways to help. You understand? That is where it comes that, okay, any government, any leader that really love Nigeria, you should be able to be brutal. Obasanjo was brutal, even though it's controversial. People may not want to listen to that today. You understand? The type of thing Obasanjo did, even though it may not sound good, some leaders that doesn't care will go that, okay, these people, I don't have skeleton in my cupboard, you call yourself Boko Haram, no problem. I will go to that bush, I will flush all of you out. You that don't belong to them, leave that place today. These people, we are going to pie all of them. So, but the fear is this now. If you're a leader today, if you went with full force like that, this same group of people, in the name of international transparency, international, all those kind of things, they start throwing this kind of figure, human rights abuse, all those stuff. Whenever Nigeria is winning the war against terrorism, sometimes, you will be any, the level of human rights abuse in Nigeria is if the government goes this way, you blackmail. If they go the other way, they blackmail. You understand? So it will now take a leader that's okay, I don't care. I want to lay my life down for the people to solve the problem of Nigeria. I tell you, we are short.
Okay, that's the key word right there. Lay my life down for the people. Yeah, right. All leaders are going to do that. Which leader?
We don't have them. We don't have them. So if you don't have them, but my problem today is this. Some people don't believe that Tinubu is actually rattling the space. If you think the man is not rattling the place, because I read someone called me Mumue. Good luck to you, because you can only talk about your knowledge, about what you understand. The type of policy we have in Nigeria today, if this kind of policy is consistent for the next 2 decades, it's going to create a major problem for the European economy. I think those people will not fight back for this.
I need to drop this quickly by saying that about a couple of months ago, the issue about the killing of white farmers in South Africa was a big hot topic. I think, and it was made known or brought to the fore by Elon Musk and maybe a couple other people that are close to Trump, right? So what came about it? That situation is no different than what is going on right now about the killing of Christians in Nigeria. It is something that brought it to the fore that's like a hot topic right now. So this idea that there's a grand scheme brewing in the background to do something to Nigeria, I think it's just a farce. I don't believe that.
No, I don't believe they will eventually. I don't believe America will come and
why are you preaching to Trump daddy now? Why are you preaching to Trump daddy? Yeah, beg you. Don't
No, I don't believe America will come and invade Nigeria. But let's look at this dangerous play. If they sanction Nigeria, what happened under Goodluck Jonathan may eventually happen. And this is where I've always told Nigerians that Nigeria should have partnered with Russia and China on this when it comes to the matter of military. America has this history of betraying Nigeria. Go on, reveal that.
You see that.
Hold on, you may not want to believe. Hold on.
To be neutral is a good idea. Listen. Who's Iran's #1 friend in the world? Wasn't it freaking Russia? When America dropped all those freaking bombs on a nuclear facility, what happened about it? Nothing happened. So don't align blindly. You don't align with any damn country. Play the game. Africans don't have to play the game.
Just get my point. When you are building your strategy, you have your backup, right? Now the question is this: if Goodluck Jonathan had gone to Russia earlier, until Gowon advised him, he could have won that game against Boko Haram at the infantry stage. We relied on America for so long.
Barack Obama, the Islamofascist president of America, was anti-Jonathan. Okay, so Jonathan had his hands tied. Really, it was a tough gig.
Well, at this level, I don't care. I call them America. I don't care whether George Bush or Bill Clinton or whoever. It's America. It's America. I don't care. You understand? Because this is a country versus country now.
Does Trump daddy have a mirror in his house?
This is your question.
It's been a while. The last one broke. How can I help you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, of course, yeah. You're the vampire that you are. The mirrors you just shattered, But yeah. The Obama. I don't care for Obama. But really, Islamofascist. What do you say? What do you call him again?
Yeah, you get it right. Islamofascist, fascistic leader of America. It's an Islamist, a hidden Islamofascist.
Do you wear a tinfoil on your head as well, Prince Daddy? Do you go around with a tinfoil on your head?
Why do I look like someone that goes around with a tin foil on my head?
No,
I mean,
you sound like someone that goes around with a tinfoil.
no, I'm telling you the challenge that Jonathan faced actually, because the Muslim leaders or some northern leaders rather came to Obama and they gave him a narrative, just like they told Trump. And they told Trump about the killing of white farmers in South Africa, which there might be an element of truth to it, but the way the narrative was presented was not entirely true, and Trump was bamboozled. So too, maybe Obama was bamboozled by the northern leaders, and they made things quite difficult for Jonathan.
You must also believe that the Democratic in 2025.
Obama.
Can I come in?
Obama was okay. Comparable for you can come in. Yeah. You please come in.
Okay. Greeting everybody. Let me start from somewhere because I've been listening, and I will start with Hassan. I think when Hassan come here, and put the narrative because of his Igbophobia, and try to, blame the origin of what we have to the Southeast because of their alliance with that happened during the war with the Israelites being the one that was helping that part of the country. So you come here, you perpetuate your narrative. You always have to find a way to blame, and that's not even the conversation. You pivot and say this started during the war because of the Southeast, alliance with Israel, and that's exactly what has manifested today. I mean, that's very an insidious statement. You always do that, but that's who you are. I mean, there's nothing you're going to do to convince me that you're not, you're not a bigot. But having said that, let me proceed to the present, topic. I think I see some. I see someone here defending Reno Omokri.
You know, go one listing.
I see someone here defending Reno Omokri. Reno Omokri is a hypocrite to the highest level, and he has disgraced himself in international platform.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you on that point.
Let me learn. I know somebody here. It's not everybody here, but just one particular person here defending Reno Omokri that he's a good statement and all that kind of stuff. I mean, we tend to lose the first sight. We know what this Reno Omokri did to Tinubu. I mean, we act like we are living in a la la land. We don't go back to actually what happened. Reno Omokri is where Bele feed. That's exactly has come back to Tinubu right now because I don't know if they're helping him. So I can't really say that. If they're sponsoring him, that I can't say. So I'm not going to make that accusation here.
Comparable fact we continue, but let me check you there. When you are talking of Reno Omokri, you understand? Don't make it a blanket statement. Yeah, that guy has been proven to be a liar now. But
no, I'm not making a blanket. That's what I said. I put a caveat. I said I don't know if government is supporting him because they are, is doing their bidding. I said I don't know, so I'm not going to make that insinuation.
Hold on, government is not supporting him. He is just promoting himself. But everything he said in the past, because of being a liar, it does not mean everything is 100% lies. There are some truth there, and some of us can identify the truth from that lies. You understand? I know that he raised himself by trying to try to do what to exaggerate his own network. That exaggeration is the problem. But there are some other things that this man talk that are purely fact. So don't be too joyous.
Well, I'm going to say that the prison that I said, Reno Omokri cannot be believed because there's a saying that says, "Show me who you are the first time, I believe in you." Reno Omokri has perpetuated himself as a as a liar to the highest level. Okay, so there's nothing Reno Omokri. Maybe some of the things that he said, there's some validity to that. Yeah, everybody can be 100% a liar. I mean, some of the things that he promoted, there could be some relevant to that. But I'm not going to believe. I'm not saying I'm a saint, okay? I'm not going to believe when you are, when you're a habitual liar like Reno Omokri, always about opportunism. There's no principle in you. I'm not, I mean, just a little bit. And people come here defending him, a statement or that kind of things. Where do you even want me to begin? Yeah, there may be some disagreement, this USA, I think his name is Mike Arnold, I mean, Reno Omokri for the first one lied that the man is a mayor. The man is not a mayor to begin with. I think there may have been some disagreement, something that perpetuated, that man making that kind of statement. neither because he was supposed to meet President Tinubu and some other hierarchy in Nigeria, but he never did. So that was a promise made and promise never kept. So that's the angle that man is coming. So he decided to expose. He decided to. I mean, did he do the right thing? For me, yeah, he did the right thing because I'm anti Reno Omokri. I don't like him. So having said that, he decided to expose Reno Omokri. I mean, this is a guy who go and start perpetrating that he has Lamborghini or that kind of thing when he does not. I met Reno Omokri in LA here. Okay, Reno Omokri is not just an opportunism. He doesn't have that much. It's just what he can gain. That's what he's doing. He's lie. Everything that he said is lie. I mean, well, I can't say everything. Most of what he said, in my own opinion, is lie. Like I said, it's an opportunism. And for one, 2021, he told this guy that there's a genocide, going on in Nigeria, the Christian genocide. He said it. Nah, he said there's no genocide. I'm going to bring you for 500. What is the purpose of that 500? Leave it to the government, leave it to government, to do something. You are not a governmental person. You just want to come and prove there's no genocide going on in Nigeria. When you about 3 or 4 years ago, before Tinubu came in, you said there's a genocide. So where does that doesn't that make you a hypocrite to the highest level? So, but anyway, I've spoken about Reno Omokri, yesterday, on one man show in the evening. So I'm not gonna I'm not gonna dwell on that. So let's talk about this dichotomy between the Christians and Muslims. I don't like the way I don't like the way the situation is going right now, because what that's gonna do, Nigeria is not in a good place right now. I mean, some people may say the policy is good and something like that. We are pivoting to the right direction. Maybe in about, it's a long time ago, maybe in about 5, 7 years, Tinubu government policy, things will work. That's debatable, but I have my own opinion. But having said that, if America decides to sanction Nigeria right now, we are done. We know what happened during the military when they were sanctioned. So this is exactly what we don't need at this particular time. But people here should think, because what America is doing right now, they didn't start it. It's Nigerian people, the pastors in the north, the Christian pastors in the north. Have you heard a lot of them that's complaining to the American Congress? So don't blame the Americans. You went over there, Nigerians went over there and complained that they are being exterminated, the Christians. So it's Nigeria that brought this case to them. Don't come here blaming America, okay? Whether they have ulterior motive or not ulterior motive, it doesn't matter. I mean, they have to say something. They have to bring awareness. Now we're talking about it. Now the government is trying to send a delegate to America. Where have they been in the last 10 years or whatever? They have not done anything. They have not been awakened. And some people are blaming USA, for awakening, what's going on in that country. Is it a genocide? It's debatable. But you can understand this from their own prism. Because if you look at the data, empirical data, I think it was Hassan said there's about 34 to 40% Christians. Okay, who are the majority that has been exterminated? Look at the data. Let me just say, I don't have the fact here. I don't have the whole information here. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, if you compile the data, about 64,000 Christians have been killed compared to 34. Look at the disparity. So you don't expect people to form opinion. Does that even make sense? When you have
comparable facts, at no time in the north have more Christians suffered persecution than Muslims.
Okay, that's your opinion now. That's your opinion. I have my own opinion.
From any of the terrorist groups, be it Boko Haram, be it the bandits, at no time.
So who is that? Oriola? Is that Oriola?
Oriola no ni.
Okay. So what do you say about the disparity? How do you justify the disparity?
There's no disparity.
I'll let you speak. Okay? Go ahead.
Criminals are criminals of opportunity.
But why more Christians?
There's no more Christians. That's a fact.
I'm giving you the empirical data. How are you going to dispute me?
Where do you see the data?
I'm giving you the empirical data.
Where do you get
in the last 10 years?
Just because you said it does not.
What do you mean? You're an enlightened man. Go find out. Use a search engine, a reliable search engine, and fact check what I'm saying.
Man of prestige. Do you know the extent of what the bandits and these criminals and they've done in Zamfara. Do you know the extent of what they've done, of what Boko Haram did in the Lake Chad area, which is extreme? I mean, look at Niger, look at Lake Chad, look at the other part of Cameroon, Chad. These are inhabited by people who are vastly Muslims, or whatsoever they are. Zamfara, Katsina.
Don't take all my time now. You have been speaking.
No. Because you are coming over here, going online and using and saying nonsense. It's
I'm saying nonsense.
Oh, it's nonsensical. Some challenges. Yes, I don't have a problem saying it's nonsensical. Because you landed over here and the first thing you said that someone is anti-Igbo, all this Igbo anti-Semitism.
Were you here when Hassan made that narrative earlier?
And then you try to say that.
Were you here when Hassan pivot to the southeast as the origin of this Islam? Islam killing right now. I mean, as the origin of this bandit and everything. Were you here?
Origin of banditry?
Direct it at me. Direct it at me.
What?
I'm talking about Oriola. You here defending?
My name
Hassan?
Is Oriola. My name has always been, will always be on this forum. Aro Gidiba.
Aro Gidiba. Okay, I will respect that. I need to call you right now. Aro Gidiba.
Prince. Don't forget to put Prince in front.
I don't. Whatever. If you want me to call you a king, I'm going to call you a king. Okay?
No, I'm not a king. Matter. Put Prince.
Okay, Prince Aro Gidiba. Okay.
Good man.
So
good man.
Have you finished?
Good man. Go ahead.
So let me give you an overview of what's actually happening. Because somebody made a comment that most of this happening, like in the north central, is just bandit, particularly in the middle belt area. But that's not the case. Let me put this in context because this is a violent Islamic insurgency group. Notable, Boko Haram, the ISWAP, and some loosely organized bandits and criminal gang. Do you know this atrocity? And I give you the data. I give you the empirical data. Somebody argue with me. Go and fact check me. What I said is disproportional. Christians. Am I here to support?
It's a lie.
Okay, what data do you have? I'm giving you my data. 64.
Okay,
in the last 10 years, go back. I'm not trying to go back. I'm not trying to go back 20 years ago. Go back in the last 10.
Man of prestige. Even all the international bodies that have been working and as humanitarian agencies in those areas, none of them even come up with this nonsense you're spinning. None of them agree with this.
Ara, I'm trying to respect you and laugh about it because
tell me which of the international parties.
Because I'm not here to fight. I'm not here to fight with you.
No.
It doesn't hurt me. And you're here calling me a kind of name when I'm just making my own opinion.
No. You already called someone an anti-Semite and Igbo hater.
So you're here to defend Hassan. That's your main objective.
I don't care to defend. He's a very intelligent man. He can defend himself.
That's your own opinion. Who is not intelligent? That's fine.
You don't come across as the fastest in the pack. But what I'm trying to say.
So you know what? I don't think I would like to have a conversation with you anymore because you are here trying to denigrate my integrity and intellectual. Do you know who? Do you know me?
Nobody can denigrate your intellectual capacity, but I'm just trying. That's just my opinion. You
know what? I can do the same thing you do because I got a mouth too. But I don't want to stoop to that level with you. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't want to stoop to that level with you. Okay?
Man of prestige.
Everything is not about your capacity of speaking or whatever. I have a very great life.
Mr. Aro,
I've accomplished a lot. At this my time. So I'm proud of myself in all ramifications, education, business-wise, everything. I can never ask for anything better than where I am right now. So let's leave it like that.
You are supposedly a man of prestige, so I don't doubt that you believe so. But what I'm trying to say is this: none of the international partners, and the humanitarian organizations that have been helping people in those regions for more than 2 decades agree. None of their reports that they publish every single year even remotely agrees with this lies that you're saying online. The reason I'm using very strong narrative to disprove what you're saying is because you're online. There's many other people listening to this that might listen to this in the future. Okay, this is going to be on YouTube, And until YouTube remove it, okay, it's gonna be there forever. So I'm not gonna sit over here, okay, and let you say what is not true. No matter how you
So,
feel,
Well,
you might wake up in the morning and think it is true, but doesn't mean it is true. And the
so
individuals who are professionals, the professionals have never, not at a single time, as any professional that has been working in that area, that's been on the ground in that area, said anything remotely close to what you're saying. The communities that have been mostly affected, irrespective, it just so happens that the victims, the individuals that are victimizing them, don't care. They are, you know what? Those individuals are equal opportunity.
Are you speaking or am I speaking? Who's in charge? Ola, please let me speak. Or if you want him to speak, let him go ahead and speak. Then I come in and speak. If you want to take my time, go ahead and take my time because I got all day. Then I can make my own narrative because you are here truncating my, making all this insidious statement, calling me all kind of name. But hey, I'm a very refined man. Those nonsensical, yeah.
Man of prestige. I never called you any silly names. Come on.
You did. You just did. You said, you just call me. You just call me that I know nothing. I don't present myself as somebody with any kind of knowledge.
Oh, come on, man of prestige. I just said you want the.
That's okay because you don't know me. You're in London. I'm in California here. I will never meet you, and I don't care to meet you.
Come on. You might run into me in the airport or something.
No, well, I will run the other way because you just tell me who you are right now.
Man of prestige, really? Take this so fast. Come on.
But anyway, can I finish speaking, please? So, when somebody made a statement, I think it's good to fact check what somebody said. Not just come here and say you are lying. And I will repeat what I said. I will repeat it again. This is an international platform. Go and fact check me. I have my fact check. 64,000 in the last 10 years. 64,000 Christian has been killed. 34 Muslim has been killed. That is the disproportionality. It's a fact. I'm not making this up. I have my data to prove it. Why not go and verify before you say I'm lying? It's good to fact check. There's many such engines out there, you can use to fact check me. So I'm not putting any nonsense just to denigrate Nigeria.
So tell me, who published this report that you are reading from?
Go forget about who published. Go and fact check me and give me your own number. Okay. Let's make it this way.
No.
No. You're not going to push me to that level because I'm not answerable to you.
I don't intend to insult you. We're all adults in this place. I believe some of us.
You already insulted me earlier, but that does not bother me.
You, man of prestige. But
that does not bother me. Okay. You don't take a penny away. You don't take something.
I suspect you've passed through the four walls of a third level institution. Okay. And I understand that you must have done some reports, okay? When you are putting together whatever you do put together, you'll be told to, find some. You'll have you quote facts and data, and you'll have a reference. What I'm asking for you is to refer to where you are getting this information from. You are asking me to go and fact check you. No.
That's what I is. If you consider yourself to be, if you consider yourself to be an enlightened man, you have a way to fact check me.
Put your grown man pants on. And
I've stated what I said. And fact check me. Bring your own number.
Give us a reference in this place.
Bring your own number.
No. Man of prestige. Okay, you have made you put out a number out there, and I'm asking you to confirm this using some reference, and you're refusing to do so. You know that if you do this in college, you're gonna get a big fat F. All right.
Well, we are not in college where you have to document everything that you write. You have to back it up. We are not in college. Just give me a fact. It's up to you to fact check me and give me your own figure. Okay. Fact check me and give me your own figure. Then let the people decide. Let the independent people on this platform go and decide who is right. Give me your own figure. Just put it in the last 10 years or 15 years. Don't go beyond that.
Did you say 64,000 individuals?
I said 64,000 Christians have been killed compared to 34 Muslims. I said it. I'm
3-4. No,
going to repeat it.
3-4. Did you say 3-4?
34,000 Muslim only. Yeah, that's half of 64.
Right. Do you know the amount of space you would need to fill to actually hold 64,000 individuals?
Don't ask me. You're not living in the north. You don't know what transpires over there. So
you know the size of Old Trafford.
well, you keep on defending indefensible. Point. This is a fact that was documented to many spaces. It's a factual statement. But you're not answering me. You're not giving me your own empirical data. So the audience or the people listening can know who is right. That's the problem you have. You just here to counter me, and call me a kind of name without giving your own, empirical data. Let's see who's right. Very simple. I'm not going to do you a favor by telling you where I get it. That's where I am. That's where I'm coming from. I could have given it, but I'm not going to do you a favor. You can bring your own data and let's see who is right. Period. That's the way to do
Are you guys
this.
hearing me at all? My network is having problem.
Let's leave it that way. But the point I'm trying to make, we are here blaming American or what you don't blame the Nigerians, the Christians, the bishops. How many of them has come to United States Congress and lament? People in the Benue lament. Now you're blaming America, as the one that tried to come and try an ulterior motive. No, the USA government has been doing the same thing,
I can hear you, Midwest.
They have attacked some countries, a genocide of killing, of killing Christians. So there's nothing new about this. Don't blame the don't blame the America. Blame your inept leaders dating back to Buhari, even Jonathan. I mean, I voted for Obama, but what he did to Nigeria is unforgivable. Sorry, I have something in my mind. What he did to Nigeria is unforgivable because he refused, to supply us arms. So I blame him. So since that time, I've lost respect for Obama.
I just want us to be very.
So don't come here. You need to blame your inept government. Dating back from Tinubu and dating back from Buhari, even the president that we have right now. What has Tinubu done? What has Tinubu done? To stop the killing, the genocide going on. You may look at it in different perspectives you have, but the data prove it that disproportionately.
So
he's not hearing you. He's not hearing anybody.
Wait! I want to disprove man of prestige. So which are
No, everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Man of prestige, you two hold on.
Are you there?
Hold on. I just want us to redirect this argument. The question is this: you understand?
Hello.
We can hear you. I can hear you. Comparable fact.
Are you there?
He is not hearing us. So you should tell him he should come in and go, but he's not hearing anybody.
You can go out and come back. It's like we are not hearing you. We are not hearing you. So one thing I want us to be careful with is this. You understand? We are discussing human lives. You understand? Let's even assume that some group of people they take arms against other religious people.
Are you people there?
You can go out and come back
because
they can't hear you. Go out and come back. Go out and come back. So one thing I don't want us to do is this. We are talking of human lives there. You understand? Yeah, there may be tendency that one religious group are more involved than the other. But let's look at it this way. Once we start having people die in thousands, you understand? It does not make sense again. You understand? If you are talking this thing within ourselves internally, I understand. But when external people start putting their leg and start putting their fingers, we should be very careful. I understand. You understand? We should be very careful and understand where they are coming from. See, let's assume that we even have ratio of 100 to 30%. It's not a good optic. we are talking of human life here because some of us were opportune to have both religion in our family. You understand? And I think many people probably have such religion. But the issue here is not about the percentage now. It's about some unholy, unholy intruders that want to benefit from the crisis in Nigeria. That is where we have to be very careful. A wife or husband is fighting. Suddenly, someone is coming from outside supporting the wife. Abba, wait to concern you. You understand? If you must settle that matter, you have to settle it neutrally. It's not as if you comment that, oh, this man is beating his wife too much. You understand? And you are talking, you are not a family member. That means something is you have other motives. You understand? So because the number we are talking about, whether Christian or Muslim now, they are in thousands now. They are not even in 100. They are not even maybe just it's not a situation whereby you have 100,000 Christian and you just have like maybe 50 Muslim. That's not the situation we are now. You understand? So we should be very careful in the way we play into the hands of these people. Because I'm asking you, when you sanction Nigeria, what type of sanctions are you placing in Nigeria? If you place sanctions of not selling weapons to Nigeria, now tell me. Now, you place sanction of not fighting, not selling weapons to Nigeria. And these criminals are still getting weapons from the Sahel. Weapons are still escaping from Libya armory to Nigeria. But government is handicapped, cannot get weapons to fight. Tell me, who is the loser? Who is the loser? To me, all these things we are talking about, we should be very careful and we should argue this thing intelligently, to be honest. I know we are all intelligent, but just look at the situation. Who loses at the end of the day? That's my point. Thank you. Midwest, if maybe you want to call me. Comparable facts, we were not here, you were not hearing us the other time, so maybe you want to go out and come back. So Midwest, let me hear you.
Can I just bring some, because I asked comparable fact for just some some simple reference.
You can come in.
So I think we can all agree that Boko Haram has been the most lethal of all the groups that we've had in Nigeria that's wreaking havoc in the last decade or so or more. So I'm looking at a publication by the Cambridge University Press, which was published by an individual called Idayat Hassan and a Benson Chinedu Odugbo, as edited by another gentleman. I wouldn't go into it. This was published on the 13th of December 2017. And I think we can agree that between 2011 and 2017 and 15 or thereabouts were some of the fiercest periods where Boko Haram ravaged most of the country, held large swathes of land. And I see over here, the insurgency in the last 6 years has claimed a conservative estimate of over 13,000 victims. So I think using some simple data, some understanding of some, data and use some inferential analysis, we can estimate that even at the most conservative, that man of prestige claim. I'm not contesting that there's been several of tens of thousands of individuals, but what man of prestige is saying is it's wildly far from the truth. And I think the reason I think we need to disprove this lies is this: men and women of all types of faiths, Christian, Muslims, and unbelievers of different persuasions, are on the front lines as either civilian JTF or part of the Nigerian armed forces. And these people are paying with their lives every single day of the week. I think it's actually and there's the victims of these individuals who are also of different persuasions. Many of them are not even Nigerians, because their victims are Chadians, Nigerians, their victims are Cameroonians. and their victims are other individuals from far-flung areas. It is very important that if we are going to put numbers out there, and that when we speak about numbers, that we actually need to think about their victims, and we need to think about their individuals. And some of the victims are also like the personnel of the armed forces. We need to talk about the victims, and because it just, imagine if I was a soldier out there in the fields, all right, and someone like Man of Prestige is out there telling fictitious lies like he's been doing. How do you think? And these are soldiers that are not even well remunerated already.
No, Arogidigba. Hold on.
Why should we allow individuals to inject religion? And that's one of the reasons why we're not getting any success. Why do we like to inject religion every single thing?
Hold on. Let's be careful. See, the thing is this. Let's just do something about our choice of words, the language. Because you may be saying comparable fact is lying. It may not necessarily be lying. He's just giving his opinion. And if his opinion is not factual, the right thing to do is to counter him. But if we say he's lying, we may not be fair to him. You understand? Because everybody will have his own bias, and you speak according to your bias. So if comparable fact is speaking to his bias, it does not necessarily mean that it's lying. So that's the other point. I can come today and tell you that, okay, Ekiti has the highest number of professors just based on perception. You understand? Whereas when it becomes factual, it is not true. We don't have the highest number of professors. So if comparable fact is saying a particular thing, we just need to point to him that don't look at it this way. When you say 64,000 Christians, for example, how many thousands are Muslim? So if it's 64,000 Christians and we have 30,000 Muslim, are you saying that is fair enough? Are you saying 30,000 life doesn't matter too? You understand? So we have to look at it, because either way, at this point now, it doesn't matter the number of people that are pied mostly now. But we are talking of thousands of lives, and both sides, they've suffered every casualty. You understand? So assuming the lives in a Muslim dominated area is just like 100, that's understandable. But both, now we are talking of in thousands. Both are in the bush and the IDP in thousands. And based on what we gather from all these leaders and what is happening, even those people perpetrating all these evils, most of them, apart from Boko Haram that started initially, are from outside the country. So those are the things. Comparable fact may not be speaking, may not necessarily be lying. It's just his own perspective. Go ahead.
Can I come in?
No, I think I was speaking before, so maybe you just let him land before you come in.
Okay.
Continue, Arogidigba. Okay, maybe.
No, I'm there. Let Man of Prestige. I mean, let him speak. He's so desperate.
So let's go back to the subject. I was talking about this disparity of the killing. Prince Arogidigba. I'm gonna put that Prince in front of you. Okay, you can bash me all you want, but it's an opinion. I respect your opinion, so I'm not here to fight you. I don't even know who you are. All I know, you could be an AI generated human being. So you'd be very wrong for me to come. I've never seen your face, so I don't know if you're a human being. But having said that,
Arrow AI. I like that, Prestige. Okay.
I'm here to dispute the fact. The figure is there. Okay, depending on what you use, and you want me to tell you where I went to. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to spoon feed you. Go to your own data and, do what you want. I mean, depending on where you are coming from, it's an estimate.
Sir Percy, to be fair, I'm actually on you on those numbers, even though I don't report those numbers. But you have to cite the reference.
It's an estimate.
You have to cite
It's
the
an
reference.
estimate.
You have to say the reference of the number, where they're coming from. We need to know, though.
I'm not going to food anybody here, including you, okay?
No, it's not.
So you can find out.
It's like you cite a data. It's incumbent upon you,
Let me land. Between 2008 up to 2024, depending on where you're coming from. Some people may give you a 64, some people will give you 50,000 to 30,000. So regardless of how you see it, it's 3-1 Christians. So it doesn't matter what the number is. But the number, is various estimate I'm getting because they don't have any tangible data to say this is what it is. We know Nigeria don't keep data to begin with. So that's a fact. So everything I'm giving you is an estimate, depending on the platform you are looking at and how they come up with this number. We don't even know what the population of Nigeria is to begin with. So, Nigeria is not a developed country. So they don't keep factual data. So it's an estimate. But whatever that may be, the estimate may not be far from the truth. Neither is 50,000 or like the one I just found. I give me different figure. Neither is 50,000 to 30,000. It's still very disproportionate Christian. So let's call it what it is. But the point I'm trying to make is that people here blaming America. No, don't blame America. Blame your government that has not been doing nothing. Is America coming to invade you? No, they are not coming. You're inconsequential from where America is coming, from where America is. They may sanction you. So don't come here like they're coming to invade you. No, Nigeria is inconsequential, okay? Not particularly this present government, they are they're not even looking at Nigeria as anything they can benefit from. That's where they are. It's not like when Democrats.
Maybe let's change this word America. Let us use the term this present administration in the United States of America, because I think you need to understand there's individuals who have taken interest in this matter.
I know.
It does not.
I've been following it.
It doesn't mean that there's a general sentiment right across the whole of country in America that Christians are being wiped out. Literally, like they wake up, they take the fresh of red hair and bang, like out of the skies, thunder claps them from Boko Haram or some other insurgent somewhere, and the Christians are just falling down.
Arrow, you don't know what's going on in America.
Hold on.
It has been amplified in recent days.
It's not an issue about this administration. Okay, if you don't like administration, that is okay. But the data predates this administration. I hope you guys know that, and it's an independent, so to speak, a non-profit organization that reported these numbers. Not even Nigerian government. I don't believe so. I don't think they have the internal data. It's a compilation
you're
of
right.
this organization. Yeah, it's a compilation of this organization that they came up with this number. So don't be biased by saying this administration. That is totally wrong.
What's the name of this administration? Everybody's got their interest. What's the name of this administration? This organization again? This NGO or whatever you call it?
There's different organizations. Most of them related to Christian, Christian people.
Trump Daddy. What's the name of this particular one from which you are referencing at this point in time, or the name of a few of them who you are using as a reference at this point in time? Remember, gentlemen, I can't say I don't have a dog in. I don't have
Friends
a
of Christians.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. But I can't say I don't have some interest in this. I'm a Nigerian, so I have some interest of some sort. But I'm somewhat indifferent as well. I'm not dismissing the plights of the victims. But I'm saying, I don't care one way or the other. They could be telling the truth, they could be lying. I don't know, but I don't believe they're telling the truth. So tell me, what's the name of this organization again? Remind me. Prince Daddy, go on.
Yeah, I cannot remember I can't remember the name of the organization.
Yeah. Selective
one thing now, just like said.
What time of the day is it in America right now? Selective amnesia at this time of the day. Oh, fantastic.
No,
there's nothing selective amnesia about America. What are you talking about? You don't even live in this country. What do you know?
Guys, allow me, please. On this issue,
remember the name of the organization.
Listen, on this issue, quite frankly, and I've been quite straightforward. I can't remember. I don't know the name of the organization actually, but in terms of the actual numbers, I myself, I'm quite reticent in trying to quote these numbers. I don't feel comfortable with the numbers, but it doesn't mean that they're not kind of Christians in the north in large numbers. But I don't feel comfortable, just talking about third party data that I'm not sure about. Okay, but let's be more focused on the issue here, which is the kind of Christians.
Well, why should I care about kind of Christians? I care about kind of Nigerians. The government should be out there doing their proper job and getting rid of these silly idiots that have been terrorizing us for so many years. I don't care if you're Christian or Muslim or.
Because you've been disingenuous. Sometimes. No, it's not about Christian or Muslim issue. It's not. But sometimes society,
You could be doing Hare
Sometimes
Krishna
in
for all I care.
society,
I
you
don't
know,
care.
you have to look out for
Excuse me,
the.
if I can come in a little bit, let us be honest about the whole situation. There is a religious dimension to our problem, and there is also an ethnic dimension. Now, within every religion, there are those who feel superior than others. We have Shia Muslims in the northern part of Nigeria, and the rest Muslims who are Sunni, to some certain degree, view them also as an infidel. So Christians likewise, I mean the extremists within the Islamic organization, leaders and youth in the northern part of Nigeria. For so long, they have pampered these people. They never tackle them. They allow some levels of extremism within their space, and it has developed or degenerated to this level that we find ourselves as a country. For America, actually, pointing to this problem, they have powerful media. I have no doubt the issue of Nigeria is already on a high table. But how are they going to come in is what I don't know. But there are so many avenues for them to exploit. For years, our government, they have failed. This is the tiny moment for them to buckle up and admit that we are having a serious problem, and they have been tolerating this guy for so long. Let me give you an example. There was a young girl who just posted something, and her name is Deborah. A group of guys just hold her and said, "You blaspheme! You have talked to Muhammad, you have talked to our prophet." They took her life. The international media, they showed everything. As we speak to date, the government of Nigeria could not even try any of those people because they agree that those guys
Yeah, and they say there's no religious bias in the country. There's
and
no
those
immigration
guys
problem.
who did it were doing it with a view of their religion and reward from their prophet. Let us not take religion dimension from this problem. It is there. Unfortunately, the northern leaders of this country, they have been nurturing extremism. And no, there's no way Nigeria government is going to defeat these people. Okay, look at Tinubu. What is even saving Nigeria is that because we have a president like Tinubu, not that I supported this policy. I'm not talking about policy here. The wife of Tinubu is a Christian and a global large Christian organization. If you want to call Christian leaders to gather today, the church that Tinubu wife belongs to cannot be pushed aside. That is just the opportunity for us to build upon. The president can easily tell them, look, this is my wife. We've been looking for years. She don't practice what I practice, and it's not a problem to me. So
She's an ordained pastor, by the way. She's an ordained pastor.
If I can even tolerate this, how can I be extremist? So it can defend itself. Everybody knows that. And that is a tiny opportunity for us to build upon. Our government should be serious. Of recently, they gave him wrong advice. He gathered some element of people.
Exactly what Midwest is saying. Why now? Why not during the time of Buhari? Why not?
Yeah, you know the reason? The guys that were ruling United States then, their policy then and policy of today, because this last war between Israel,
mind you, it was Trump. It was Trump before this other guy. It was Trump before Joe. So why not? Because
no,
Trump,
I think what is going on globally, this last Israeli war with Palestinians, it didn't settle well with Western leader because in their streets, the immigrants was undermining their foreign policies. And that thing did settle well with them from America to Europe.
Let me tell you, let me tell you what America can simply do. I don't want this rubbish they are saying. If you are really interested in this thing you are saying, you really want to fight for Christian. You understand? Start from the people like El-Rufai. We know you that you're serious. Okay, El-Rufai, because during your period, wait, hold on. During your period, we air this one, you understand? Pick him up whenever he's out of the country and start. Don't just find a way to come and invade Nigeria, hiding under some things. The truth is there are thousands of Muslims, there are thousands of Christians that have died.
Okay.
So what are you talking about?
So
Ola, let me just quickly reply.
Can I get? I
I
know
will
I'm
just
speaking
wait.
a lot.
Let me just reply. Ola, look, these guys don't have our interest. They're just looking for opportunity and a moment to strike.
Exactly. That is the red flag. That's what I'm saying.
Because our leaders has failed and they are still failing. Can you agree with me that the question we should be asking ourselves now in Nigeria is, who is next? Because the killing is still going on. At the point the president said, go and learn how to live with these people. Currently, they even negotiated with them why those guys were harmed to teeth. No, they couldn't even arrest them. And all those guys that gather, they are all Muslims. So they have points. But is it for the interest of the country? To me personally, is no. They want to exploit. So we should be careful. The leaders should take it serious. They should negotiate.
Can I come in, Ola?
And they should do everything possible to save our life.
MOP,
this is my own submission.
Before you comment, MOP, okay, forgive me. I think one of the big problems in Nigeria is the leaders are so unserious. They are so taken, and their time is so preoccupied with trying how to loot the system and the civil servants as well, and senior military, generals. I think they are so preoccupied on how to loot the system, how to feather their nests, that they don't understand strategy. A lot of the insecurity in sub-Saharan Africa, all the way from Niger, in fact, from northern Nigeria, all the way to Burkina Faso, to Eritrea, past Eritrea to Yemen, Libya, is being instigated, by whom? 3 countries, the UAE, Qatar, and UAE in particular. Well, there's Iran and the likes as well, but the UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. People talk about arms coming from Libya
and those are American friends
and Iran and all this. I know. You need to understand, and that's the thing that makes us different from them. These are individuals. These are countries, relatively small countries, who are starting to exert their power and their influence in their sphere of operation, who are starting to develop their international policies, and who are trying to exert their influence, okay, and who also have a problem. A lot of what we are going through now, okay, did not start anywhere recently. We need to go back, okay, to the 60s. The rise of Nasser in Egypt was one of the places where things really went. Because we talk about things like they are recent. We need to look at the Muslim Brotherhood and look at their influence in Egypt, their influence in Syria, their influence in Jordan, their influence in Lebanon. And I think sometimes we don't know how to look at these things from historical context. With Nigeria, we talk like we're just...
Their influence in your United Kingdom as well. Just talk about
that. Exactly. But the difference between us and them is this: they have money and they can buy lobby groups in the parts of the world. The wealthy people in Nigeria don't think beyond their nose. They can't see beyond their nose. That's the first thing. All we care about is how we can buy the next Rolls Royce, how we can buy another helicopter and buy another private jet. We are so stupid. But now, I'm just let you know, there's nothing going on. In fact, Nigeria is probably the best situation anywhere around us. Because in Niger and in Chad right now, I hope you know that their governments are fighting serious insurgencies. In Burkina Faso, the reason the Burkina Faso government fell, the elected Burkina Faso government fell and collapsed and got taken over, is because the government at the time could not deal with the insurgency. I hope you understand that. In Cameroon, they are dealing with insurgency the same way we are. In Libya, they have multiple factions. And a lot of the guns that's coming through to the insurgents and all the different kind of groups in Nigeria right now are not some Gaddafi guns. No, those are new weapons which are being funneled towards the dispute in Yemen, being funneled through Libya. Libya is the crux of our problem right now. The problem is this: in Libya, there's at least 3 factions who are being funded either by the UAE, by Saudi Arabia, by the Americans and the French and the Brits and the Italians and other entities. And a lot of the weapons that, and a lot of the instability that we are seeing in that part of the world is as a consequence of interest in other parts. It's just flowing through to us. But the government of Nigeria and the leadership need to have a plan that is just beyond 3 years, beyond 4-year plan, beyond just guns. It's strategy. It's a matter of strategy. It's about common sense, but being serious. Not all this stuff that we are coming online to talk about Christians and Muslims. No. Dubai probably has the least freedom of speech. But you people go there and you think that because you can wear a bikini on the beach or is a moderate country. No, it's not. If you say something wrong about the leaders of UAE today, if you fly to Dubai tomorrow, you will be arrested. I can tell you that for a fact.
Somebody don't need to talk to the leaders of a country anyhow. So if you do that, you take the consequences.
But I'm just letting you know that the problem.
Okay, let's comparable fact respond now. Yeah, okay, go ahead. There, comparable fact. Comparable fact. Can you hear us? Or is this my microphone?
No, it's not yours. We are hearing you. It's only comparable fact. I think something is wrong somewhere.
Are you Neola?
Yeah, I'm here.
I can hear
you. They hear us? Comparable fact. No, that's it's a problem. You can talk, but when you say it should stop, it will not.
Okay, please continue until he's able to hear us. Please continue.
Yeah, Lola. Comparable fact. You they hear us?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. He should go out totally and come back again because there's no way, you know, he's not hearing us. Let me say something. The thing is this, as Arogirigba said, everything boils down to leadership. Indeed, our leaders as people as our leader, they should come together and come out with a good strategy to deal with this issue before it becomes something else. First of all, there are already many factions within Nigeria space for these guys to exploit. There's too much dissatisfaction. We can't just take that part away. There are also those, sometimes you see leader like former defense, I think whether it was for defense staff, Juma, all of them coming out to tell you, defend yourself, or else all of it is going to die. Okay, some leaders even confess that they brought these guys during election. They imported them. They can't even arrest them. They can't question them. They can't try them. That is the highest treason you can ever do to your country. There are laws to deal with them. So when you look at government that operate in a, you know, some group of people, either because they are politically affiliated, or maybe they belong to some certain group, or they see themselves as within the leadership space of the country, so they cannot really try themselves, they cannot challenge themselves. Whom are you going to blame when America is trying to exploit that vacuum? And now, a country like Nigeria, if it happened today, one group rise up, China will not sit down idle. They have interest. Russia is not going to sit down idle. The Americans themselves are not going to sit down, the French. So all these giants will not be upon us. It's not going to be good for us as a people. I understand that our leaders don't care, but they should wake up. This is just the reality of what is going to happen. They neglected our citizens for years. They have been having some bromance with this extremists in the northern part of Nigeria. They tolerated them. They celebrate them. The armies and the police, the security, they fight tirelessly to protect Nigerian lives. They arrested many of them. It's just for a few politicians to sit down and start releasing them and call it amnesty. No trial. You can't even treat these guys. If they start negotiating with these guys, it's to say that the army, partially, they have been defeated. Because the purpose of calling them in was just to flush these guys out from the infantry. Today, we are not negotiating. While you protect the same guys, you will escort them to their base and let them go. That's how far we have gone. And it's still going to continue because we don't have what it takes to really stop these guys. Except the government have to really come out with concrete plan and do things differently. Because everybody is just there. They want to exploit. They want to steal. They want to loot. They want to occupy office of authority. So when you mention their name, they feel higher, more esteem than the rest people. But when it comes to responsibility, you see them dodging. They can no longer present themselves. So it's a serious matter, to my own belief. If our leaders don't put their heads together and also look for a way to lobby for the interest of the country and do things differently, I don't think they just go to fold their hand. Because the way the international and super media pick this issue from the beginning, now somebody is speaking, I'm fully convinced that the issue of Nigeria is already on a high table. So there's no two ways about it. Let them take it serious and do things different. They cannot continue be romancing with these people. It's too much. You cannot be negotiating with this kind of people. And again, Ola, you said maybe it's because of Libya. I don't believe it's Libya. Libya don't have anything to do with Nigeria issue. The reason is
it's not which high table is it on. Forget about all the.
No, you can't wait. You can just take your own opinion. I'm just giving my own opinion when I look at the whole reality of what is going on. When it comes to this media space, the way they, they try to amplify the whole thing in Nigeria. And that's what I'm speaking to. And now people try to, they always try to say it's because of Libya. Look, if people can carry bulldozer to somewhere, dig the earth, collect minerals, and load it somewhere, whether through the border, through the flight, and take it out of the country. So you want to tell me these people cannot bring whatever they want to bring into the country as well? So the government should be serious. The system is so porous. We can't put everything in the hands of Mr. President and just few people. Sometimes when they gather, they want to take decision. They take decision on a tribal line. What would benefit us as a tribal people? We are the most intelligent tribe. We are the one ruling the country. And that's why we find ourselves in this mess. The so-called leaders, some of them don't even have the interest of the country in their heart the way the common man have it. But they come to television to tell you, yeah, Nigeria is one country, we are enjoying, the country is good. If you love your country, you will lose any position given to you. The money that is involved, you will lose it to ground zero and start banking it for in overseas, and don't expect this kind of problem to come in. So we've been on it, this problem for a very long time. And the way they have been fighting it, there is a religion dimension. We can't take it out. Some people feel better, higher than the rest other citizens. Even within the space of religion of Christianity, there are some Christians who see themselves better than the other Christians. We can't take this fact away. Everybody is a victim, I know. But when you allow people to, to see themselves as untouchable, people that have the influence of the government, or people who have the protection of the power to be in the government, and they are doing nonsense and they are really enjoying that power through giving them amnesty, arrest them. With the volume of people they have arrested, how many places are they trying them? We don't see it on TV. We don't see them persecuting them the way it's supposed to be. They keep them somewhere. The other day they gather them and they will be telling you they want to grant an amnesty to them. They want to negotiate. They want to repent. They are repented ones. I've never seen a place where you will call a prisoner to say, will you do it again? And the prisoner will tell you, I will do it again. No, they will definitely tell you, I'm not going to do it again. Go to every prison today and go and try it and see whether the prisoner will not repent. But even if you are granting them amnesty, where are you taking them to? The Nigeria police don't have equipment to trace these guys. If you tell them today, give us the whereabouts of the ones that they have released into our society, they don't know where they are. Let's really see the apparatus, no record. And we want to tell the rest of the world that we are going to overcome these challenges one day.
Midwest man. Let me, since the US people now, since they threw out this narrative to us now, and we've all bought into it because they know how we are, and they know that once they put anything ethnic or religious into it, we buy into it. Every one of us, we know the genesis of this insecurity that we have. We were not talking this way before they put that narrative, and everybody now bought to it and say, okay, actually there's a religion dimension to it. When you look at even the areas that are affected majorly by this insecurity, they are predominantly Muslim area. Borno State is 90% Muslim. So this, for all these statistics that some artificial intelligence man will now start throwing to us because they are using some search engine, we don't even know the source of their figures, that they will say is a fact. I don't even know when that kind of thing become a fact to them. We all know that the major problems that we have in that country, they have roots because of lack of education, poverty. Those are the root cause of our insecurity in Nigeria. But we now left that now. The only thing that we are chasing is okay, is because you're a Christian, you're a Muslim. How we don't want to solve our problem, for God's sake? Why can't we have our own opinion? Why can't we think on our own and see that what these people are selling to us is a problem? They are diverting our attention. But now, the only thing that we see that, oh, because it's genocide, is because the Muslims are attacking the Christian, and that is the root cause of our insecurity. Are we joking?
If I may reply you, if you want to deny the fact that there is no ideological part to our problem, you are just lying. We have poverty everywhere. In my state, we have poor people who cannot even afford 2 square meal a day. We have stark illiterate people who can't even speak.
So there is no insecurity
One
in
moment.
your state.
Just let me land my point.
There is no insecurity in your state.
Let me land this point before you. If you go to your own state, you're going to have stark illiterate as well. You're going to have people that don't have even food, even down to Lagos, to every part of Nigeria. But when you look at some particular geographical space in Nigeria, it's like their own case when it comes to insecurity, it differs from other particular places. They are not of the same scale. So why is it like that? So you cannot take that religion ideology from this problem if you want to solve it, except
they've already sold that idea to you people, and you are bought into it, and that is what you see.
Can I come in?
I don't like wait. If you said that, look, there are ethnic dimension, there are religion dimension, and those two things, it is the government that created them. That's my point I'm trying to present before you. I use Deborah as an example. Those guys who did those things, the government protected them. They were never persecuted. Why? Because they belong to a certain religion. They did it with a view of reward from their prophet. And the government themselves also protected them because they believe that their own prophet will reward them for protecting their brother. Let us be honest.
Midwest. Have you? Number one, the federal government does not have a capacity to prosecute murder, unless it's within the territory of the federal capital territory. I hope you understand that status. Wait.
Yeah.
Manslaughter or murder that occurs in Sokoto State cannot be prosecuted by the federal government. So that's the first thing. It is up to the state government. Now, you could say that in the state government, for political reasons or for other capacity reasons, because to be frank, remember, when you go to prosecute someone for murder in a court of law, you need to be able to charge them and to be true beyond that. Because I've been a jurist in I've been a jurist in the last few months, and we don't have a jury in Nigeria. We have a judge, but even a judge, you have to convince him beyond any doubt that this individual was actually the person that bites that girl or this group of people. You need to have evidence. For that, you need to have witnesses. So, and the problem in Nigeria is, number one, in Nigeria, the government does not have the capacity to enforce justice for everybody, because there should be justice for the perpetrator and the victim. The Nigerian government, because we are useless, to be frank, all of us, because all of us are immoral. It's some disease that has been inflicted on all of us. It's afflicting all of us. Okay? The fact of the matter is this: the Nigerian government, I'm telling you, if they have those boys that fight that girl, forget the people in their group. that cried wolf. Okay, I can accuse you of blasphemy, but unless you can go to court and say that I was a party to that, you can't charge me for murder. You need to understand these things. So it's not just a matter of, oh, there's someone in the group chat said, oh, the accused of blasphemy. Oh, they should take up. You need to be able to prove in the court of law. Now, I'm not saying that the states did have political, for political reasons, that they failed in their duty. But I'm telling you, in a court of law, you need to be able to prove beyond doubt that this person did this, and this, and in fact, those actions. Those particular actions.
Let me come in, please. Let me come in.
I want to quickly reply, Aro. Wait,
that's one of the things that we need to understand.
Aro, thank you for,
let me come in, please.
Thank you for the law. One moment, this guy.
Hold on, Midwest. Comparative fact, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, come in.
Okay, thank you very much. I've been listening. I don't know what's going on with my. I'm listening, from my phone. That's where I am right now. But anyway, having said that, I mean, it's so baffling that some people here are just making excuse, for the government. There's no religious tolerance in the Saudi Arabia. Terrorists in Libya, terrorists Burkina Faso, all those nonsense. You need to. Your attention should be about your country and stop doing whataboutism and tackle the insecurity and everything that's going on in your country. So just because all this all this nonsense is being perpetuated in other country, that's an excuse for you not to tackle the insecurity in your country.
You mean a country?
That's beyond believable. But anyway, having said that, some people making an excuse here
let
for.
me respond to that right away. You mean a country that has extensive borders all the way from the southwest all the way to the northeast, extensive borders that are mostly unguarded, bordering countries where they have governments, where they have governments, central governments that are unstable, battling very serious insurgencies that extend all the way from sub-Saharan Africa to the Middle East. You mean such a country should ignore what is happening around it?
Do something about it.
Yes,
deploy military, not military in the city. Deploy military or do what Trump is doing. Build the wall.
Did you at
do
any
something?
point,
Stop making excuses.
Man of prestige, did you at any point hear me say that the government should ignore it?
Boy, you're making an excuse. What about
No,
excuse? You didn't come out in that context. But I can read. I can infer your mindset.
What I've inferred is that the government is not being serious because they are looking at it from a very simplistic angle. They need to look at it from a geopolitical, this is geopolitics. It's not just about what is happening. The Nigerian government, when it comes to military intelligence, they are insufficient. Military intelligence and all forms of intelligence, it's just not enough.
Okay, let me come in and take over and make some point, please. Prince Arrow Gidiba. But having said that, I think one more thing. Some of you are making an excuse for Tinubu. Tinubu is the president at this present time, and the buck stopped with him. His wife, being a Christian, does not excuse him for what's going on. Yeah, he may not be a hardcore Muslim, but he's sympathetic, about not taking a drastic measure just because of it's all border to election. He doesn't want to offend the North. Prosecute, this bandit or these terrorists to the highest level. He doesn't want to do that. So you going to America, claiming your wife. The Americans are not stupid. I don't know what you think about Americans. They're not stupid. Going over there to say, making an excuse, say, I will never allow something like this. I will never perpetuate something like that. It doesn't matter whether you are the one, the buck stop with the government. That's the number one, that is the number one. That's the number one job for the government, security. So I don't know. You're just making a school that don't even make sense. So that's not gonna that's not gonna fly with the American government. They are wiser than most of you think. But anyway, somebody asked earlier, who are these people? Who are this organization? And I'm gonna give you some fact. One of them that started a long time ago, I think it was 2021, the USA Commission on International Religious Freedom. Yes, they are one of those people who, they are one of those people who was perpetuating, that Nigeria should be labeled as, as a consign, certain Nigeria, as a consigned country. Yeah, they are one of them. And there's another one called Alliance Defending Freedom. So there are many of them. There's another one called the Christians Solidarity International and the Aid to the Church Need. Those ones are in Nigeria, but they have an international
did
platform.
they explicitly describe it as genocide in Nigeria?
Yes, they are.
Okay, that's fine.
They said about the escalation, sectarian violence, going on in Nigeria. And they
Escalating
warned that this
sectarian.
is a
No.
genocide, specifically. Particularly, hold on.
Out of
You asked
prestige.
me something.
English
Particularly
is
the
very,
Christian
very.
Solidarity International. They warned that this is a genocide. So,
Okay.
yeah. So I just give you 2 or 3, But having said that, the Nigerian people, like I said earlier, the Nigerian people are the one going to America to tell the Americans about what's going on. And I can give you an example, some of these bishops are in the north. There's a bishop called Wilfred Anewe. He's a Catholic Diocese of Makurdi in Benue State. He has been lobbying United States. There's another one called John Joseph Hayabi. There's Dr. Amos Mose, and so many of them. But Nigeria is the one that's going to lobby America. So don't blame it on America, okay? I don't know why you're making us keep blaming America like they are coming to take over your country.
I'm not blaming America. I don't. They are doing what is
Comparable facts. You're right. Even people are forgetting. I don't know. It's like we always have amnesia. Mike Pompeo, during Trump's last administration, they put Nigeria as a country with religious intolerance. And the reason why they did that was because of this same thing. A lot of people make it seem like I was listening to Daniel Bala the other day on TV. I was just laughing. It's hilarious. Trying to make it seem like Shetima's speech gave rise to. No. This has been going on for a very long time.
Hold on, Ayensa, let me tell you what it is. I think it was labeled as a country of a particular concern. Go ahead, also.
Yes. So, what's his name? Mike Pompeo put it in before then. There have been several congressmen on the floor of the Congress stating clearly that this should be brought to attention and especially on the right in the States, because they are, they have the evangelical base. And for the evangelical base, anywhere in the world where Christians are being massacred at this level, it becomes a concern to them. Right, and this is something we have to come to terms to. If you don't believe me, just go and sit down and listen to. Wait, just a second, just a second, please.
I want you to ask a question. I want you to take along.
Wait, let me. You're jumping into me making my point. Let me just.
Okay, go on.
Yeah. So it's not anything new. 1, 2, if a base within a strong political base, by the way, within a certain country that happens to be the number 1 superpower is concerned when people that share their faith are losing their lives, that is something that they feel is their prerogative. Whether or not you might say, oh, well, Muslims are getting killed too. That's irrelevant. Once they start to have that narrative, we become in danger because they're an imperialist nation. And once they set their sights on you, there's nothing we can do. So the Tinubu administration needs to treat this with the level of seriousness it deserves, because if you don't, then our sovereignty becomes compromised. Whether you choose to like it or not, that is exactly what's going to happen. And the issue is, before he even got into office, we've had over 500,000 people in displaced camps. And officially, we're not at war. But only countries at war have those kind of numbers. So under the radar, we are at war. And so they can run from it, hide from it, try to change the narrative, have their spokespeople go on TV and talk all this nonsense about Shetima's speech. At the end of the day, whether you want to point to Christians or Muslims, thousands, I'm talking about stadium-filled thousands, are being massacred in that country, and millions are living in displaced camps. That is our reality. And unless they treat it as such, we might have a foreign nation trying to come and have a base in our country just to try to fix this issue. You can go ahead, Arodigo.
Thank you very much. I do agree with you by and large, okay, that this is a failure of leadership, of governments, not just this administration, of several governments. This is a failure across the board. Okay, and I think this failure is because we don't even take ourselves seriously. But I think because one thing about me is I don't want us to boil this down to Christians are being fight. Because the reality of this is this. If some individuals, some evangelicals in America, okay, are influencing the senators that they have pull with, or the representatives that they have influence over, if they are you have different individuals going to Senate hearings or committees and giving some statements, all right, that are not necessarily false, but that are not incomplete. That's and like you said, if our country, we don't take this very seriously, and if we don't get our acts right and get our things, and I'm not this. Nigeria is a country where religious intolerance of all sorts pervades the country from the north to from Katsina, the topmost part of Katsina, all the way to Bayelsa. I don't think there's a single community in Nigeria where religious intolerance does not exist. I don't believe there's one. Show me one, and I'll give you a gold medal.
There's religious tolerance in where I'm from, so I don't understand what you mean by that.
No. I'm telling you for a fact that where you are from, there's religious intolerance. You might not perceive it, okay?
That's how.
And you might not understand it. But I'm telling you, there's a religious
I can tell you, no, let us be honest. Area where they have majority Christians, majority African traditional believers, like my state where Aizon is from, we don't care about which religion you belong. So that's just the point. As far as we are still the majority, yes. Because it's only the only worry I have. Let me just add this one to you. As they are dispersing Nigeria, a lot of strangers are coming to our place. If you go back home, you see faces that they don't even look like Nigeria, and they're already settling in our places. So I believe few years to come, there will be crisis, not made by us, but the inability of Nigeria to put a stop to this free movement. It needs to be controlled.
You know the problem with Nigeria. Number one, you already in your statements already shows that there is a religious intolerance in where you stay, because you already described it as a place where there's majority Christians and traditional worshippers. The problem is people don't even understand.
You try to twist things around. Look,
I'm a Nigerian. I've lived in Nigeria for a bit, and I've been to Nigeria, and I know Nigeria.
I'm speaking for my own space, and I believe people from like South will agree with me. Everybody, Muslims can stay in the front. Wait, in the heart of my state, on Friday, Muslims gather, they pray, and they have been doing it for many years, and nobody discriminate them.
Nobody.
And that is a fact.
Yes, nobody. You have been absolute now. And also the fact that someone I think everybody that's listening to my voice knows for a fact that your absolute use of language it's far from reality. But even in Nigeria, people talk about Nigeria being a secular state, and people sometimes forget what secularity means. It's very funny. Nigeria is a country that's dominated by Christians and Muslims, and those individuals are so intolerant to everybody else and to themselves in between. So let's move away very quickly. I agree with what Aizon said.
Arrow in my state. If you want to wear Oromila shirt, you want to wear Olokun and Isango shirt, you want to move in the street of Benin, nobody will stop you. Except maybe, yes, I'm telling the truth. So I don't know the intolerance you're talking about. What do you mean? I don't know what you should be honest with it. There are areas where people tolerate one another. I'm hearing you. You can continue.
We are still lying to ourselves. That's the problem. We wouldn't admit.
What I want to say is this. Let me say this. No matter how sweet talk we can sweet talk this thing that we are talking about, labeling this tragic situation as genocide, to me,
it's religious intolerance.
It's not. It's exactly wrong and very dangerous. And what they are trying to fuel in our country is actually religious tension and war. That we Nigerians, we don't understand. For somebody to come and say because they are conservative Christian and whatever, everybody knows the root cause of. We've been discussing insecurity in our country for how many years now? we are not looking at it from the religious angle. So it's only international community that will now sensitize us and say, okay, before we are talking about land, we are talking about extremism, we are talking about poverty and all those. So suddenly all those things are not there. The only thing that is there now is religion, genocide.
Simba,
I
were you
wonder
here?
the way we think
Wait, Simba, I want to ask you a question. Were you here when Aizon was talking? Were you here?
No,
Simba.
he heard what he wanted to hear. Let me explain something.
Simba, were you here when Aizon was talking?
What he did? Tell me, remind me what he said. I didn't hear what he
Okay,
said.
then you weren't here. It break everything down, and if he can repeat it back again, I think
Aizon never claimed that. Aizon never claims that.
no. Even me, I am not claiming it. But what Aizon said, these things are not new.
Exactly, I agree with what Aizon said.
Yeah, nobody is claiming it. I am not claiming it.
Man of Prestige came over here, and he's the reason that's got me so fired up. Man of Prestige has come over here to claim that there is rampant genocide in the country, and the reason I'm so I'm being very serious about this. As we speak, I'm a Nigerian. Okay, so what concerns all Nigerians concerns me, and I don't want us, while we are talking about Christian being quiet, to ignore the fact that several tens of thousands of Muslims, innocent, indifferent, have been victims of these same individuals. And the thing about it is this: there's also military men out there who are practicing Muslims, decent men who are putting their lives on the line.
Arrow.
What do you think? What do you think they're going to
Let me say something to what Arrow just said about me. Hold on. I have to defend myself.
I think we should give Man of Prestige some time to just counter Arrow, because
Arrow just said that I said it was genocide going on. What I said was specifically, you need to look at it from the prisms of the of these people saying that. Hold on, saying there's a genocide. Look at the disproportionality, straight 1, 2 to 1, depending on the data you use. So if you're looking at it from that prism, people are gonna think it's genocide.
There's no disproportionality.
Genocide are you talking about? Let's what
I'm
are
giving
the
you okay. I think most of you are in denial.
Wait,
let me
that we have in Nigeria. We have banditry, we have the Boko Haram, and we have kidnapping. Now tell me the one that are not targeting Christians. Is it kidnapping that is targeting, or banditry, or Boko Haram?
The question you should be asking yourself is that those they grant amnesty to, were them Christians?
Well, forget about all those things. Forget about all those things you already told.
You see, you are not ready to save
this
Nigeria.
Is the problem with so much bias and interest.
You
say
forget
about the amnesty being granted to terrorists, and that's okay with you, right?
Simba,
and then Nnamdi is lavishing in jail.
Simba,
and you granted all those people amnesty. That's okay with you. That's where Nigeria has become.
Amnesty in the Niger Delta. What do you think those guys were? You think they were playing? You think they were playing Fido Dido?
Well,
you can't compare it.
Wait.
If I may come in.
Wait, they are non-state actors that are terrorizing the local population.
No, it's not anywhere close to
matter if there's religion.
Wait.
If the Niger Delta militants did a quarter of what they did in Nigeria, in United States of America, they will. I tell you for a fact, because the Black Panther Party didn't even do a tenth of what the Niger Delta.
Wait. Indeed, I agree with you. There were a group of people called Niger Delta Group or whatever.
And they were terrorists.
Wait.
Simple definition of terrorism were terrorists.
Can I land this point? I want to please let me just land this point before you. We agree that there were a certain group who were really terrorizing the government of the country. But what was the motive?
No.
The local ideology.
It doesn't matter the ideology. It does not matter the ideology.
No. You can't say that.
No.
You can't say it doesn't matter.
They are non-state actors have gone beyond. No, they are non-state actors have gone beyond the law. End of story.
No.
They were just militancy.
If you are going to compare, if you are going to actually put your objective hat on and compare two situations, I want to use one as an analogous example to another. No. Don't.
Nigeria is a finished country,
Exactly.
but this
So
your
he brought it up.
comparison.
He
Finished
brought it up.
country.
So therefore,
Nigeria is
we're
a
going to
finished
address it.
country.
No.
Oh,
If you're
please
going to
subscribe.
compare, don't compare and make your comparison hollow. Listen. If you're going to compare, at least you compare similar cases. Those are two entirely different cases.
We
So you
know.
can't
Let
bring
us
one
take
up
what we
as
are
a
talking
substitute
about.
for another.
Forget about
And
Niger
then
Delta.
the key point is this. The key point is you guys are classic. I swear to God, you're classic individuals. Your citizens, your fellow citizens, for over the last 10 years have been massacred en route for years. This IDP thing has been going on for how long now? We haven't had this
IDP
kind
camp
of
everywhere.
yeah, we haven't had this kind of wait. Look, we haven't had this kind of conversation to even try to suggest. Is it not your president that went to Benny and was telling them, "Give me land, I'll give you peace"? Did he not tell them that essentially he wanted to appease the people that were killing them? And you come here
And even
and
said that they should learn how to coexist. Wait, he even used the word that they should learn
Imagine
how
that.
to coexist
He said
with
that.
them.
So if let me tell you this, you can make the argument that maybe, oh, yes, they're killing Christians, but they're not the only ones they're killing. You can make the argument, yeah. But look at the nonchalant attitude. And by the way, he did not want to go there until people started complaining, and then he went there. And when he got there, he was only there for a little bit. And what did the governor do? The governor had children line up on the streets to cheer him after their family members had just been massacred. Can you imagine? So, as far as I'm
That's
concerned,
exactly what I said, Unzo.
yes,
They are
no.
making
So
an
as
excuse
far
because
as
Tinubu wife is a Christian.
so
What a nonsense is
Wait
that?
now. You people,
Man of
let me say
prestige,
this.
come
Let
on,
me ask
So
you
you
this.
guys come here. You
Wait,
start
stop
talking
all these things.
human
Stop all
human
this
li- human
banana.
human
we're not
lives.
talking about that right now.
Wait. Human
Let's
lives are
move
being
this.
lost, and you're doing partisan
Stop it.
nonsense. And
What I
on
want to
top of
ask
that,
you.
I'm
on
not doing
top of
comparison.
that,
You're the one doing comparisons.
Christian
on top. In fact, make I just leave on that because this thing
Aisan,
here,
don't leave.
you
Don't run away. Don't run away.
because
Don't run away.
this thing here.
Don't tuck your tails between your legs and run away.
Because this thing here, you guys are doing. You know what? Let me tell you what was even laughable. After Ted Cruz said what he said, right? What did your president do? He went to Plateau to go and address a congregation and started telling them how his wife is a pastor. I mean, the mockery, the joking nature of this thing. The reason why this. Wait. Let me put. I don't know what's. I don't understand what's wrong with us. Our ability to think objectively has been thrown out of the window. Look. Let me explain something to you. No, let me explain something to you. Your leader right now, right, has been a joke on this issue since he came into office. How does a responsible president come into office and you have over half of your million citizens living in displaced camps, and there's not a sense of emergency to get them back home? And on top of that, wait. On top of that, you now go and tell victims to give you land so they can have peace. And then when the Americans say what they say, your response is to say, "Oh, it's not just Christians." Meanwhile, you never dealt with the issue. This is the fundamental problem. It's not about whether or not it's Christians. And so you guys are wait. One of you that so-called support this man has opened your mouth today. I've been listening to you to say the way his government is handling this is wrong. Not one of you. And your fellow citizens are being massacred. That is irresponsible. That is irresponsible and shameful.
I think for the most
And
part,
shameful.
you must have turned.
You guys must be ashamed of yourselves. How can your fellow citizens be being massacred like this? Women, children, and you are here opening your mouth trying to defend it.
Aisan, more than once, have I said,
It is shameful. And I'm listening to this partisan thing. It's almost like APC is giving you money. APC is not paying for your school fees. Is APC paying your school fees? Are they paying for your children to eat? Are they paying for your children to eat? Is APC putting money in your bank account? Why are you defending them? Why are you defending them? This thing is happening, and you're sitting down. You're coming on a public platform,
Bottom
and you
line is
cannot
because they
condemn
have their
the
kinsman
sitting
in charge
governor.
of the presidency. That's all it is.
By God's grace,
It's
I'm gonna
about
get my lick.
interest.
I'm gonna get my lick in this. I'm gonna get my lick in. Aisan, I'm not fighting
What
time.
lick? What lick? There's no lick to be gotten in. This is a simple fact. people being massacred, and then meanwhile you're spending all your time trying to debate whether or not it's Christians or Muslims. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Look, at the end of the day, majority of your people are living in IDPs. And by the way, let me point out something. Do you know that every time they attack these communities, do you know what they do? They burn their places of worship. Is that not symbolic? Wait. They burn their places of worship.
Yes.
Okay, everybody
do all these things. And you're sitting down here saying,
let me respond.
Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Look, I think we are derailing, and this is funny. This is the exact thing and exact disunity they want. Because what we are seeing here is this: we are not sensing the danger. The question is this: Christian or no Christian now? You understand? I'm not saying some people don't have that agenda, but let's just put this thing under the umbrella of insecurity. The question is this: whether Christian or Muslim, as we are talking about now, irrespective of the proportion, wants to start having thousands from either side. You understand? It's not beyond something that we should concentrate. What we are saying is this: we should look at external body that is now coming into our this thing. Walls they share. You understand? Why now? What purpose? The question is this: we should be very careful. If they said this thing maybe like under Buhari or like 4 or 5 years ago, I understand. And I listen that one is saying just because our man is there. Okay, you may have your argument. But the question is this: either side, whether Christian, Muslim, or man is there, you will always have fact to back yourself up. What to do with the fact is what matters now. If some people are saying they create Christian, okay, they have a fact, right? If some people are saying, oh, it's not only Christian, both Muslim and Christian, they have their fact. But the problem is that human life are involved. The so-called mediator, or those people that are looking at us, what is the interest? What exactly are they going to do? I give an example. If they stop the sales of weapons to Nigeria, does that stop the problem? You have a problem that, okay, you are saying, okay, some people are fighting, terrorists are fighting against country, and you deny them a weapon. And those people are now coming again, trying to push for the narrative that we deny you a weapon. Or what benefit is it to that country? So this idea of Christian versus Muslim, if it's possible, let's suspend it for now and let us talk of insecurity. You understand? So don't let us just get on one another just because of someone that is just trying to create chaos in our country. Thank you.
So can I just respond to Aizan? Okay. At no point,
as long as your argument is balanced, we want something balanced.
It will be balanced. There's never been a time I've not been balanced today. But Mr. Aizan,
wow, that's an understatement from you.
Wow, it is what it is. But Aizan, at no point did I excuse this government or any government in the past from their failures. I have repeated that several times today. And I've also repeated it that not only are they failing, have they failed in the past, it does not seem like they are serious about solving this geopolitical matter. This problem is a serious problem. This problem needs force. It needs justice. Okay? And we need human development. This is not some simple thing that's going to go away. But the problem is this: we are so fixated on making it a religious problem when it is not. And we are so also in doing so, we are ignoring the several thousands and tens of thousands, in fact, millions. In fact, the majority of the victims, because we are because we want to make it a Muslim problem. We want
Look, Aaron, no. Let me explain something. Let me explain something to you that you don't seem to understand.
You already called me shameless. You already called me shameless, so I'm going to land.
Yes, and I stand by it. I stand by it because you have chosen to embrace everything this government does without having the decency to point out that they have failed to protect the lives of their citizens. Okay, can you say it now? Say it now. Say it now. Say it now that this government has failed to protect it. Say it now. Can you say it now? Say it now that this government. Say it now. Open your mouth. Open your mouth now and say that this government has failed to protect it. Say it now. I'm asking you to say it now.
I have said
say it now.
Can you not hear clearly?
Say it. I didn't hear you. You're talking. Say it now.
You yourself in this trouble. You don't owe anybody any apology.
Yeah,
You
There
don't
you
need
go.
to be telling us
This one is brainwash. This one is brainwash. You can't even think. You're saying you don't owe anybody an explanation. Meanwhile, your citizens are getting killed.
The government has failed the citizens. What's your difficult
There
say
you
about
go.
it?
There you go. Okay, since you said that
the
now,
same
I retract my
US.
statement.
Aro,
Since you've admitted it now, I will
please.
retract my statement.
Let me say
What
this.
you so fired up is because I
Since
called the
you have
militant
said it now
terrorists.
and you have agreed that this government has been complicit in the mass murder of its citizens, I will retract my statements. The government has been complicit by not protecting them. Are they not complicit?
Let me say
By not protecting them, are they not complicit? By not protecting them, are they not complicit?
Can you
By not
let
protecting them,
Obeni speak,
are they
please?
not
I want to hear his
complicit?
lawyer point of view.
Are they not complicit if they fail to protect their people?
We have something to do now. I join the next 10 minutes.
Please
Thank
let
you.
me say this one word. I will give you a chance to talk, please. This
No,
same
I'll be
US
back.
that
I'll
are
be back.
claiming that
I'm
This is not about US. This is not about US. This is not about US. This is about your government that has failed to protect its people. This is not about US.
funding Boko Haram.
It's not about US. If you are defending your people, US don't have a mouth to speak. This is about your government, your current government in office
I want to
that has
reply, Simba.
failed to defend its
Simba.
people. You want to make
Simba.
it about US. It has nothing to do with America.
Simba.
There's mass, listen. There's mass insecurity. Your farmers can't go to farm. Over 500,000 are living in IDPs. Women and children have been displaced. Mass poverty. People are complaining. The Catholic priests, that have gone abroad to go and ask for help because your people have failed to defend them. That is the fundamental issue. And you are coming here defending them like they're putting money to your bank account.
I want to tell Simba one thing. The Catholic Church, if they tell you the number of priests they have lost, and when they keep record, they lost them to Islamic extremism. They are very many in the northern part of Nigeria. This issue, the
question I
government must
want to
take.
ask Midwest, wait, listen to me.
The Catholic Church,
Aro, please, let me say this. Aro, let me say this. We were all here, and we hear when the U.S. Congress, is it not Scott Perry, that was saying that you said they were the one funding Boko Haram. Same U.S. is not the one saying that they are committing genocide against Christians. Are they not the same? What are we even talking about?
Yes, I agree.
You said
I agree.
U.S.
I'm not going
organization. They were the one. They claim that they were the one.
Simba, we are not saying what they are saying because of the interest they want to protect us. They don't have good interest about us. But there is a lot of space and vacuum for them to exploit.
What's the order of speaking? Do you have any order for that? Who is speaking next and how do you do it, please?
When you want to interject, you can signify. So
let me just round up this one. Look, my dear brother,
I have a very little time. That's what I'm asking.
Okay, you can continue. Just continue if you want to.
Yes, all I would just say is I'm speaking as I'm a Muslim myself. I am a Muslim, a practicing Muslim at that, and I am a Nigerian. So this is the way I will start. When you look at the numbers of Nigerians, quote unquote now, being killed in the core north, we talk Zamfara, Borno, all those core north areas that they've been killing themselves for several reasons, Boko Haram, banditry and stuff. They are predominantly Muslims. When you come to the North Central, it's a mixed bag of demographic identities. You have Muslims and you have Christians. When you come to the South, they are relatively okay. When you come to the Southeast, the Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB that is killing them, they are predominantly killing Christians and they are predominantly killing themselves. When you come to the Southwest, relatively peaceful, except one or two instances. The last 3 years, the only time I think there are issues on those states when maybe 30-something people were killed in that church. So when you do the aggregate of this, and Christians want to come up to say they are being killed in Nigeria, I, as a Muslim, right, without having to think about politics, or any political leaning, because what everybody is thinking about is they pretend as if they want to have an objective and clinical conversation, but at the end of the day, they prevaricate, and then the level of their conversational intransigence still leads back to the politics of it. And if you want me to start believing American politicians, the same Ted Cruz are all these people that the Christian evangelical that are not even protecting the Christian community in the U.S. In the U.S., we have a lot of Latinos, a lot of Black Christians. This ICE mobilization in the U.S., they are basically focusing on the demographic, mostly the Latinos. Most of the Latinos are Catholic Christians. And do not forget, in the United States, these people.
That is not a religious war.
Hold on, please. Yeah, hold on.
That's not a religious war.
Whatever. Hold on, please.
If you're Muslim, Christian, Jew, if you violate the law, it's got nothing to do with it.
So in America here, we have Christians and we have evangelicals. Those evangelicals, they are basically political operatives who focus on maybe political Christianity or whatever they do. But I want to say this: if Christians in Nigeria believe that they are being killed, right, and because 2027 election is coming, and because oppositions, they believe they've been annihilated and decimated because of their silliness, and they believe they want to use that for the 2027 election, so be it. I, as a Muslim, there is no way you continue to tell me that we are not being killed in the north, or we are not being killed in some certain parts of Nigeria, and you want to drive a Christian genocidal narrative because of politics. If you believe you are being killed and you need America to help you or to rescue you, then you shall continue to be killed if that is what you want to believe, and I want to leave it at that. So if you want
let me explain something.
The key word here is enigmatic. The key word here is target. Say, I can agree with you that more Muslims are killed than Christians, but the key word here is target. Are Christians being
and the
targeted
symbolic
in
nature of
Nigeria?
it as well. The
Please,
symbolic nature of
I don't think that equal opportunity coming out.
the thing is this. The thing is this.
Hold on.
Let me respond now. Hold on.
I've just spoken as a Muslim, okay, and I know a lot of Muslims that have been killed in the north. A lot of Muslims. I have a mixed family. Nobody in my family from the Christian side has been killed for several years. Nobody that I know that have been killed.
Okay.
And I just actually run the people who are being killed today by IPOP in the southeast. Are they Muslim or Christians? Are they not?
Okay. Enigmatic. Let me explain something.
Hold on, please. Let me please. If Christians want to lash on to this, to say they are being killed, then they shall never the killing.
No, it's not. Enigmatic. Let me explain something to you. It's not Christians lashing onto it.
No, if they want to,
you have to understand something.
They are going to see the killing, and this is just the beginning of it.
No, you have to understand something. Let me explain something to you, please. Let me explain something to you. This is not about Christians attaching to themselves being killed. You understand what I'm saying? This is about desperation from the victims. You have to understand something. Nobody is denying that Muslims are getting killed. Look at what's happening in Katsina and Zamfara is borderline madness. We might as well agree that we've lost those two states to jihadists. We might as well agree, because what's happening in Katsina now, they're sitting down with them, AK-47s, everything. They're riding their motorcycles all over the state. They say the governor is from Zamfara is governing from Kaduna. We might as well have lost two territories. But let me say this. When the things that are happening in the Benue Plateau axis have continued to happen, keep in mind, what's been happening there has been going on for over 10 years. 10 years. And especially the Catholic, wait, please, let me finish what I'm saying. The Catholic priests there have been complaining. Remember when the new Pope came in, he immediately sent a message to Tinubu to ask about this issue. The reason why is these people, the government has not resolved their issue. So because out of desperation, they have gone abroad to go and ask for help, to come and fix this issue. So that's something else that you people are not.
Are they importing their own mercenaries? Is that what they're doing? They're importing their own mercenaries.
Let me come in. I need to say something.
Stop being silly. What we're talking about is what we're talking about. It's been over a decade. So they've been trying. Listen, wait. Let me explain something. Remember, let me explain something to you.
Gets all the blame.
No, I'm not saying. But he's in office now, right? Is Jonathan in office now? Is Buhari in office now?
Right. No, but you make it sound like Tinubu.
Praise that. Look, if you governed before me, if you were a governor before I became a governor, and I come in and there's been a lingering issue that you never addressed.
Governance is continuous.
But what I'm saying is, if you were a governor before I became a governor, I came in after you. There was a lingering issue, and I actually criticized you as part of my campaign. And I come into office, and that issue is still there. If I'm a responsible person, I will fix it. I will not continue to look at you and say, "Oh, after all, you've been there for the last 10 years, so therefore."
It's not an overnight fix. We know that.
You know why it can be. I'll give you two clean examples. Kurdish women in northern Syria stopped and defeated ISIS from invading their communities. Kurdish women. Another example, Kurdish women that carried AK-47. Another example is Goodluck's Jonathan administration, right? When he decided to get mercenaries into Borno, we saw what happened. How they drove back and cleaned out all those communities to the point where they were able to have elections. So the reason why it has continued to happen is because our government has not tried to do something to really protect those people. And that is the reason why it has continued to happen. Because the minute they do, it will stop, right? And it has to be a bottom-up approach. It cannot be a top-down approach. It has to be within those communities. I haven't seen the creation of a special anti-terrorism task force. We continue to use military. We have trained anti-terrorism experts all around the world, private individuals. I'm not talking about government, who have years and years of experience of dealing with this sort of issues. Have you seen any of them? Have you seen us try to establish some kind of training? Have we created a special base in Taraba or Benue to ensure that people are trained? Autumn tried it. Wait. Listen to me now. Autumn tried it. And guess what most people were saying? Oh, he should go and pay salaries. Oh, he's doing this and disrespecting Buhari's government. Autumn tried it and created a special force. What happened? Listen, go and look at your history. Go and look. Autumn is not governor anymore. Go and look at your history. Autumn is not governor anymore. When he left, he did it, but he created it. He created it.
Can you let some people speak, please?
He created it. Autumn created a special force that were trained. They didn't have arms. He was trying to get Buhari administration to give them arms. Buhari administration denied the ability to give them weapons, guns. But he trained a special unit. It was all over our eyes. Go and look at your TV. Wait.
Look. Doesn't have the power to give them arms.
Listen, I already know that. I know that. I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining to you. Listen, don't. I understand all of that. You're not saying anything new. What I'm explaining to you is that action. I'm explaining to you that action can be taken that has not been taken. And even when people like Autumn tried it, he made certain progress. And then the minute he leaves office, this clown in Benue comes in and abolishes the group. And then their killing goes up. Let me tell you what's going to happen. And you can continue to defend your clown in office. That's your problem. But let me explain to you what's going to happen. The minute another atrocity happens in that axis, like what happened last Christmas Eve, where 250 people were fired. The minute another atrocity happens in that axis, and you have women and children, this time it will be on global TV. This time it will become the kind of issue that you don't want. I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining to you the consequences, because instead of you to pay attention to the issue and actually say, you know what, my government needs to fix it. You're over here trying to give counter narratives and objections. I'm just helping you. I'm not backing up any wrong tree. I've listened to you intently. The worst. Let me explain something to you. The worst thing that can happen to Nigeria now is another massacre in that Benue Plateau axis. I can promise you that. No. It hasn't. It hasn't happened. It hasn't happened. No. Stop lying. It hasn't happened since the last one where he went there.
to the
No,
same
it hasn't.
scale.
It hasn't. I've been follow. Listen, if there's one region I follow carefully, is that region. And because what is happening there, is a travesty, it's a disgrace to our country. And you seem to be okay with it. You seem to be fine with it, but I'm not. No. Kwara is not Benue Plateau axis. Let me explain something to you. It's on the other side. It's on the other side of the. It's on the other side of the country. It's on the other side of the border. You are okay with it. You're okay with it because your clansman is in office. But the problem is, you are okay with it. You are okay with it because you're defending it. You're trying to defend
guys, hold on.
Let me come in.
Right?
Hold on.
Disgraceful.
Everybody.
You are okay with it. And it is very disgraceful.
No.
You are okay. All you're doing is trying to deflect and make excuses for what's happening.
I'm telling you that it's going on, and the comment is not taking it seriously enough. Do we not? But you are the one trying to suggest.
No, you are not. No, you are not. You are deflecting. You are trying to make excuses.
No,
you are trying to say,
Aizon, they agree with you. The area where people don't agree, let me tell you, is the area of the coloration of religion dimension to this problem. So that is really the area people don't agree. That the laziness of our government to take action. Arogidigba have said it several times here. He's not supporting them. He understands that they are fake. So that religion aspect or religion dimension that the international community is trying to present before the whole world. And I think before they pick that word, they might have as well prepared their own evidence to convince the rest of the world that indeed there is a religion genocide. But the truth of the matter is that everybody is a victim, to my own soul, whether Christian, whether Muslim. But the leaders of the Muslim, political leaders or religion leaders of the northern part of Nigeria have allowed extremism to foster for a very long time. Now people are now used to the idea of collecting the life of their fellow citizens with a view of reward from their God. So they do it with impunity. They arrest them, they don't persecute them. I ask this guy a simple question. Those guys that they set free in the name of amnesty, how many are Christians? No. So why is it so? So they are operating with impunity. Look at the president himself. He went to Benue. He said they should learn how to coexist with those bad guys. The belief of Nigeria is that the leaders want to normalize this nonsense, so that everybody will, because right for
let me come in.
Hold on. If you want to, let me come in too. Hold on. Okay. So how many attacks have there been in the southern part of Nigeria towards Muslims? Like targeted attacks?
No, none.
Okay, good. So some people are so comfortable wanting to beat around the bush, never to want to make this issue a target against Christian in the northern part of the country. When somebody comes with a duplicitous argument like, "Oh, look at Hispanic people being deported in Nigeria by ICE," that's such a ridiculous argument. What does that have to do with religion? Nothing, of course. So the point here again, I can agree again that many Muslims are killed in the north more than Christians, but nonetheless, there are targeted killing of Christians in the north. I think that's pretty much a statement of fact that's incontrovertible for the most part.
So let me come in. I think somebody asked, is there any religious correlation? Have we boldly said, yes, there's a religious correlation about what's going on in Nigeria. So you can't dispute that, And the fact that Prince Daddy just stated that more Muslim are killed, no, the fact doesn't bear that up. The data is there that is disproportional, against the Christians. So let's call a spade a spade. But what I wanted to say was somebody made a statement that the USAID, which is, I think, United States Agency for International Development, they are the ones, they're the ones sponsoring terrorists in Nigeria. That's not true. There's no credible, no verified public evidence, that they have intentionally, knowingly sponsors terrorist group in Nigeria. That's not a factual base. You have to go with the fact, Can anybody give me any video here? Hold on. Yeah, I'm speaking. Hold on. Let me speak. Then you can interject. Don't truncate my Let me not lose my thought. Can anybody give me a specific video, article or any politician claiming that the USAID funded terrorists in Nigeria? Nobody can. And if you have one,
Okay, guys.
can I finish?
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Everybody, hold on. Let us put structure in this matter. Now, I just quickly did some summary. You know, I have a lot of LLM that I can use. Let us look at this just for the past 10 years. Can everybody see my screen? I want us to concentrate on this. Now, this is the summary table. Now, the summary table for the past 10 years. And why we should not just allow external people to destabilize us. That's exactly where I'm going to. If you look at this now, summary table estimated casualty from 2014 to 2024. Now, we have different type of conflict. We have Islamic insurgency, farmer either, then we have banditry, then we have separatist violence. Now, total casualty, 60,000 plus, estimated. Then when you come to estimated Christian casualty, we have between 20,000 to 25,000. When you see estimated Muslim casualty, it ranges between 35,000 and 40,000. Now let's look at it one after the other. Islamic insurgency. Now, what is the primary driver? We say jihadist ideology. Estimated casualty allocated to this. Now, when you come now, you see now estimated Christian casualty. So there are about 30 to 40%. That's 10,500 to 14,000. Mind you, this is estimate. Then when you come to Muslim involved, 60 to 70%, 2,100 to 24,500. Of course, when you look at this one, it makes sense because when you look at where Boko Haram are really ravaged, you know, Borno and all those assets, of course, you can confirm this one now. So, what is the note? Muslim are the majority victim here. That's the first one. Then when you come to the second one, which is farmer elder, this is resource competition. We know this for sure. We know those people that are creating that. This is Buhari family. How many? A total casualty, right? Estimated 10,000 plus. Then estimated those people that are Christian, 65 to 70%. Now, when you look at this one for sure, you know where they are competing there for that resources, Plateau, Benue, and all those Christian dominated areas that have green vegetation, that have those things. You understand? So Christian are Christian, and it's estimated to be 6,700 to 7,500. Then estimated Muslim involved, they are lower, so which is 2,500 to 3,500. Then the summary is so clear. Christian farmers bear the brunt of fatalities. That is clear. That's Christian involved there. Then you now look at banditry. We all know that banditry is purely criminal economic gain. We know that. And this is where the leaders too, there's no way they can say they don't know what is happening now. Now, who are those people involved mostly? Now, when you look at where those things are happening, Samfara and all those areas where we have illegal mining. Now, this one is saying less than 20% involve Christian in terms of casualties. Then when you now go to estimated casualty for Muslim, we have 80,000. Of course, it makes sense. When you look at the terrain, the geographical area. So about 12,000 Muslim face that casualty. They were casualty. Then victims here are predominantly Muslim. Then when you come to separatist violence, ethno-nationalism, now several thousand, he didn't put a particular figure. The major casualty here, you understand, is 99% plus are Christian. Then those people that are there, Muslim. When you are saying this separatist ethno, we know where it belongs to. Why they are not putting figure there, you understand? That's what I don't know. You know, because sometimes this thing can always include the bias of who collect this data. But from my own, I may add this one to something that was happening in Benue too, because Benue, I think, is beyond farmer elder too. You understand? We have resource competition. Then farmer, we have some that
they also have ethnic crisis in Benue between the thieves and the
No. What we are saying is this: we saw how Tom was everywhere, even they were even threatening him. You understand? But
They tried to kill him.
Hold on.
They tried to kill the man.
But what I want us to now look at the final figure here, estimate here now is this. Total Christian casualty. Let's even pick the upper one, 25,000. And let's pick the upper one for the Islamic casualty, 40,000. So this is where I said we should be very careful, because we have multi-dimensional crisis, security crisis in Nigeria. So the idea of bringing out religion out of this, honestly, is a type of ingenuity we should be very careful about.
It's a diversion.
So anybody that is using a religion as this one, they have ulterior motive. And if these people successfully bring religious word to that Nigeria, everybody go shop breakfast too. Everybody go collect. When we are dealing with this thing, it's better we focus on our leaders, on how we don't allow all these crooks that stop says of
yeah. We understand this.
Hold on. I need to find out all about this. The platform where he got it from, DeepSeek. So let's analyze this platform you are talking about. Okay, this is a Chinese AI, group. And we know how Chinese government work. I'm not here to dispute a little bit of the fact, because in my opinion, there's different platforms. Hold on, let me land, because you're only using a Chinese government sanction. The Chinese government sanction platforms, and you are bringing it to make it very credible.
Hey, guy, hold on. Let me debunk you from that place. You understand? I'm in the tech domain. Forget all this.
So what? What make you more knowledgeable? Don't give me that nonsense.
No Chinese government is pulling data for me now. They can put infrastructure in place. The way I tune my data and I make my query really matters. It's not going to look at the data. Look at how I gather data. Don't just go there. It's referring to different NGO, International Crisis Group, IGG, Amnesty International, and Armed Conflict Location. And come on, don't say that. So if I put this thing on another Llama, or I put it on what's the name, ChatGPT, it's going to bring different things. Don't bring that bias. LLM.
DeepSeek, I'm familiar with that. DeepSeek based most of their emphasis on inference. They don't have a data to back what they're saying. It's based on inference. So don't come here and tell me you're a tech guru. So I have to excuse your nonsense.
Artificial intelligence doesn't work like that.
It does. You see, hold on. Let me tell you one thing. One thing you don't know about artificial intelligence. It doesn't know your religion. It doesn't know your language.
But look at the angle being censored by the government. We know how the Chinese government operates.
Guy, I have over 40 LLM model on my system.
It's getting a lot of popularity, okay? Than AI, but let's call it spade a spade. That is not the only platform.
Let me give him this one. Do you know the Chinese government are actively persecuting Muslims? They are actively persecuting other Muslims in China. You do understand that? So they don't have
this platform is made under permissive license. So don't come here,
hold on. Thank you for that point. Now, you with your Chinese LM, why don't you Google how many Uyghurs in China are being paid?
But they're indifferent to this matter.
Because you trust the Chinese LLM more than any other ones. Why don't you tell us? What is China telling us? Hold on, guys. I don't.
It's been proven to be the best of the AI.
This platform you just bring here is risk, and misuse information, bias, privacy breach. So don't come here telling me I know a lot about that platform.
Hold on. Okay. Tell us how many Muslims are being paid in China.
Guy, let's focus. Let's stay within the scope. And I don't know the expertise that the comparative.
No, but you're making the argument that the model is infallible.
Hold on.
Yes, you are.
Their modality is not anything to be compared with. Most of their modality is based on inferences.
Guy, you can be so ignorant in so many things, and you are so efficient in driving your ignorance. You can be so efficient in driving ignorance and wrong things. You understand? Now, the fact that I'm using DeepSeek.
Stop telling me about you being a tech. That does not give you the fact. So I'm tired of hearing that nonsense.
Guy, you as a person, you can even bring your model. All you just need is just license to open AI.
Because you are basing your fight being a tech. You are basing your fight being on DeepSeek. You know about how DeepSeek, what DeepSeek does.
The model is independent. Why don't you do a search about how many Muslims are being pied in China right now in the same model, so we can know. Query it. Let us know.
Guy, I don't have business with China. I see all those things.
But you are using the China platform to come give us to come and deceive us, Ola.
Guy. Sometimes
Mr. Ola, can we go back? Can we go back to the main topic a bit?
No. Allah bring that platform to deceive people here. So we need to talk about it.
Man of prestige, Mr. Ola is not the only one. He's the only one. You're not the only one doing that. You've been the king of deception today already. So don't be going around.
Well, I'm telling you about the DeepSeek. It's not the only platform, that give you the correct figure. We know how the Chinese people operate when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Guy, think properly. DeepSeek is not pulling data from nowhere. DeepSeek is just advanced Google. DeepSeek is just like Google that can help you organize better than when a structured thing better
Ola, let's not go away from the core topic, right?
No.
Okay, because now we're getting into deep.
No, because Ola brought that because this DeepSeek is full of somehow accuracy, but they are full of misinformation. If you look at the news guy and all the DeepSeek, they have failed to provide accurate information.
I'm really surprised.
83% of the time.
Or anyone.
Ola, can I reply you a little bit? Ola, I have a question for you. I wanted to reply Ola, if I'm permitted. Let me just ask you a question based on what he said. Let me ask a question. Okay, let me ask a question. Based on all the things you highlighted, right? Which is interesting because what you described was a multi-headed hydra of chaos and insecurity in our country. Multi-headed. In fact, if the issue was just some jihadi Muslims killing Christians, I think that we should even be happy that would just be the issue. The kind of issue you described is a country on the brink of destruction. I swear to you. Because you described pretty much the kind of issue that Syria was facing. That's almost like what you described. And I don't know, I haven't really used the platform you're using, but I'm just going to assume that it's accurate. So let me say
I know about the platform.
Man of prestige. I'm sorry, comparable factor. I don't want to get into, but I just want to say this, that look, based on everything you said, can you explain to me why our legislatures and our executive have not declared a state of emergency based on that description? Because that description is very scary. That is the question we should be asking. America,
that's the way to argue. No.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, my brother. That's just the way to argue. You understand, not to be saying this is Chinese something. I told you initially here that once you even have thousands from either side, let's assume it's even 1,000, not even that several thousand. Let's assume we have 1,000 Christian and 1,000 Muslim. That should even be a red light already. The country go full-fledged on war against any element of insecurity. You understand? It should not be idea of Chinese or whatever. That's not even what we are talking about. We are talking of human life here, not the rationale that something is coming from somewhere.
And just wait.
1,000 Christian, 1,000 Muslim is enough for the country to wake up.
But just to be clear, and I want to point this. I want Arugidba to hear this as well. Just to be clear, when we are highlighting the numbers of people that have lost their lives, our citizens, and that makes me very angry. In fact, to the point of actually personalizing it, because when we are highlighting that and someone responds by saying, oh, well, it happened in administrations before this one, that drives me crazy.
But that's the fact now.
No, but it drives me crazy because you are going away from the central issue to make it a political issue of who was governing.
No.
That is not the point.
You made it political. You made it very political.
Let me give Ola. Let me give Ola advice.
That's your angle, man.
Hold on.
I mean,
Let me give Ola
I
advice.
made it
legitimate to point out where the root of the problem is. You can't dump everything.
Yes, wait. Let me finish what I'm saying, please. I highlighted the lives and the people that are currently suffering in displaced camps. The response is great. What should we do about to fix the issue? If someone points out an issue of our fellow citizens going through hell, my response is not to defend the administration in power. My response is, how can it be fixed? If I start saying, oh, well, you know what, this happened, then you've lost the plot. You've lost me, because I don't want to have a conversation with you anymore, because now you're making it political and you're making it about this. And when you do that, I have the inclination to now point out to you that this administration you're trying to defend is a piece of shit. That's when I go there. But my initial thing is to say, look how many people are dying. Look how many people are living in IDPs. They need to have a sense of urgency to fix it. Not to say, oh, well, you know, it happened before. No, I don't give a damn about that. What I care about is that right now, 2025, where we're sitting down, this is our reality. And if you have someone in office, that person's prerogative is to address that reality. That should be the number one thing in that country today, but it's not. It's not. And the media is also complicit, because guess what? Every time they're victims, how many people here can name 2 victims in Plateau Benue that have lost their life? Their names. What are their names? These people don't have names. These people don't have identities. These are just people that disappear. They don't have names. They don't have identities. They're not even human beings from a Nigerian perspective. And our media does not do it. Do you know what our media does? Arise, they talk about the 250 were killed in Plateau. Oh, this continues to happen. Rufai will say, culture will eat strategy for breakfast. Blah, 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 blah. End of it all. Guess what happens? May their souls rest in perfect peace. Boom, full stop. That's the end of it. No one talks about them again.
Wait, if they talk more than that, they will label them as the cause of the problem.
What the government, let them label them.
My brother, what the government listen?
Very dark man. Very dark man went to Benue. Remember when very dark man went to
just hold on a moment. Let me tell you something. What the Nigerian government is trying to do is to normalize the situation, that we will accept it as normal. And we're almost close to that situation, because people don't know whom to talk to. Now, there is no way we can continue on this trajectory and don't expect a disaster as far as the country is concerned.
Yes.
By the way, they measure the separatists. The separatists they're talking about. Let's take the Southeast, for example, the IPOB. The Kano is in detention. The government itself is violating the law of the land. Why they have time to negotiate, sit down with government officials, we bandit, hand to teeth. My brother, the government of Nigeria is responsible for all what is going on in Nigeria, because
you have to blame the Buhari administration for 8 years.
All of them.
You see what I'm saying?
Hold on.
You see what I'm saying?
Let me chime in.
Your default position. Buhari is not in office right now, my friend. Buhari is not in office right now.
Okay, but
yes. So who's going to fix it? We can't resurrect Buhari from the dead to come and fix it. Can we wake Buhari up from the dead to come and fix it? No, we cannot. We have to wait. We have to listen. Let me tell you something. If this was a responsible country right now, we will be protesting in front of Aso Rock for insecurity. And guess who they'll be protesting?
If I make money, if I want to blame all our leaders, I will start from Jonathan. Because Jonathan administration allowed extrajudicial killing against Yusuf, who was the leader of the Boko Haram. And most of the guys that ran away, when they were coming back, they came back.
Guy, that's not enough.
Let me ask, please. I just want to
No.
I will allow you to counter me. I will allow you to counter me, but just give me a time.
Hold on.
Can I say something before I leave? This is to you, Ola.
You hold on a little bit, Ola, please. So when they were coming back, they came back as the Boko Haram of today. Then, 2, during Buhari tenure, Buhari was looking at his tribal men. He was not even seeing the picture of the problem. Today, we also have a president whose all his heart is out to win the next election. He want to please people. He said, when he went to Benue, that is his word, he said they should
They should learn how to coexist with these people. So that statement is speaks volume. We have to be honest. All our leaders, they took these things like they want us to take it like normal. And indeed, Nigerians within Nigeria have seen it as a normal life. I'm just telling the truth. They don't know what to do.
Okay. Okay.
Let me say something before I leave, please, Ola.
Go ahead, man of prestige.
Yeah, maybe not specifically to you because you use whatever you want to use. So I'm not against that. Let me learn. So this is to users. This is to what users and some other organizations. I'm sticking with this deep sea. Then I'm going to leave. I don't want to talk about. I've talked about too much of the problem going on in Nigeria. So my fight is that when you're going to use that platform, always cross-check the fact, from DC, from DeepSeek, with a reputable source, especially news, legal, or sensitive information. Avoid using it for tasks involving, some privacy or some sensitive information because they are not reliable. The model they use is not that great. This is just my own opinion. So people listening from the outside or whatever, now that you mentioned it, maybe they're not familiar with it. This DeepSeek is not the most reliable something. They are very low key. They don't generate or draft non-critical information that will make you, that's believable. That's just my point. So anybody who wants to use DeepSeek for their own information without cross-checking, let them do that at their own peril. And I'm speaking to the public, not to you, Ola. You probably use it for something, in a tech area in that regard. But anything sensitive, in my own opinion, I'm not going to use that platform. I've used it before. Thank you very much, everybody.
I will tell you something now. For the purpose of people that may want to be using any LLM model, sometimes LLM model can be as intelligent as who is prompting it. Now, for your information, I have background in tech. And so one thing is this: if I want to develop an application, if I don't know the logic, the step-by-step of how to do those stuff, I won't just say, okay, I want to build an application for e-commerce at DeepSeek. Just give me. Let me tell you one thing. You may end up using that application for the next 1 year and you will never achieve that thing you want to build the way you want to build it. So that's why we have some people now doing prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is to teach you that, okay, before you start even using this thing, you must even know what you want to do as well. You must know the process. You are a farmer, you want to apply AI, you must still know the basic principle of farming. How you till, how you plant, how you harvest, how you store. Then you start asking, okay, this is how I've been storing. Okay, I want you to go to this route and give me this thing.
Okay, I think we
I'm
understand
not disputing what Allah is saying, okay?
Let me check.
A sandbox. Low stake.
Let me land. See, if I want to use things like DeepSeek, sometimes I can go to Transparency International, Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, and all those things. I will provide that. Okay, DeepSeek, go through Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, go through Transparency International, go through ResearchGate. I can mention some people. Okay, compare all this data and now tabulate for me the number of casualties in Nigeria between 2014 and 2024 based on this particular crisis. Then group it by Christian, by religion. You understand? And the ethnicity. You understand? It's just like when you are using SQL, sometimes you can use that logic of you querying something from SQL database. So it's not that you just go and Google. So when I told you, if you see what is there, if you see where the thing got the source that the other time, you understand? Some of us, we feed this thing with the source where we want.
I guess I'm more concerned about, because of the censorship, and the suppression and bias when it comes to DeepSeek.
I've always told you something that forget about all those gang up against DeepSeek or all those kind of things. You understand? We've always had this rivalry between Western technology and the Eastern technology. So when you are coming to me, be guided. You understand? I have over 40 LLM model on my system. The only reason I cannot, if I go to Shell, you understand? If I go to Shell layer, you understand, and I give you Shell, you will not understand. Because
so let me ask you, Ola, Do you upload it? Do you use do you know do you use it to upload some sensitive doc? You know, DOCS or something like that.
Okay, hold on. I think I will get your point. But you still miss the point. In trying to source information based on that's more narrative based, can be controlled, can be absolutely controlled. So the notion that using dipstick and you can't get information that's biased is not true, because just like you said, if you can put the dipstick into work to crawl the space of all this website to give you a table of content, well, that is fine. But at the same time, to wholeheartedly believe the Chinese government, to provide you with information concerning their government and what they're doing wrong, I think you are missing right there.
Prince Daddy, let me tell you something about my approach.
Technically,
hold on.
Hold on. You've been talking a lot. I'm not going to question your technical expertise, and everything just explained makes absolute sense, because you're an advanced, what they call an advanced user. You're not like somebody that just Googling. You're an advanced user. You know what you're doing. That sometimes, if I want to look at some financial statement of a company, I can go directly to the SEC website or go directly and read their 10K and get the info from there. So depending on your advancement or your level, you can search for information better. But again, I like to caution you that I'm not going to put my whole freaking heart on the Chinese model because I think it's perfect. I don't think so.
Prince Daddy is not about Chinese model. You understand? Some of us, we were opportune, you understand, to learn early when the big data, we're still using the thing as like a buzzword. In the big data, we have some V's. Some people will say C. We have some 5 V's. That the velocity, the veracity. So we stay on that veracity now. We know that in many cases, what you just find out there, you understand, less than 10% of those stuff may not even be true. Now look at it this way now. You have comparable fact go online. We'll be saying, oh, the rig 2023 election. You see Aisha Yusufu and co, they are saying rubbish about 2023 election. You understand? Then some people are saying, now, if comparable facts, noise, and the like of Aisha Yusufu or Seni are saying they rig, normally, if you don't know how to use any LLM model, being ChatGPT, Llama, DeepSeek, Meta AI, and all those stuff, they are likely going to do some kind of thing. In some case, they are likely to use a large number. They'll be looking at that curve. Maybe, okay, do we have 66% of the people saying this thing? Sometimes they can classify that way. I will now look at the significance of that thing. They may not take position around what obedient are saying. That's a kind of bias, because already you don't know how to prompt. But when we look at the source of credible data, you go to the world of academia, you pick some certain, you filter using some certain credible sources. Okay, maybe I go to Harvard profile. I say, okay, go to Harvard online for the one that is open, that is not licensed. Go to Columbia, go to Toronto University, and go to the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, go to World Bank, and I say, okay, compare the data, and I want so. What is going to bring to me is different from when I prompt. So if you do that for DeepSeek, you do that for Grok, and you do that for ChatGPT, at the end of the day, the results you are going to get across the 3 LM model, they are going to be similar. You understand? The variance will be very minimal. So to me, when we say something, because we already have our mindset, and anything that doesn't go with our mindset already will nullify. Even that apart, the question I'm telling you is this: we should be ashamed where we have thousands of lives involved. Don't forget, it could have been me, it could have been you, it could have been either of us. You understand? That we're not involved. So that we're not involved does not mean that if care is not taken, if we go to the wrong side, that we cannot get involved. So that should be our concern. You understand? Once you see people buying in thousands, we are not even talking of just unit thousand, we are talking of double-digit thousands now. You understand? Whether we have 90,000 Christian or we have 20,000 Muslim, it doesn't matter at this level again. the matter should be, we have to solve this thing. For some of us that we have both religion in our family, you understand? Will I push the Islamic member of my house away? It's impossible. We have those people that are traditionalists in my family too. Will I push them away? It's impossible. So the question is this: it's all about human now. It's all about human being now. But some people, just as some people are festering through insecurity, some people, they want to make profits. They want to benefit from the crisis that has religious coloration in that country. That's why I'm just telling you that at the end of the day, if these people manage to peg us against one another, it's not beneficial to any of us. A more crisis in Nigeria will destroy our economy, and we create market for America. We create market for Europe. We create market even for the China that we are talking about. You understand? So that's what we are saying. So we should be very careful. We should be very careful and be smart about it. Please go ahead.
If I may come in, look, this religion coloration will be very difficult to turn Nigerians against themselves. I'm telling you the truth. We should be happy the evil come from this direction. But all our government have to do is to treat this issue with all seriousness.
Exactly.
If they are pushing for religion, the certain people or the Christians generally, I don't think a huge population of Christians are not convinced that Muslims are responsible. But however, I will tell you, Christians in Nigeria believe that the Muslim leaders, politically and religious leaders, are part of this problem. So in that case, not that we are not vulnerable, but at the moment, I don't think the Christians are. But however, on a tribal line, we are so divided. If they exploit that at the moment, I don't think we can blame them for it, because social media is also amplifying it. Let us be honest.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm now targeting educated people like you and myself. Don't forget, there was a particular point in the history that Christianity as a religion now, not as a way of life, was even used to terrorize people as well. You understand?
It's true.
Now, it's Islamic. So it tells you that religion is just a tool to control people. When people want to control you, two things they do: they change your language or they use your religion against you. All those two things, they will control you. If they want, because number one, they know that everybody is emotional towards religion. It's just to tell you that, oh, see, me that I'm talking to you, do I think some people now, do you have to, some people want to Islamize Nigeria? Of course I believe. But will I carry that one to external people and let them use that one again? No. When it comes to that point, I will just stop it. I will not play to your narrative again when it gets to that. Do I believe that some people are pine Christian, they are creating that kind of a narrative? Of course, yes, I believe. But do I believe that Christian are the only casualty? No, I don't believe. There are Muslims, because there are many to this. That's what I'm telling you. But for some external people now to take the religious part of it and now pushing it.
Let us talk too.
Okay, I'll be welcome.
Continue, sir.
You are
welcome.
Thank you. Sorry, I just quickly went somewhere. So yes, I met Mr. Ola talking about the EU of AI, generative AI, and I would like to start with that before coming into this genocidal allegation. So, Mr. Ola, see, there's a paper I'm just concluding writing now. I've not published it anyway, and I realized that generative AI has what I call it's politically biased. It has its own agenda narratives. Now, how did I arrive at the conclusion? So I picked 5 major generative AI, 6 really. I look at ChatGPT and Grok, which they are American based. I look at Yandex, which is Russian based. I look at DeepSeek, which is Chinese. I look at Hong Kong. There's one AKGAV1. I don't know. You'll be aware. You are more versed than me, which is Hong Kong. Then there's a South Korean one, Samsung Gals 2. And then I feed them with some research questions that are politically sensitive. So if you feed them those questions for the purpose of research, for instance, you realize that they don't give you the same answer. They feed you different answer based on the political views or narrative of their country where the company is based. If you, for instance, pick the Hong Kong invasion that China did to Hong Kong back, I think, a few years ago, and you put a research question around that particular crisis back then, and you feed into ChatGPT, ChatGPT will give you US version of what's happened in Hong Kong. Now, if you ask ChatGPT to go further, to give you the resources that you want to, there's this one, it give you details of what are the sources that it looks at. You realize that many of the sources will be generated from the Western world, generally. You will hardly see ChatGPT doing research or looking for where he's getting his information from, going outside the Western world. He will hardly go to the North Korea or go to even Asia. He won't even go to Asia. He won't go to China. He will not go to all those areas in order to balance things. Now, if you pick that same question and you drop it in Yandex Russia, it's not going to give you it. In fact, it's so bad that Yandex Russia, there are some politically sensitive research questions you drop in Yandex. It will tell you that I'm not configured to answer this question. If you press further and you redraft that question, so there are some, I don't know, I think there are words that triggers them, like DeepSeek, for instance. It's Chinese narrative, DeepSeek must always give you, no matter how you draft the question, it will give you Chinese narrative. And so with that, so I use 10 major research questions, which research that they have carried out already by different researchers from these different fields. And I realized that they don't give you the same results. And that makes me to conclude that using generative AI, for instance, to carry out your research would only make you to bring out results that follows the political view or narrative of whichever country where you are using the generative AI. And I agree with you that you can have a balance.
Allah doesn't believe that.
He should, because maybe when my research paper is out, I will send to him. And I tested it. Do you know in DeepSeek, if there are some questions you put in DeepSeek, for instance, it would try to be answering. It will start typing, but at a point, it will reverse it immediately in less than 2 seconds and tell you that I cannot answer this
question like how many Uyghurs were killed in China or were killed in China. I don't think you're going to answer that question.
DeepSeek will never answer that question.
There you
go.
Go
to ChatGPT, will answer. Then another thing I noticed, so when I brought in Grok, I realized Grok simply speak Elon Musk. I'm telling you, that guy speak Elon Musk. He's practically Elon Musk. Some questions you ask him, he try to dodge if he's going to intact Elon Musk really. And so it makes me wonder. So when I ask somebody that is all this IT savvy, like maybe Mr. Olala, and he told me his algorithm that what they have access to, the database they have access to, the bias of those programmers also enters it. So because of that, there are some things they will never, even when you are using those AI outside the jurisdiction or the space where they are made, they still don't have access to all those databases, or they deliberately would not go into those databases in order to get objective this thing. And so my conclusion in that research paper is that this thing is going to kill objective research output at the end of the day if we continue allowing it to be used for research purposes.
Okay, just give me a minute to respond to you. Okay. You see, one thing is this: whenever you have a new technology, the assumption that people know how to use that thing is have some level of degree of fallacy in that. It's just like Excel now. You can use Excel to do everything. Now, there's a difference between someone querying ChatGPT like someone that is doing normal Google search compared to someone that is querying ChatGPT or LLM model generally, like someone that is doing database. So you see, the thing is this: when you give ChatGPT open-ended question, you understand, you are likely to, it depends on the problem you are trying to solve, you may likely sleep there for the next 2-3 days. But if you know what you are doing, you understand, you write, when you are doing your normal programming You have your normal what do we call this thing before you write the program? Okay, let me just say algorithm now. You understand? You have your normal step by step you define. Now, a person like me, if I want to deal with LLM model, I restrict LLM model. That means that because there was a time that this LLM model was even becoming a serious problem for computer science graduate students, not graduate students or even undergraduate. That you will give some people assignments. The first thing they will go and fire it into one of ChatGPT or whatever. It became a serious academic misconduct problem. Seriously, that time, that university like the like of Stanford, the like of MIT, they started developing a model to catch AI. You understand? I can almost tell you now today that if you use AI to search for a material, even by pasting it, even the way it structured the language, I say, okay, this is coming from LLM model. So, but there are some smart guys. They will design whatever they want to do, and they will write script of what they want to do, and they will now fire it to that AI model. It is going to follow the pattern of what they put there. But let me tell you something. Any AI model, we avoid any legal issue. Any AI model, we avoid anything that is too politically biased, because they too, the people behind it too, they don't want anybody to take advantage of them and become overnight billionaire. So to me, I don't want us to assume that we've known how to use AI. I can guarantee you that many of us, we are still far away from understanding how to use LLM. That is where you are having this prompt engineering. When you hear prompt engineering now, it's becoming a field of learning that people, you start looking at some course material that is teaching you how to use ChatGPT, DeepSeek, and you now look at how many hours there. You're not saying 14 hours. You now be wondering, why will I spend like 14 hours learning how to use ChatGPT? That's it. So
okay,
it's beyond typing into those prompt fields.
I understand what you are saying, Mr. Ola, but I'll give you just one simple assignment before I move to the next point. When next you go to DeepSeek, try to do a research around Falun Gong that was banned in China. And I can bet you with you that you will not get any information at all about that thing. Again, I repeat, Falun Gong. Try to look for
Please
it.
put it in the comment section.
Okay, I'll put it in the comment section. Then do a research around it for us and come and tell us whether it brings out anything. And I can tell you what is going to bring out is, sorry, that's beyond my current scope. Let's talk about something else. And it's going to keep telling you, no matter how, even when you say, where is the thing? It won't tell you. When you say, which year was it banned? It won't tell you. The moment you say that Falun Gong, is not going to tell you, because it's a very terrible history of China that nobody must talk about. But when you go to the regular traditional libraries in the Western world, you see them everywhere. Everybody write about it, but AI will never go there. I'll put in the comment section. So then let me move to this issue of genocide thing. So for me, I've related with many white elites, particularly some of the politicians among them, and particularly, and majorly the British, anyway, not the Yankees. And so I always take their narrative with caution. And the reason for me is an average white elite, particularly even those ones who are Christians, they believe in their race above religion. So even when you share religion with them, their race matters first. Many of them are supremacists. And so sometimes I just take their issues with caution. And that is the only issue I have with Ted Cruz. I tried to do some background check about him. Who is this guy? What does he stand for? What was his position on Libya? What was his position on killing in Sudan, Eritrea, Mauritius, Yemen, Iran, and all these countries? Then what has he pushed about them, where there's real obvious intimidation and killing of Christians? What has he done about Libya, particularly, where Christians are being killed every day, or countries where their national objective is to get rid of Christians in their space? What is he doing about it? So I have serious issue with such narratives, and that's why I'm very cautious about just following him sheepishly. Is he our new savior? What's he talking about? Was he coming to our space to do, because same religions they use to enslave us, you now think you are now the champion of that, you protector, our universal protector in Nigeria, down Western Africa. Well, why you believe in your God? Why your forefathers believe in your God back then? You were catching us like insects, and you were sending us to America, padlocking our lips and handcuff our legs and chains. What have you said about it? Has any of you apologized about it? And all of a sudden, you stood up and you think you can be speaking for us. So many of the things used to go on in my head when I see Oyinbo man trying to defend me in Africa. So I tell many of them, you don't. And one of the reasons why I try to stay in the teaching line, so that I can teach their coming generation, I can talk sense to them about us in Africa. I can let them understand what African stands for. Okay, so that's the issue I really have. But at the same time, if you ask me, is there any role the Western Judeo-Christian nations play in protecting Christians in the world? The answer is a very big yes. Without them, maybe Ayatollah of Iran and all those useless guys, the Siwan of Hamas, Mahdi al-Mashal of Yemen, the Tamim al-Tahin of Qatar, and all that, they would have overridden us and just kill anybody and force everybody to embrace Islam. Because they are bold to say it. They don't shy away from it. The ISIS and all those guys, they don't shy away from it. They say it's jihad for them and they want to take you. But they are fundamentalists. And they are good Muslims. Yeah, there are so many. For somebody like us that have them in our family, we know there are good Muslims that don't believe. Some of them tell you they are just misinterpreting the scripture. But the point is, some are misinterpreting it, they are pushing agenda. So we can't shy away from it. And we won't say, because we have some who are very good, then we deal with the fundamentalists. And so for me, if you now ask me, say, what is happening in Nigeria? Do you call it genocide? For me? And I've talked about that the last time, my session I have here. Bury that thought. Legally speaking, that is not genocide, what's happening in Nigeria. And if it's another person that is saying that and not Ted Cruz, that I believe is educated and understand what he's doing, I would say, okay, maybe mistakenly, he doesn't really understand the meaning of that, the word genocide, legally speaking, under the Rome Convention. Well, maybe because of that, but because he's the one talking, and I know that he's well aware of what he's saying. So what my answer would be to him, bury that thought, this is genocide. But if you had asked me, is there any reason for us to think or to say there are targeted attack in Nigeria, particularly against Christian community? The answer is a big yes, and a resounding yes for me. I won't define it as genocide, but I would define it as a targeted attack on Christian communities. And the answer is yes. So because of our experience and because of the lackadaisical attitude of our leaders over time, the water crisis, very recent one, is still fresh in our head. Logo, Kwande, all those, Bakinlandi, Tamara, we've had a lot in Nigeria. And all these areas are majorly Christian area communities. And we could see people coming and be shouting Allah Akbar as you are killing them. So you want an average Christian to think you are not killing them because of their religion? No, that's what they're going to believe. And that is what, and again, when you look at, okay, Boko Haram is attacking people, who are these Boko Haram? Another question you may want to ask yourself, who are these Boko Haram? They're Islamic fundamentalists. Have they connected them to any of these ISIS and others? The answer is yes. They've connected them to ISIS, ISWAP, Al-Qaeda, and all this. And what do all these international bodies that are financing them stand for? They are standing for jihad. That's the point. Nobody can shy away from that. Many reports have shown that Boko Haram in Nigeria is drawing his funding from ISIS, that they have connection with Al-Qaeda. Everybody knows that. So the point I ask is, okay, what does Al-Qaeda and ISIS stand for? They stand for to establish Islamic empire. And so if you want to establish Islamic empire, then what are you doing? You want to kill people of other religions, simple. Now, if you now ask me, okay, they're in Nigeria, when you now say, okay, it's a targeted attack, fine. The attitude of the government, I think that is what is making this issue to even drag this long. Assuming we have a government that we've been having government over time, including this present one, that have taken a decisive approach to this issue. Possibly the entire Nigeria will have said, Ted Cruz should shut up, all of them should shut up, what are they saying? After all, we are gaining ground here and we are fighting here. But because of the attitude, so the attitudinal thing will not make an average Nigerian to come up and say, look, they should keep short, they shouldn't talk about it. And I think for them talking about it and bringing it back to the world, Nigerians should be careful. And why do I say we should be careful? For me, you see, when they label us, when they bring issues like this and they label us, they know what they are doing. To start with, they derail us from the main objectives of fighting insecurity in Nigeria. Because an average Christian, for instance, from the south or the minorities in the north, will no longer see that insecurity first. They won't even no longer trust the authority agents. And by the way, out of your about 5 guys that are in charge of your security in Nigeria, majority of them, almost 3 out of 4, are Christians. Don't forget, that's another issue I raised. Your chief of defense is chief of army and chief of navy. Even the IGP is the Christian. So when you say, a group of guys, Boko Haram and others, which I believe, but when you now paint them together with the authorities, as if everybody now gang up against Christians in our field, including the authorities, what I don't agree with, because I don't see a Christian IGP or a Christian chief of army staff or a Christian chief of navy staff or a Christian chief of defense staff conspire to kill people of his own religion and cleanse them away. Yes, some people may hide under the agenda, but to say that the authorities are now complicit in this. So I listen to Ihan, which I agree with him that we can reliably conclude that they are complicit because of their negligence, not because they are part of it, but because they are negligent and possibly also because they are not sensitive enough to what exactly the agenda of Boko Haram is. Yes, they came by saying they don't want Western education, but when you look at the organizations that are financing them, they personify the objectives of those organizations. And these are the things too that we should, the more reason why we should also fight. So my conclusion on this is this: I don't think we should join the Western forces, which I don't really see them people of good, how do I put it, of good intent to start with. Dealt with many of them. I don't see them so. To join them, to label our country, I don't think so. But I think we should join to put our government on their toes, to be sensitive to what is happening in our environment, and to tackle this issue of insecurity quick, so that it won't snowball into religious crisis in Nigeria. That's my point on that. Thank you, everyone.
No, I mean, Ogbeni, I can't even dispute anything you just said, to be honest with you. I thought it was very well articulated and broken down into different segments to clarify. The thing I would like to add to it is that the last piece, our government, and by the way, when I mentioned the complicity, which Aro was going crazy over, the complicity is exactly what you just highlighted. The complicity, not just because of their inadequacy, but also because of complacency. There's a kind of nonchalant attitude towards a very serious problem. If I didn't label Nigeria and the statistics and data that Ola presented, if I was to give you that about any nation, you'll be very concerned for the survivability of that nation.
Exactly. That's what I want us to focus on, to be honest.
Yes.
Not colorating
and that's why, Ola, that's why it irritates me when I'm talking about security and lives and people are bringing up politics. Because when I say,
you are the one that introduced politics.
wait, let me finish. Let me finish, please. Let me finish, please.
Losing my mind sense of complicity.
When I say people are dying, it needs to be fixed. There needs to be a sense of urgency. I'm not talking about government at that point. I'm talking about what needs to be applied that needs to work. Because what we've been doing the last how many years has not worked. And we need something new to challenge this issue, to bring these people to heal. One of the major issues that I've seen, at least looking at everything, Nigeria in its totality, is the absence of proper law and order, the enforcement of law across the board. Right? You go to Nigeria today, you might be driving in a rented car for the day. The driver will stop and say, "Oh God, they come." What? And you start peeing by the road. Right? Or you'll be driving through a certain part, you see someone squatted over, taking a crap on the side of the road. Right? That might seem simple, but it's a little sample of a larger issue. So we look at that and then you extrapolate that to a larger issue, such as mass murderers sitting down in Katsina in front of security officials. Who authorized that meeting, right? And then you hear about Operation Safe Corridor. You know, it baffles understanding to think about people that have taken so many innocent lives, Christian and Muslim, to be given a red carpet treatment. And then we expect that we're all going to live in peace moving forward. There's no living in peace with these people after you make them feel like they have won. You know, so I don't know where we go from here, but I do know this. If we don't address it and these killings continue, we leave ourselves vulnerable to an abuse of our sovereignty by these imperialist nations. You might not believe me, but it has happened in other countries. They will find an excuse and a reason, and next thing you know, you will see foreign troops on our soil. I digress, but thank you, Ogbeni, for that submission.
But let me ask a question: have you ever seen any country where the Western world, particularly US, invaded because they are killing Christians?
That won't be the reason. That will be the excuse.
That's it.
You understand?
They
It will be the excuse.
They are just those guys are hypocrites. They
No,
can't come and defend us.
what is it? Eyes on.
Yes, sir.
They are not going to invade us.
No, I'm not saying invade. You have to understand something.
Yeah, normally,
Go ahead,
they
go
don't.
ahead.
Thank you. I just want to put this before you. They don't normally invade people. They look for a group to partner with. Even sometimes they can partner with more than 4 groups within the space.
Is it within your country?
Yeah, within the country, and that is what That is what the government of Nigeria have to avoid, because there are a lot of dissatisfaction. They should start addressing them. Take, for example, the separatists like the IPOB. Why can't we sit down and discuss that issue? I don't see any reason why using force. People say they want to go. Discuss it with their leader. Discuss it with the people. But unfortunately, they continue to play politics. Okay, look at this Benue Esme issue. If you want to raid cattle, please, when you have your private land, because it's a private business, then you can raid. If I see your cattle outside, I will arrest you and persecute you. Start persecuting people. And again, if you look at these, what is it called? Another one again, like regionalism that people are crying for. People should have autonomous right to decide for their future. You can't just concentrate power in Abuja. Then when they elect you as a president, you want to, the finance of the country, you will go to your tribal men, because you will tell the rest of Nigeria that the people you know, they are for your place. Then when it comes to security, you go to your tribal men. When it comes to control custom, you go to your tribal men. When it comes to judiciary, you go to your tribal men. Everything your tribal men. My dear brother, why are you deceiving? What makes us what? So all these things have to stop. They need to govern the country with truth. But if they want to continue with the same trajectory, if one thing happens in Middle Belt like the way it used to be, 200 or close to 100, just overnight, gone like that, cities overrun, the way these people will colorate it, everybody we're not going to bear what is going to follow. They know what to do. They own the country. They form it for us. They know what our president are discussing. The so-called Senate president. They listen to all of them.
Can I ask a question?
We don't have secret.
Can I ask
That's
a
my
question?
solution. Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? So what's your understanding of restructuring Nigeria to solve this issue?
Nigerian citizens are under serious siege.
Yeah.
Because those who call themselves majority in tribes, they are actually marginalizing the minority.
So what's your answer? What's your solution to that?
My solution to that is that we should accept the fact that a lot of Nigerians, once their brother, ethnic affiliated brother, is not in charge of the power, they automatically become dissatisfied. Everybody. The Northerners are not happy because they feel that the power is no longer with them. If you leave the Yoruba tomorrow to some certain degree, they don't longer see their brothers holding key position. They will cry for
how do we resolve that? You did not mention the solution. That's the problem. But how do we resolve it?
To resolve it is that we should agree that this is a problem. Then that's where we will start from. But if we are treating it as if it is not there, we are not ready to resolve it.
Okay. So now, when you pick some of the policies being rolled out recently, like the deregulation of tax matters, local government autonomy, state police now at third stage going to, I think, reading stage going to level of final voting to consent and others. Where do you see those ones stand? You don't think they are all substantial progression towards what you are saying? Do you see any connection in that?
Yeah, to some extent, but again, I don't trust the government. One thing is for them to talk good. One thing is for them to come out with policies that sound very good. But the question is, where are they putting these policies? The tax level. I keep on asking questions. I don't see anything wrong with the tax. It's like a beginning of governance. I agree with them. But where are they putting these policies? Is it the same system that lack accountability and transparency, where you can't even trace where the source of money is coming from? You can't trace how they disperse this money. Even there is no single balance sheet and financial yearly report over the expenditure of the Nigerian government in reality. But they can easily manipulate figures and tell Nigeria it is like this. To be honestly speaking, most of the companies that the government itself they patronize, you can see their yearly report that give details how they spend government money. I have to be honest with you. So if we start paying tax, and in a society where people lack huge distrust, disconnection between the people and the government that want to pay this tax, it could be another issue for the current government, because just the way you remove the subsidies. So they need to be careful. There's nothing wrong with it, but they should look at where they want to put this policy, because if the place cannot hold it, it's going to create another problem. This is my feelings.
Okay.
Then
when last do you check Ministry of Finance and the Federal Revenue Service website last? If you have not checked it recently, I think you need to start checking it. And
okay, I will do.
Be seeing, you will see the data. For me, I think in terms of that, we're improving a lot in terms of it. And if you go to budget is also bringing out all the budgets out there, and they are also bringing out budget even to the state level. So each state now you can see their budget on budget, which is very massive.
See what I'm saying. Budget is an estimate. So I'm just talking about. But when it now come, see where the problem lies. When it comes to the expenditure itself,
to the spending,
how they spend this money, that is where you see the government official, because of their criminality, they start manipulating everything.
I understand, but years back, you wouldn't even see the budget outside. They keep it very secret.
Yeah, now they keep it. Yeah, it's true.
Now we can see, and that is why we can now have media analyzing what they are buying. How can you buy furniture for this? How can you buy? How can your domestic staff be spending so billion?
That is because, see, my brother, you see the danger of this tax reform. Tinubu have to be careful. The whole policy is shifting to the same. I can say, I don't know whether I would call them the real economic bandits, the so-called leaders, because it's like you want to start taxing these people, you want to start opening their nyash. I don't think they will tolerate it. They will look for every way to make sure they kill the good aspect of the policy and create chaos for its economy policy. And it should be careful.
So the point is somebody need to start.
Wait. No, if you start something, in governance, to my own belief, when you start anything good, you should be very careful to guide it so that the people you are leading, at least they see the benefit to society level. Then you will not get the trust of the people, you will get the support of the people. Remember, this tax is coming to people, to be honestly speaking, for the past few years, their purchasing power have dropped significantly. So they are not really finding it easy. Now, that's the commoners anyway. But the class of people they are actually trying to target, I don't think these people will tolerate this thing without fighting back. You earn much. Those who have money, those who run business, who become a millionaire overnight, now you would like to know how the source of their money. We're almost heading there. I think most of them, they have political influence. They have that political power as well. So let's wait. Let's see. But my own suggestion is that the president and his team should help us not to miss this golden opportunity. I support the tax system. I love it, and I will be happy if they are able to start it and been able to really enforce it, it will benefit all of us.
Midwest.
Yeah.
Let me tell you one thing about our leaders. Like I said the other time, if you think those leaders you see, if you think they don't have an idea of those people behind all these crisis sponsors, you may be deceiving yourself. That's my opinion. You understand? You may be deceiving yourself. The question is this: some of these our leaders, they are there for different reasons. They don't have mindset. Okay, let me give an example. In the olden days when we used to have kingdom, empire, whatever you want to, wherever you mention Alaafin, you understand? The first thing that will come to your mind will be that should be a warrior. Where many kings, they were warrior themselves. Instead of some external people to invade their community and just make away with their things, they would rather put their life on the line. So they were not there just to enjoy alone. It's both the combination of that enjoyment and to suffer on behalf of the people.
And protection. Yeah, protection for the
people. The one we have today, like I said, to them, when you look for job around, even though I know that some of them may be coming from, maybe they did well in one organization or other, but when this poverty mentality still stay upset, when it still stay in your brain, sometimes everything you are acting, you understand, even though if you are as rich as Dangote, we still be from that aspect of poverty. Those are the kind of leaders we have today. Leaders that has put in his hand in the treasury, that they stack your money away. So they have something. As the leaders, we want to hold those people that are committing this crime to hold them accountable. But just because they themselves, they are rogues, they've stolen enough so that they have something to blackmail them, they're unable to act. That's just my theory. That's your, you would like call it conspiracy theory about the matter on ground. That's why they cannot talk. You understand? So any day we have leaders that we have leaders that don't care. You understand? That don't care about what happened to them. Then I agree with you that what you are talking about will be very easy. You know?
So personally, my brother, personally, the guys who are bringing these policies before Tinubu, they want good for our country. The few have studied about the whole thing, particularly this task.
But this thing has gone beyond. This thing has gone beyond Tinubu. As a matter of fact, some people don't even want Tinubu to even implement whatever he's implementing now.
It's true.
Understand?
Yeah.
So that one alone. So a lot of Nigeria is fighting a lot of things.
No, look at it again. The masses, me and you, we have traveled. If you look at the task, when you go closer to it, you pay tax already. So you don't see anything wrong. You have been exposed to it for the whole life you have been living in a foreign land. Now back home, you see people who studied very well, that read very well, and they look very well educated, but they don't have the practical knowledge of taxation. And some of them, they are so worried, they don't even know what the government is trying to present before them. And those kind of people, or the money, maybe they are not the millionaires. Their voices alone can easily be adjusted. Maybe perhaps they perceive some suffering, some pain. Definitely, taxes goes with a lot of pain. Let us be honest. And those bad guys on top who are filled with wealth they never worked for and they want it to continue. Some document about them, just that as it is talking about budgeting today, you will now see government will now be forced to start releasing documents on certain people, some certain companies that belong to some certain people. That is when you will start clashing with these people. Whether he prepared the system for it, I don't know. Even he himself, if he's not taking his own, he will be having something to protect. Because if you look at his background as well, so most of his close allies, most of his close friends, and in that process, they may start compromising things. That the enemy of the land will just pick, amplify it with the common man in the street who doesn't really understand these policies very well. So I think they should take it easy and
step by step, so that we can build on it. We need to really know source of income of people. We need to tax our people, but the government should be transparent when it comes to the accountability. Because in theory, speaking it in grammar, people can easily access things that is happening to their money. Not for you just to say, we are building one road. Nobody bid for it. You ask the minister in charge, how much have you spent? There's no balance sheet about last year. No yearly report about last year, last 2 years. They just we finish it. My brother, that kind of something is not going to settle well.
See, my brother, on that issue of tax you just mentioned, you understand? Some people really understand that country to the extent that they know the implication of paying taxes and they know what taxes can bring. You know, Nigeria has been suffering. The first attempt to tackle the revenue issue in Nigeria was under IBB. You understand? Everything they discovered under that time, you understand, they even put in place, they did not even implement just because everybody want to be politically correct. You understand? So they don't really care about all those stuff. You understand? It's not about, so you know, if you pay tax and you do the right thing, the economy will grow. Then those people that normally feed on the backwardness or the crisis in Nigeria, they'll be out of job. Because let me tell you one thing, those people that are benefiting from this crisis, they are not that creative. There's no value they've created. You understand? They just have opportunity to see how they can use the mechanism of something around the government just to feed themselves. That's why we
for
come to all those
themselves,
crises.
you know? Yeah, they siphon
Understand?
word for themselves. Use word, you know, super rich, but no
Look at that taxation you talk about now. I will tell you of what I did this just yesterday. You know, yesterday I was trying to explain this taxation to people. If you look at my screen, this is what I tried to describe to some people yesterday. Now, you know, the narrative, the narrative around that. So, okay, they are going to tax people to death. They are going to do all those kind of things. Okay, and I put something. Now, if you look at this thing, the current taxation, you say once you earn 300,000, you pay 7% immediately of your earning. Then the next 300, 11%. But so when you just look at it now, it simply means that look at it. If you are earning, where did I even put that in? So if even for any like less than 3 million today, you see a lot of money you are going to pay based on that. But if you see what is happening, it simply means that before you can even pay tax, you have to earn at least 800,000 going forward. You understand? Then between the old system and the new system, which one is taxing people? Meanwhile, the new system is going to create some kind of relief. You understand? It's going to create some kind of relief on what we are paying now. You understand? That means that before you that assuming you that maybe you are.
I agree with you. Definitely, the government want to make money. So it's like the policy is aiming at the people who is who. You understand me? People who actually have wealth. And these guys that have wealth, they don't even have the country in their heart. Most of them make it, just as you said, through that political environment. They are not really business people. And most of them are also Mr. President and people appointed friends. So when you start targeting this kind of people and their money, sometimes exposing their criminality. I don't know whether you understand. Mm-hmm. Then if you cannot persecute them, you start compromising. And that will collapse the entire system. And again, perhaps it may also affect the pricing of goods, the landing costs, and everything, because the businessmen definitely, they will start transferring it, because tax definitely is, you transfer it to somewhere. It's not just like somebody's income, particularly the business people. So when it affects the price of commodity, perhaps the government is hoping to get money from the super rich people. Maybe somewhere along the line they start reducing, because excess money is coming from this side. They can even reduce the cost of clearing in order to curb the price down. I don't know whether you understand. But if
The money is not coming the way it's supposed to be. Crisis everywhere, political campaign, and you dealing with thousands of citizens that can easily be brainwashed because they lack trust about the government and get the policy. And that is the aspect I always point at. You get what I'm trying to say? I don't think anybody that have tried would we see this. It's just because they don't trust. That's the area they will, they will try to counter, or area they will try to reject about the bill. But if you understand that this is just the beginning of governance, the way they are trying to present it, because it's not start following people's up, because indeed they're actually trying when it comes to data, but they still need to do more. But they are too much enemy when it comes to the progress of the land, because whatever that's banditry, through this banditry, there are a lot of millionaires today in Nigeria. They don't care about the numbers of people that they buy on a daily basis, or the effort of the government, even within the security architecture. They see support. That is the level. The level of evil people can even commit against their own country. So besides that, if you start, digging into these guys' accounts, and again, who is going to look into people's accounts? We need to really find out, because if you start, you in one office, you just having access to go straight to people's account. Why do you have this money? We don't even know tomorrow. Maybe you're going to be leaking this information to wrong set of people. I swear that this man is super rich. You get what I'm saying now, Ola?
So wait, what's your argument that they shouldn't? I don't know what's your argument exactly. That they shouldn't enforce the new tax law. That's a bad idea.
No. I did say so. What I said is that the tax law, the way I understand it, it's like you want to tax the people that are rich in the society. Maybe they are coming down to the common man anyway. They may reduce it anyway. But at the beginning, you want to tax some of the influential people in the society, and most of these guys, you get what I'm saying now. And most of these guys, they don't want to see their data coming out, because the way they make their money is not actually clear. So as a result of that, the platform where they want to put this policy, they check it very well. You understand me? So that people don't sabotage this policy and kill it for nothing. And if we miss it, it's going to hurt the country. There is the need to
Midwest. Let me tell you, a lot of politics going on in that taxes. It's even beyond taxing the big men. Now, one of it is this. Okay, come back anyway. It's like your time out. One of what is going on is this. According to what I had heard from Taiwo, someone may just correct me if I miss it. There are more than 60 government agencies, you understand, involved in multiple taxation. And not only that they are collecting this money, you understand, the money is just the way we have too many of them is a leakage, whereby some money can miss in transit due to corruption. So, remember, I was saying something here the other time that we save we kill. I don't know you. So the thing is, okay. So the thing is, you understand, when Lagos tax law was made, and they started capturing the Lagos taxes through Oracle and some other electronics means, you understand, you actually think that that money was not there before. The money was there. Personal income tax, all those, you understand. We had bank, we had all those workers there, and here Lagos was making 600 million. You ask yourself, who was collecting those money? It will be the collusion between the civil servant and some executives of those businesses, banks, telecom, and not all those industries in Lagos. What happened when they brought this, Lagos brought its own tax reform? they were able to capture everybody. So they had nowhere to run. Then, who were those people running campaign against Tinubu then? Those people that were eating from all those because they have resources. It's not too much. You just see one radio presenter that is suffering, and some kind of hungry and some brand envelope journalist. You just need you that were making 200 million, probably 200 million a month just on illicit money, just because of this tax. You understand the miracle. You understand? You only needed to give maybe them 2 million to run campaign against you, and these people, they will write article perfectly. You know, like when you heard the story of how to lie with data, you have every fact right, but people will now present that data now to manipulate you. They present a factual things, facts. They present data in a very wrong manner just to mislead you. That is exactly what is happening. But immediately Lagos State implemented its own system, revenue started going to billions. You will very often think that, oh, this money was not there, they overtaxed. They were not overtaxing people. The tax was there. So some of those things that the common government is going to bring back, the money is there. It's either some of those money leak one way or the other to the civil servant, or some of the money, the big gun in the country, they were not paying those taxes. Because when you see the way these new taxes are being is computed, the new tax is computed, you understand? You minimum wage, you that you are earning minimum wage, you will pay zero. By the definition of minimum wage in Nigeria, you will be paying virtually zero. Whereas before now, someone that was just earning 300,000, you are going to pay 7%. You are not paid this time around. Before, when you were earning 800,000, out of your 800,000, you were already paying over 100,000 in tax. But this time around, your 800,000, you are going to pay zero. And someone is saying you want to tax people to death. No, more money is going back to the low to those people in that low income bracket. Even you that you are even within the medium range, you understand? Even the new tax law is even helping you, because you that were in that middle income range before, you were paying 24,000 at 24% in tax. But if you are within that range today, now you are going to pay around 18%. That's like 6% less. So when you look at when you look at how that thing, when you look at the computation of that thing, you understand it's actually helping people. The small scale industry is helping them too, because at the point where they were paying tax before, will finish any business, will not allow any business to grow. But it has now raised the boundary. Before you can pay tax as a small scale business. It has raised that boundary very high. But you know, one thing is this: some people play to emotion, they don't play to facts, because the fact and figures are there for you to know that this tax is just going to help you presently. Assuming you are earning, let's say, around 12 million, you understand, you are not going to pay tax like you used to pay before. Before you were paying like 24%, but now you are paying 18%. If you are earning 1.5 million now, the tendency that you are not even going to pay maybe more than 10,000 in tax in a year is very high, because let's assume you are paying rent. 10% of that, you understand, is deductible. Let's say you are paying 5 million, you are paying 500, let's say 500,000 in tax. You can deduct 50,000 of it from your tax. Then you have some other thing like a contributory pension. You have some other allowances that you can even deduct. That to the extent that it is possible for you to earn 1.5 million and you will not even pay one kobo in tax. Before, it wasn't possible. Before, probably you will pay around 224,000 in tax before. So how is that a problem to people if you are not driven by propaganda? You understand? So that's the problem in the country. So the new tax is stop putting burden on you low income earner and medium income earner. If anybody is telling you The person is just manipulating you, nothing more than that.
Mr. Ola, there's rampant ignorance in Nigeria. That's the problem. Because this matter has been flogged to death. I mean, that Taiwo Oyedele has literally it's gone everywhere, and it's just kept repeating the same thing. This is publicly available information. But it's like, I mean, I don't know what's so difficult, understanding this simple matter. I mean, this is a law passed by the legislature. Individuals that represent us. There's no single village in Nigeria that does not have a legislative representative. These guys went there. We all saw the laws. The laws are public documents. And I think Mr. Najaman said something about the cost of the Lagos Calabar project, this and that. I mean, this stuff was discussed and it was approved at the executive. What they call that, the FEC or what the executive they have all the time. This is public knowledge. We know the budget of the country. We know what's been allocated. We know what's been released. So why are we pretending like we don't have an idea of how much this is going to cost? We know it's a PPP project. We know the portion that is going to be funded by the federal government. We know the portion that will be funded by the private partners. So why are we pretending like we don't know the cost? We might not know the exact cost, but we have an idea of how much it's going to cost.
Arrow, you see some people are not really happy with all those roads you have seen because you don't really understand the point. You see that road you see, whether Sokoto Super Highway, Lagos Sokoto Super Highway, Badagry Sokoto Super Highway, or Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. You see, when you look at the importance of that project, like I said, it's going to open up a new community entirely. It's going to open up new industrial area. You know what it means that, okay, you open up a community that can accommodate like maybe 2 million to 5 million Nigerians. Now, look at those community. They will live inside one house, right? You know the level of economic activity that will go on there. Bricklayer, rice seller, some other guys that be doing the activities there, electricity engineers, they all get involved. That is his great massive job. Along the Badagry, Sokoto too, the same thing will happen. You are just creating new communities there. So those are massive jobs. Some people fail to realize this thing in the past. All of a sudden they realize, anybody that can create that project, you understand, is going to be popular. Why do you think Tinubu has so much enemy? Do you think it's because those people telling you that Tinubu is a thief? Do you think it's just because they love you? They are saying that? No, they are they are afraid of the type of influence, you understand, that such person will have. You understand, when